Dreamscape presents Kiss Me Again by Emma Hart. Narrated by Veronica Landon and Jonathan Ashe. Chapter 1. Ava. Not a people person. It wasn't every day you woke up to a strange man in your apartment. I wouldn't necessarily know how that felt because I hadn't done it yet, but tomorrow I would. He wasn't all that strange either, if I was honest with myself, but I hadn't seen Ethan in months. Not since last Christmas, actually, which made it around 10 months. That was kind of a stranger. Had I been able to get over him? Had I? Fuck. No. Here I was, unlucky in love Ava, still stupidly in love with my brother's best friend. A person I wasn't even sure I liked half the time. We'd certainly never really gotten along. We bitched and sniped at each other more than most siblings did, and Ethan had spent a good portion of our teen years making himself as much of a pain in my ass as possible. I still bore the mental scars. Ever had a man in a rubber suit climb out from under your bed and grab your precariously dangling foot at 11 o'clock at night? Yeah, well, I had. And he was the reason I didn't risk sticking my foot out from the covers anymore, no matter how hot I was. Monsters under the bed existed, people. Yet now, here I was, standing in my kitchen with my coffee, watching as he carried a huge box labeled bedroom to my spare room. Yep, he was moving in with me. Right now. There was not enough brandy in this coffee. Not that I was in the habit of drinking at 8:30 in the morning, but I was in the very well-practiced habit of drinking away my problems. Unfortunately, if I woke up with a hangover tomorrow, he'd still be here. As my new roommate. I really needed to find a therapist. Aren't you going to help me? I blinked, focusing my vision through my glasses. Ethan was 2 years older than I was and towered over me by a good 6 inches. His dark blue eyes were currently widened in question, and he reached up to run a hand through his thick, dark blonde hair. Am I going to put down my coffee and help you carry heavy boxes up 3 flights of stairs? I raised my eyebrows. Yeah, let me get right on that. Fuck's sake. My brother Leo shoved a large box through the door. He flicked his head so his black hair that was in desperate need of a good cut got out of his eyes. It's been 30 minutes since you handed him a key. How are y'all gonna live together if you can't even pretend to get along? We'd get along if you didn't ask such stupid questions, I pointed out, blowing into my steaming mug. It's really not my fault. I'm starting to regret this already, Ethan muttered, walking out the door. I regretted it the moment I said yes, I shouted after him. But seriously, I did. Regretted it like hell. There was no denying that I'd made a terrible mistake. It didn't matter that I needed a roommate because my broke ass was struggling to pay the rent. I should have just moved back in with my mother. Leo sighed and leaned against the small kitchen island. Ava, why can't you just be nice to him? Because it would go against everything I believe in, I said smartly. I can't be nice to people who aren't nice to me. You're going to live together. Really? It never occurred to me. He held his hands up. I see this isn't the time for this conversation. Do you have enough chocolate in the apartment to get you through this week? My nose twitched as I glared at him. Run now. Before you find yourself wearing my coffee, asshole. So what if I was on my period? That didn't give him the right to be a dick just because I was extra snarky this morning. You'd be extra snarky if you were cramping like there was a velociraptor trying to escape your womb. Also, it was Shark Week for a reason. Sharks weren't exactly known for their friendly disposition. Leo grinned and slipped out of the apartment as Ethan carried in another box with bathroom scrawled on the side of it. I sniffed and put down my huge mug so I could grab my phone. It blinked with an unread text, so I opened it. Hallie. How's it going? Reagan. Killed anyone yet? If they weren't so spot on with how I was feeling, I'd be annoyed. Me. It's hell! I started my period this morning and we're already fighting. Hallie. I can't say that I'm surprised. Reagan. Me either. At least your boyfriend's dog didn't steal another pair of your underwear. Me. You need to get that dog to a therapist. Reagan. I don't think they do therapy for dogs. Hallie. Yes, they do. They're called behavior classes, and Poosh needs them. Me. Says the one who lives with the horny raccoon. Hallie. I don't live with Boris. He lives near me. Hallie. Also, I'd rather live with a horny raccoon or an underwear-eating dog instead of the guy I'm in denial about my feelings for. Me. Wow. Thanks for your support, asshole. Reagan. Calm down, children. We'll meet for lunch where we can discuss this over cocktails and chocolate ice cream like adults. Me. Done. Yes, I was that easy to please. Chocolate ice cream was good for the soul, and cocktails were good for simply no longer giving a fuck. As far as giving fucks went, I was a fan of not giving any at all. Big fan. Something clattered against the doorframe, and I jerked my head up. Ethan was carrying a small animal carrier, and my eyes narrowed at the sight of it. What is that? I asked, eyeing it as he brought it into the kitchen. It's an animal carrier, he said, eyes flashing with laughter. I can see that. What's in the animal carrier, genius? That will be Mr. Prickles. And who, or what, the fuck is Mr. Prickles? He set the small carrier on the kitchen island. He'll be a hedgehog. My eyebrows shot up so far I think they went into orbit. A hedgehog? You have a hedgehog? He had a fucking hedgehog? I peered into the carrier. A small ball of blonde needles was attached to a little body, and when it unrolled, a little dark pointed head stuck out. Black beady eyes blinked at me and fuzzy little ears twitched. He had a fucking hedgehog. I glared up at him. Did you think to mention the fucking hedgehog? Leo said he told you. Leo didn't tell me a damn thing. It's not like I asked either. I never expected you to show up with a fucking hedgehog. You can just call it a hedgehog, Ava. I'm gonna call you something in a minute. I put my mug down a little too hard, sloshing coffee over the granite countertop. You should have told me you had a pet. Ethan shrugged. I checked the lease and called the landlord. He said it was okay. He was also a balding 60-something man who hated me because I'd refused to date his son, so he probably would have said yes even if it wasn't allowed. I don't care. It's not unreasonable to be pissed off that nobody thought to tell me at the very least. I folded my arms and focused my best glare on Ethan. It's rude and inconsiderate. I didn't have to let you take my spare room. I did it out of the kindness of my heart. Oh, so you have some kindness in there. You hide it well. And I'm not afraid to come into your bedroom and break your nose while you sleep. I finished. Oh, Jesus, Leo muttered, dropping a box by the coffee table. Are you still fighting? You can shut up. You're on my shit list. I pointed at him and stormed around the island. A hedgehog, Leo! Ah. My brother almost stumbled over the box as he backed up. I didn't know he was definitely bringing it. I thought he'd take it to his mom's. And why didn't you? I rounded on Ethan, hands on my hips. He shrugged, completely unbothered by my rage. She refused to take it. So if I refuse, is that fair game? No. This is my apartment, too. No, it's not! My voice reached a pitch only dogs could hear. This is not your apartment. You're renting my spare room for a few months until you pack up and piss off again. His lips tugged to one side. Actually, I don't know if I'm leaving yet. Why? Leo muttered, rubbing his hands down his face. Why today? I jerked my head between them both. I'm sorry. Did I just hear you right? I don't know what you heard, Ethan said. But if you heard me say that I don't know if I'm leaving yet, you heard right. I opened my mouth to yell at him, but the anger and shock that fizzed through my body were too strong. I said nothing. So I clamped my jaw shut and ground my teeth together. My hands waved, and it was all I could do to stop myself from reaching out and slapping Ethan for this. My brother, too, for that matter. I didn't know what kind of shit Ethan was pulling, but first the hedgehog, and now this? No. I was pissed, and I had to leave. I stormed past them both into my bedroom and quickly changed out of my pajamas into jeans and a tank top. I grabbed a hair tie instead of brushing my hair, along with a sweater, my keys, my phone, and my wallet. I stuffed everything into my pockets, then headed back out while I swept my hair into a top knot. Ignoring them both completely, I walked right out of the front door and slammed it behind me. It echoed through the empty hallway, and I looked up and down it before I headed for the stairs. I had made a terrible mistake. I was going to take out an ad in the Creek Falls Herald newspaper. It would be for the right bouquet, and it was going to say, "Great for flowers, shit for sympathy unless someone is dead." Yep, coming to Reagan was not the best idea. Then again, I was at the tail end of a whole bunch of bad ideas, so one more didn't seem that much in the grand scheme of things. Did you specifically tell him no pets? She asked, cutting a rose stem. No, but did you tell him he could only stay for 3 months? No, but... There you go then. She put down her cutters and looked at me, eyebrows raised. You didn't lay out your terms. He's using the terms of the tenancy agreement, which he has every right to do. I frowned at her. Whose side are you on? I'm on the side of the law, Ava. She carefully trimmed another rose stem and laid it with the rest of the bouquet she was putting together. Your tenancy agreement says something, and he's using that against you. I knew I should have gone to see Hallie. She would have at least pretended to be sympathetic. Why didn't you then? You're closer to my apartment now. Reagan snorted. Look, you said he could move in. We all knew this was a bad idea, and you did it without talking to us first. You can be mad at him for not being entirely truthful at you, but you can't be mad at him if you didn't explicitly state it either way. I didn't know he had a hedgehog when I said yes. How did he get a hedgehog? Why does he have one? I sighed and rested my chin on my hand. I have no idea. I didn't ask. I stormed out instead. She glanced at my hair. I guessed. I stuck my middle finger up at her. They blindsided me. Leo knew about it all and didn't give me a heads up. It's one thing to live with Ethan for a few months, but longer? I can't do it, Reagan. Can't you move in with Noah so I can have your apartment? She barked out a laugh and wrapped the bouquet in the plastic. No. We're not there yet. I don't think Hallie and Preston were totally there, but they did it for me. Really? With a nod, she tied off the bouquet and said, Preston stayed with me a couple of times. They're both used to their own space, and it's taking some adjusting. I offered him the apartment back because I don't want to be the reason they have issues, but they're both happy. They're not majorly fighting or anything, so... She shrugged and handed me the bouquet. In the one by the window. I carried it over to the storage thing by the window and put it in the hole. They'll get used to it. They were made for each other. I know. Reagan smirked. I'm still waiting for your destiny spiel about Ethan living with you. Don't. I held up a hand. Destiny can fuck itself and its mother. There's nothing destined about it at all unless it's destined to medicate me. You were the one who said yes to all this. Before I knew about the spiky piglet and the extended stay in Creek Falls. Reagan shrugged. You're just gonna have to tough it out, girl. Sorry to say it, but you are. I sighed and slumped against the counter. Ouch! What? I lifted my finger to my face and removed the thorn. Wayward thorn pricked me. If you're lucky, maybe your roommate will prick you. Fuck off. Chapter 2. Ava. Spiky pigs and shit. I shoved the front door open and set my gaze on Ethan on the sofa. If you're going to lie to me about living here, we're going to have to set some hard and fast rules. The first one, the stinky, spiky pig lives in your bedroom. He peered over at me, one hand in a bag of cheese Doritos and the other tickling the hedgehog who was now lying on his chest. It was quite a sight. How do you know he stinks? He asked, licking his fingers and cradling the animal before he put the chip packet on the coffee table. I Googled. They need cleaning every day. I'm not doing it, and neither am I living in a smell of tiny animal who should be wild. He's a pygmy hedgehog. He's bred to be domesticated. His spiky bits could be made out of solid gold, and I still wouldn't give a shit. I put my purse on the island and looked at him. You can send me Google links to them if it pleases His Highness, but my stance won't change. That animal is not living in my living room, and I'd rather you didn't snuggle with him on the sofa. It's ironic, Ethan mused. I have a hedgehog on my chest, and you're still the prickliest thing in this apartment. If I wasn't staunchly against animal cruelty, I'd throw a saucepan at you. You can still hit me over the head with it. I was talking about you, not the hedgehog, you pig. May I say that you are an absolute fucking delight, Ava? I can't imagine why you're still single. Probably the same reason you are. The asshole gene is strong as fuck and not all that attractive. I smiled sardonically and hit the button on the coffee machine to turn it on. Ethan wiped his fingers on his leg, leaving bright orange streaks across the navy sweats he was wearing. Then he licked each one, getting rid of the residue before he put the hedgehog on the sofa despite my glare. Look, he said, getting up. Mr. Prickles is trained, okay? He even has a litter box. He's a hedgehog, not a cat. I shot a dark look the way of the animal. If he shits on my sofa, I'm going to go insane. Ethan held up his hands. He won't shit on your sofa. I promise never to leave him unattended when he's out of his cage. Damn right you won't leave him unattended. I slammed my mug down. If he's out and you need to piss, he joins you in the bathroom. If you need a drink, he comes to the kitchen with you, preferably in a bowl so my counters aren't contaminated. Our counters. Don't fucking push me, Ethan. I'm already on edge. He gripped the edge of the counter, choking back a laugh. You'd like him if you got to know him. He's a hedgehog. I really don't think we're going to have a lot in common. He likes to eat. What are you saying? Nothing. I'm just pointing out what he likes. I pulled my now full mug from the machine and turned around. You know what I like? Personal space. Serial killer documentaries. Reading history articles on Wikipedia. Wine, nachos, and sleep. Does your hedgehog like any of those things? I'm not sure. I don't think he can read or work the remote for Netflix. I shot him my best withering look and peered over his shoulder at the sofa. The spiky pig was gone. Your spiky pig has left the sofa. Ethan jerked around, seeing what I'd just told him. He darted over and got down onto the floor where he stretched his arm under the sofa and scooted a bleach-blonde animal out from the darkness. Got him. I leaned back against the counter, lifting my mug to my mouth. He stood holding up the hedgehog triumphantly. I simply glared at him. I really had nothing to say. I was aware I came across as a bit of a bitch. But I didn't have pets for a reason. I didn't have the time to look after one, especially not one as high maintenance as a goddamn fucking hedgehog. I knew how this would go. I'd be asked to feed it, then play with it, then clean it. There was no way that was happening. I didn't know the first thing about looking after those prickly little fuckers. I didn't even know what to feed it. I'd give it breadsticks and bananas if left to my own devices. I sure as hell wasn't cleaning it out. I'd had a hamster as a teen. If hedgehogs stank like those little bastards, there wasn't a chance in hell I was going near its cage. No matter what Ethan said, I was not going to change my mind. He wasn't going to like it, so he'd have to lump it. Like I had to lump living with what was, in effect, a spiky rodent. My dark look obviously did the trick, because Ethan carried the hedgehog through to his bedroom and re-emerged a minute later without it. Okay, listen, he said, flattening his hands on the island. The stretching of his arms made his biceps pop, not to mention the veins that appeared on his forearms, thanks to the strain of holding his weight. I was wrong to hide the hedgehog, all right? I should have told you before I moved in. Yes, you should have. I put the mug down on the island and stood opposite him, still glaring at him, but this time it was over the rim of my glasses. Why are you looking at me like that? I just apologized. No, you didn't. You said you were wrong. That's not an apology, that's an admission of wrongdoing. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Jesus. Okay. I'm sorry. Apology accepted. I supposed I had to. It wasn't like I had a choice, really. We had to live together, and that meant compromising on a few things. So do you agree? That the hedgehog won't be free in the apartment unless you're there too? That's fair. He shrugged a shoulder. But I still think you'll grow to like him. Doubt it. I don't like small animals. But Hallie can feed the raccoons and that's okay? That's Hallie's business. I don't sit there and hand-feed them peanuts, do I? I shuddered. No, thank you. If it's smaller than a kitten or a puppy and stays that small, I'm not interested in making friends with it. Ethan raised his eyebrows. Do you know anything about hedgehogs at all? No. What part of not interested are you failing to understand? Would you like me to Google you a definition? I know exactly what it means, he said dryly. I just think you should use Google, but to research the hedgehogs. Ethan, if I go on Google, I'm going to end up in a Wikipedia hole. And I'll be an expert on the French Revolution by lunchtime tomorrow. I finished my coffee and put the mug in the sink. I will tolerate the hedgehog. I mean, hell, I'm already tolerating you. But I'm not going to be friends with it, okay? It's good to know the tolerance is mutual, he smirked. Hilarious, I muttered, picking up my laptop. I'm going to check my emails. Make sure you turn off the television before you go to sleep. Yes, Mom. I tucked the laptop under my arm and gave him the finger before I went into my room and kicked the door shut behind me. Not only did I have a roommate I disliked, but I also had a prickly one I disliked. This wasn't what I'd signed up for. Then again, I wasn't really sure what I'd signed up for at all. I rubbed the towel over my wet hair as I walked into the kitchen. Sunlight streamed in through the windows in the living room, and a shuffling noise made me turn around. The hedgehog was on my windowsill, and it was playing with my candles. Ethan was nowhere to be seen, which meant it had barely been 12 hours, and he was already breaking his promise to not leave the hedgehog alone. Ethan! I yelled. Mr. Prickles jerked at my shout, turning his beady little eyes my way. I stepped back into the stool at the island and almost tripped over my own feet. The stool screeched against the floor, and I grabbed it to steady myself, then tucked it back under the counter. Ethan! I shouted again when he didn't appear. Where the hell was he? The front door opened and I jerked around. Ethan! He froze. What? I pointed at the windowsill. Oh, I thought you were in the shower. He stepped inside and shut the door. Forgot my phone charger. The lead was in my truck. Ethan! My voice was almost shrill now. Yes, that is my name. He walked right past me, undoing a knot in the charger cord. He did not just walk right past me. Oh my God. I pushed off the stool and stormed after him. Ethan! What? The hedgehog! is not eating your face or is anywhere near you. It's messing up my candles. It's messing up your candles? Dear fucking God, Ava. Shaking his head, he turned around to plug in his phone. You've lost your mind. No, I haven't. There are 3 candles on my windowsill exactly the same width apart, and that's how I'd like them to stay. Ethan stood and met my eyes. You are insane. No, I'm particular. There's a difference. I folded my arms across my chest and shook my wet hair out of my eyes. You left the hedgehog alone. Wow, you really meant every second, didn't you? Yes, I'm not a man. I mean what I say. I spun and stomped back into the kitchen where I retrieved my towel from where it had fallen on the floor. Ethan! Jesus, it's like living with my fucking mother. He rubbed his face with his t-shirt, flashing a hint of lightly toned abs. What now? Your animal! It's gone again! He looked up at the ceiling. His lips moved, and I could swear he counted to 5 before he dropped his chin and went over to the windowsill. After a minute of searching, he reached behind the curtain and pulled Mr. Prickles out. Let's put you back in the cage before Maleficent over there curses you with her own spines, he muttered, lifting the animal up toward his face. He snuggled it against his chest and took it into his room. This wasn't going to work. I didn't have to be a genius to figure that out. I wasn't sure what to do now, but it was clear that we couldn't actually live together. It had only been 24 hours since he'd hauled his shit into my apartment, and it had already gone to the dogs. Or the hogs, in this case. I turned on the coffee machine and pulled a mug down from the cupboard. I was going to have to tell Ethan this couldn't be a permanent arrangement. It really didn't matter that I was on the verge of being broke and desperately needed a roommate. I couldn't live with someone when it was going to make me miserable. Yeah, I didn't know you could be in love with someone and simultaneously hate them either. I guess that was the fine line people always talked about. Well, if you ask me, it was a stupid line. A stupid line that someone had probably drawn in Sharpie just to piss everyone off. How do you work this thing? Ethan stepped up beside me, his chest brushing against my shoulder. I jerked away from him, my heart skipping inside my chest. By using the buttons. He eyed me as I cradled my mug and moved to the other side of the kitchen. I'm not gonna steal yours, Ava. I didn't say you were, I muttered, gripping the handle a little tighter. Seriously, any harder and I was going to snap it right off. Are you all right? His look became questioning as he hit the right button on the machine to make it go. You look like you want to strangle something. I did. Him. The words I wanted to say got stuck in my throat. Instead of telling him he had to move out already, I made some kind of weird squeaking noise I was sure I'd heard Hallie's raccoons make at some point. Ethan's eyebrows slowly raised. I shook my head and quickly made my way through the apartment to my bedroom. The door slammed behind me after one kick, and I leaned back against it, making it thump against the frame even though it was already closed. The hinges were loose. A bit like my emotions today. Of all the weeks Ethan could move in, it had to be the week I was on my period. Seriously, I wasn't capable of making a rational decision about what I wanted for dinner. Never mind anything else. I'd had cookie dough ice cream last night. It wasn't exactly a balanced deal. There was every chance that my frustration about my unexpected prickly roommate was solely down to Mother Nature's monthly "You're not pregnant" postcard. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to figure that out for at least another 3 days. God damn it. Chapter 3. Ava. God bless cocktails. I slid a beer across the bar to my brother and took the $5 bill he handed me. I rang his order up on the register, then tossed the change into my tip jar. Leo cleared his throat. I wasn't tipping you. I didn't intend to live with a hedgehog, but here I am, living with one. I grabbed a cloth and wiped down a wet spot, grabbing an empty glass someone had just slid across the surface. I'd only worked at Lucky's for 3 weeks. It was honestly a miracle I'd been hired at all after the little debacle of me dancing on the table that time. According to my boss, I was so popular after that with the regulars that hiring me was a no-brainer. I wasn't allowed to dance on the tables anymore, though. I couldn't say I was mad about that. I think I still had a bruise on my hip from when I fell into Noah and Preston. Didn't he apologize already? Leo asked, wiping his mouth. I admit I should have warned you. You should have. You know how I feel about tiny animals. If they aren't a puppy or kitten and can fit in a purse, I don't want to live with them. You don't mind fish? No, because fish live in a tank and aren't going to eat my face in the night. It's a pretty irrational fear you've got there, sis. Okay, you've clearly never watched horror movies. I raised my eyebrows at him and moved to serve someone at the other end of the bar. After delivering 6 beers and ringing a food order through to the kitchen, I went back to my brother. Rodents eat people, Leo. It's a fact. Horror movies are not non-fictional. If they were, we'd all be fucked. I pursed my lips. I knew that. But I also knew that rats did eat human flesh, so... I'm not going to debate horror movies with you. You're my brother. I have a shit roommate because I was doing you a favor. You owe me like 10 for this. The hedgehog isn't going to eat your face while you sleep. How do you know that? It might. Hedgehogs don't eat people, Ava. That's how I know. They eat meat. Yes, but it's not going to eat your eyeballs. I shuddered, grabbing an empty bowl that had once held nuts to refill it. Thanks for that imagery. Now I'm not going to sleep until I've installed a bolt on my bedroom door. Why are you putting a bolt on your bedroom door? Noah stepped up beside my brother with Preston. Oh, good. The cavalry had arrived. Because Ethan's hedgehog is going to eat her eyeballs, Leo answered before I could. I grabbed a peanut from the newly filled bowl and threw it at his face. I don't like hedgehogs, I replied. Preston raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with hedgehogs? Don't, Leo said quickly. Just don't go there. I hated having a sibling. I just don't like small animals, that's all. Do you want your usual? They both nodded and Noah said, You like Poosh? Poosh is a dog. Poosh is fine. I uncapped both their beers and slid them across the bar to them. Small animals that are not dogs or cats freak me out. How many times did I have to say that? Was it so weird? Didn't all kinds of people hate rats and mice and stuff like that? Was my dislike of anything with tiny hands and claws that could rake out my eyeballs so strange? I didn't think so. You're weird, Preston said, handing me a 20. I snatched it. Today your girlfriend texted me a picture of the sweaters her grandmother knitted for the baby raccoons. You can shut up. Sweaters? For raccoons? I looked up and caught Ethan's eye. Oh, look, it's the 4th Musketeer. There were only 3 of those. You're still on my shit list, roomie. I grabbed another beer, uncapped it, and set it on the bar. I rung up all 3 beers and handed Preston back his change. Are you 3 going to watch the game or bug me all night? Wow, the service in this place has really gone downhill, Ethan smirked. I don't know, Noah said. You haven't seen her drunk dancing on the tables. That's why half the punters are here tonight, for her coyote ugly moves, not her ability to pour a pint of beer. You dance on the tables? Ethan stared at me like he'd never heard of anyone doing such a thing. Ever. I held up a finger. 1 time. I danced on the tables 1 time, and nobody will let me forget it. Preston snorted. No, we will not. I pursed my lips. I didn't come to work to be abused like this. You know I can refuse to serve you, right? I'll open a suggestion box that means you have to dance on the tables once a week, Leo said. I'm mad nobody videoed that for me. Noah shrugged. We were trying to control the betting circle Reagan and Hallie had set up. Yes, the infamous Lucky's betting ring. The game is about to begin, and I know you can't see the screens from here, so scoot. I waved my hands, shooing them away from me. Chuckles rose from all of them, and Noah winked at me as they all disappeared, leaving me in peace. Well, as much peace as a 20-something woman could get in a sports bar when it was football season. Not a lot, to be honest. Luckily, the game meant the bar was packed, and that meant my shift went quickly. I'd started at 3, so by the time the game was over, so was my shift. I finished the order I was ringing up and pocketed my tips, then headed out the back. The guys were all still here, and that meant I was going to have to drive them home. How did I know that? Preston and Noah had decided that 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately for me, my Friday shift never changed. I tucked my tips into the inner zipper portion of my purse and dug my keys out from the abyss, bypassing 2 tubes of chapstick, 6 receipts, an empty gum packet, a phone lead, a pocket mirror, a bottle of nail polish, a travel-sized tube of toothpaste, a sock, and a Chinese takeout menu on the way. I really needed to clean out my purse. My keys jingled as I made my way to the front of the bar and to the guys' table. They were all done, and both Preston and Noah grinned at me as I approached. "Come on, Cinderella. Your ride awaits," I said dryly, waving my keys at them. Ethan raised his eyebrows. "What?" "She takes us home every Friday. It's payback for the dancing night," Preston grinned. I stared at them flatly. "I'm leaving in 90 seconds. If you're all not in my car by then, you're walking." I'd barely taken 5 steps when the sound of 4 chairs scooching across the wooden floor broke through the chatter of the bar. I snorted to myself and pushed the door open to step outside. Dim lights illuminated the parking lot off to the side of the bar, and I paused to hit the button on my key fob. The lights of my car flashed, brightening the parking lot, revealing the crumpled-up body of someone against the dumpster. I froze. Someone walked into my back. I screamed, stumbling forward, and 2 hands landed on my arms to steady me. "What?" Ethan's voice was right behind my ear, and I knew it was his hands on my arms. "There's, someone on the ground." My voice was weak and shaky. "In front of the dumpster." "Oh, shit," Noah said, jerking to life. He ran past all of us, his firefighter training kicking in, and yelled, "Call 911!" I was shaking like a leaf. My keys clattered to the floor, and Ethan bent down to pick them up while Leo stepped under the streetlight and dialed. "Sure. Hallie fed raccoons. Reagan's apartment burned down. I found what was probably a dead body." Sounded about right. My teeth chattered even though it wasn't remotely cold whatsoever. It was far too warm for 11 o'clock at night in late October, actually, but that didn't stop my entire body trembling as if it was below freezing. Preston tugged me out of Ethan's arms and pulled me against his side. But before I could croak out, "Thank you," Ethan was on the other side of me. I was in a hot guy sandwich. I'd been in worse places, like in front of a dead body. Why did these things always happen together? I was delirious. I had to be. This was the only reason why I wasn't shoving Ethan off me like he was a rat full of fleas carrying the Black Death. I needed the feeling of both of them on either side of me to ground me. I mean, I was watching Noah perform CPR. All I could think of was that it was a good thing I was sober. If I'd been drinking, I'd probably have run headfirst into a tree trunk by now. Or a car, or oncoming traffic. I was a panicker, okay? I panicked. Panicking was my thing. It was probably due to the fact I was only just making enough to pay my bills and live without starving at least 1 day a week, so I was constantly panicked about not being able to pay said bills. I also panicked about being hungry because, well, I liked food. Blue lights bounced off the walls. A crowd had now gathered outside the bar, full of nosy, half-drunken patrons who wanted to see what was going on. The Creek Falls Police Department arrived swiftly and took control of the situation, keeping people away so the paramedics could attend to the body? God, that was morbid, wasn't it? I mean, I didn't even know if she was dead. Noah giving her CPR was a pretty good indicator, but people came back around after CPR all the time. There was every chance she was still alive. Oh, look, there was the tiny spark of optimism that occasionally came out. Noah came back over and wiped his face with his t-shirt. "She's unconscious, but alive. They're taking her to the hospital now, but the police want to talk to us quickly." I nodded, hugging myself tightly. I was still sandwiched between Ethan and Preston, but I shook them both off. I couldn't breathe squished between them, and honestly, if I stayed pressed against Ethan for much longer, there was every chance I wouldn't be able to peel myself away again. We were interviewed one by one. There was nothing to tell. We'd all left the bar and stumbled upon her when Noah had done CPR. After 3 rounds of questioning, we were finally let go and told we could go home. It had been an hour, the fastest hour of my life. All I wanted to do was shower and climb into bed. I'd never been so thankful to have a Saturday off work, that much was for sure. My car had relocked itself at some point during the events of the last hour, so I hit the button once again. I opened the driver's side door, but Ethan plucked the keys out of my hand before I could get in. "What the hell?" I rounded on him like a rabid wolf and made to snatch them back, but he held them high above his head where I couldn't reach them. "You can't drive," he answered. "Of course I can drive." "He's right," Leo said. "You just got one hell of a shock, Ava. You're still shaken up." "You're the ones who have been drinking. You're definitely not able to drive," I shot back. Ethan held up his other hand. "I only had 2 beers over several hours, and I ate. I'm fine." I looked at the others. They all nodded, and honestly, I knew they were right. I'd kept half an eye on them all night. Nothing to do with my crush on Ethan, thank you very much. And it was true. 2 beers and a big-ass burger. He was fit to drive. I ground my teeth together. I wasn't happy about handing Ethan my keys, but I was outnumbered 4-1. I was also outsized. All 4 of the guys were well over 6 foot and looked like they ate mussels for breakfast. Honestly, if one wasn't my brother, the other 2 weren't my best friend's boyfriends, and I didn't love-hate the last one, this could have been the start of a porno. Thank God it wasn't. All the gods, actually. Pagan, Roman, Greek, Buddhist. Fine. My tone said it was most definitely not fine. Out of spite, hormones, or just downright female indignation, I slammed the door and stormed around the other side and got into the front. Ignoring the chuckles from the guys, I buckled myself in and set my purse on my lap, staring straight ahead. They all piled in, Ethan in the driver's seat and the others in the back. It looked like a tight fit back there, and sure, I could have offered to sit in the middle, but why would I do that? The jackasses took my keys. Never mind that I probably was too shaken to drive. It would have been nice to be asked. Ethan backed out of the parking space, almost hitting the police tape that had been strung up, and turned out of the parking lot. I almost dug my phone out of my purse, but I honestly didn't want to explain what had happened tonight. Noah and Preston would do that, and I'd answer the questions tomorrow. There were no cars on the road, so our trip was fast. Ethan drove first to Hallie's house to drop off Preston, then to Reagan's, where she and Poosh were both waiting for Noah. Leo only lived a couple of blocks from Reagan's apartment, and he leaned forward and kissed the side of my head in goodbye before he got out of the car. Then, we were alone. It was at least a 5-minute drive back to our apartment. The air in the car was tense, and I shifted uncomfortably in the seat to look out of the window. "You okay?" "Fine." My tone was clipped, and guilt immediately took hold. "Sorry, I'm tired." "Don't worry about it. It's been a long night." He hit the stick for the blinker, and the clicking filled the car in the ensuing silence. I swallowed. I was a hot mess inside. I was tired, yet wide awake. My brain was running like a well-oiled engine, turning over and over the events of tonight. But like the stupid-ass woman I was, the thing it came back to was the moment I was sandwiched between Preston and Ethan. I couldn't care less about Preston. I wasn't attracted to him in the slightest, despite a fleeting 13-year-old crush. 25-year-old me was far more mature. As evidenced by the fact I couldn't look Ethan in the eye, lest I snuggle myself up against his side again. Jesus, a woman could have died tonight, and all I could think about was how it felt to have his arm around my shoulders. This was fucked up. I was fucked up. I needed a vacation. Or to move. Or to tell him to move, as had been my plan in the first place. Tomorrow. I'd do it tomorrow. Yep, That was my story, and I was going to stick to it. Tomorrow. Jesus, if I said that again, I'd break into song like Annie. Ethan pulled into the designated parking spot outside of the apartment building. As soon as we got out, he handed me back my keys. I locked the car and immediately rushed inside, taking the stairs instead of the elevator. He waited for it, but I beat him to the apartment. By the time he joined me, I dumped my purse on the sofa and was heading for the bathroom. I paused and turned around, my hair flicking over my shoulders. If I see that hedgehog in the living room when I wake up tomorrow, you'll be the one needing an ambulance. Then, I locked myself inside the bathroom and turned the water up to the hottest temperature I could bear. Hallie. OMG, are you okay? Reagan. Noah told me what happened. Do you know? Hallie. Ava, wake up! Reagan. Seriously, wake up now. Hallie. Goddamn her night owl ways. Reagan. We aren't all morning people, little miss Up and Adam. Hallie. I'm sorry for being someone who likes to get stuff done early. Reagan. I'm surprised you're not going to run for president. You'd start and finish a war before breakfast. Hallie. You'd be the first sacrifice. It was too early for their shit. Way, way too early. Me. I'm fine. Thanks for considering your upcoming takeover of the USA before you let me wake up. I grabbed my phone and stumbled into the kitchen. My first stop was the coffee machine. Just because Hallie was a morning person and liked to have me get up and run at 7:30 didn't mean I was myself. I was more of a roll out of bed, throw on some clothes, drink a liter of coffee, and hope I didn't murder anyone kind of person. The coffee machine was like a comfort blanket as it whirred to life. But the blinking of my phone distracted me from my morning best friend. Reagan. Well, it's about time. Me. It's 9:15. You're acting like it's 3 in the afternoon. Hallie. I've already done laundry, gone for a run, and opened the library. Me. Nobody likes a bragger, Hallie. Reagan. At least we know who's going to die first when the zombies attack. Hallie. You two, because I'll be one in an underground bunker with enough canned food to last 3 years. Me. Screw that. I'll join them. Then take you both with me. Hashtag BFFs. Hallie. Stop hashtagging in texts. Reagan. Oh, shit. Here comes the hashtags. Hashtag Team Zombie. Hashtag Zombie Queen Ava. Hashtag Say No to Canned Food. Hashtag Zombies Dig Too. Hashtag We Want Brains. Hashtag We Are Coming For You. Me. You're ridiculous. Hallie. This whole thing is ridiculous. Why haven't we deleted this chat yet? Reagan. We haven't bet on Ava sleeping with Ethan yet. Me. Fuck yourself. Hallie. Even I think that's unlikely. Me. I won't eat your brains if I become a zombie, Hals. Reagan. You're going to live with him and not sleep with him? Really? Hallie. We should probably bet on the likelihood of her murdering him first. Me. I'll put $10 into that. Reagan. You can't bet on yourself. Me. Since when was that a rule? Reagan. Since I just made it. Hallie. You can't just make up rules, Reagan. Reagan. Sure I can. She's either going to murder him or she isn't. It's the same logic as sleeping with him. She's not going to half-fuck him, is she? Me. How would you half-fuck someone? Hallie. Just the tip. Reagan. Finger-pointing emoji. Reagan. Just pretend they wiggle. Me. I think I'm done with this conversation. Hallie. $50 says she won't screw Ethan. Reagan. $50 says at least the tip. Me. I think it's time for new friends.
Chapter 4. Ethan. Roommate warfare. My cock was as solid as a rock. Burying my face into my pillow, I rolled over so I was half on my side and half on my stomach. It meant my cock was half crushed, but it was better than the fucking alternative right now. 2 nights, I'd slept in this apartment for 2 fucking nights and I'd woken up twice with a hard on. Whoever thought living with your best friend's hot-as-fuck little sister was a good idea was a goddamn idiot. It was a shit idea. The worst idea I'd ever had. Not that it had been mine. It had been Leo's. Why I'd ever listened to that prick was beyond me. I didn't believe for a second that the only apartment he could find was a 1-bedroom place. My sister had shown me 2 2-room places after all, but they were both out of my price range as a solo renter. Leo only went for the 1-room place because the girl he wanted to date lived in the building. Since my grandma had moved in with my parents, there was no room for me there either. Which left me living with a stupidly attractive woman, the exact person I couldn't do anything about. It wasn't like I could act on my attraction to Ava. She was my best friend's little sister. She was the one woman in the world who was off limits to me. Leo had never said that. No, he never would. But I had respect for our lifelong friendship. The day I'd agreed to this, I'd sworn to myself that I wouldn't lay a single finger on the raven-haired, snarky-mouthed, curvy-hipped woman who was now my roommate. Then I'd walked in, and she'd murdered me with one look. And it had just made her even hotter. Which was why I was lying here with a raging hard-on. I reached for my phone and pulled up the latest baseball scores. I couldn't give a flying, screeching fuck about baseball, but I needed to think about something other than Ava. I scrolled, and scrolled, and scrolled, but it was fucking useless. It didn't help that I'd held her against me last night, that I'd tucked her into my side to stop her freaking out, and her curves had molded against my body. Fuck. This wasn't going away. Just like it hadn't yesterday morning until I'd gotten into the shower and taken an unhealthily long cold one just to get rid of it. I couldn't do that this morning. Ava was already awake. Her coffee machine was as loud as a herd of dinosaurs and there was no sleeping through it. If I went into the shower and spent 20 minutes in there, she'd get the wrong idea. The last thing I needed was a tongue lashing from her about jerking off in the shower. She bitched at me about enough as it was. Which wasn't really a bad thing. The more we bickered, the less chance there was of anything else happening. Which was definitely not a bad thing. I rolled onto my back and shut my eyes. If this erection didn't disappear in the next 2 minutes, I would have to do something about it. Seriously, this shit was ridiculous. I wasn't fucking 15. I was nearly fucking 30. I'd done my time where uncontrollable erections were concerned. I counted to 50. But no. My cock was still hard, throbbing against my boxer briefs. I had no other option. I had to get rid of it myself. I slid my arm beneath the covers and slipped my hand under my boxers to grasp my cock. It was hot and hard in my grip, and I moved the waistband of my underwear so that I could move freely. Flexing my fingers, I got comfortable in my grip and moved my hand from the base to the tip. I fisted it furiously, grinding my teeth in desperation to get rid of it. It was like tugging on a rope. Nothing was happening. I froze, squeezing my eyes shut. Shit. There was only one way this was really going to disappear, and I already hated myself a little bit for what I was about to do. I imagined Ava. Imagined her lying back on my gray sheets, her black hair a mess on the pillow. Imagined her eyes shining and her cheeks flushed with her full lips in an O as she dug her nails into my shoulders, and I pounded into her. I clamped my jaw shut as tightly as I possibly could. My cock throbbed inside my fist as I imagined her on one side, one of my hands lifting her thigh so I could slip inside her wet pussy, making her gasp. My balls tightened as the image inside my head changed to her on her knees in front of me, her ass in the air, just waiting for me to fuck her hard. Fuck. Fuck. I arched my back, pumping my hand on my cock as hard as I possibly could. My entire body tightened with pained pleasure as my release came, and hot cum spilled out over my hand. I moved my hand slowly until every last drop was out, and I kept a firm grip until my cock softened against my palm. Double fuck. I cleaned off my hand using the already dirty sheets, then did the same to my cock and hip. After getting out of bed, I tugged up my boxers and stripped off all the sheets, then rolled them into a ball to put in the laundry after work. I quickly disappeared into the bathroom before Ava knew I was awake. I needed to shower the shame away. I had no business jerking off to the thought of her naked in front of me. It was never going to happen. Ava Parker was off fucking limits. I'd tell myself that 1,000 times a day if it meant it'd sink in. If only my cock got the memo. Nothing good would come from sleeping with my best friend's little sister. I'd never asked Leo how he'd feel about me pursuing his sister, but I didn't need to. I knew it wouldn't be a conversation that would go well. It would be one that would end with a punch to the face. His punch, my face. And I didn't know what anyone else thought about my nose, but I liked it the way it was. I didn't care what anyone thought about it, for that matter. I locked the door and headed for the shower. After turning it on, I brushed my teeth to let it heat up, then tossed my underwear in the laundry hamper. The hot water of the shower was more enjoyable than it should have been. I felt like shit. I wanted to forget that I'd ever jerked off to the thought of Ava. How the fuck I was going to face her this morning was another question. I had no emotional feelings for her. It was purely sexual. She drove me fucking insane. Her mouth was so smart that if she were ever kidnapped, it'd either save her life or murder her. It'd get her murdered because she was too damn smart. On the other hand, that damn mouth of hers would save her life because the kidnappers would get tired of her shit. I rinsed the soap from my hair and my body. After a moment of savoring the feeling of the water on my skin, I turned off the shower and stepped out. I wrapped a towel around my waist and unlocked the bathroom door to walk into the hallway. The apartment was silent, and I hesitated in the hall. Coffee wouldn't be amiss right now. I didn't know where Ava was, but despite this morning's antics in my bedroom, we had to get used to living together. This meant there was every chance we'd see each other post-shower in nothing but a towel and water droplets. I preferred that she'd see me like this. If I saw her in nothing but a towel and water droplets, I'd need a shower of my own. A fucking freezing one. A sled to the Arctic would work, too. I double-checked the towel around my waist was secure and left the bathroom, walking toward the silent kitchen. Cracking my neck as I went, I also stretched out my arms. Freezing when I saw Ava sitting at the small island in the middle of the open-plan living area. "Morning," I said, clutching the towel knot at my hip. Ava jerked around, and her phone slipped from her right hand. She bolted from the stool, and the phone bounced out of her grip 3 times before she finally managed to get hold of it. Adjusting her bright yellow glasses with one hand, she clutched the phone tightly to her with the other. "Morning." "You're jumpy. Or rather, your phone is." "Shut up." She put the phone on the counter. "Are you not wearing clothes today?" "Nope." I turned on the coffee machine. "I start work at 12 and I just got out of the shower. I didn't know that I had to wear clothes to make coffee." "It would be appreciated." "Would you like some coffee?" "Are you trying to butter me up?" "Is that some kind of sex game you're into?" She reached over and slapped my arm. "You're still wet." I chuckled. That's usually my line. Ava rolled her eyes and leaned against the island. "No, I don't want a coffee, thank you." "Suit yourself." I turned my back to her so I didn't have to look at her anymore. She was unfairly fucking beautiful. Don't get me wrong, right now she was a fucking disaster, but she was a beautiful one. Her black hair was tied into a bun on top of her head, but that bun looked as if a cat had compiled it and Wolverine himself had twisted the hair tie to hold it in place. Behind her glasses, her eyes were bloodshot, and the shadows under them would frighten away a mass murderer, and there was a huge stain on the front of her shirt. I was doing my best to ignore the fact she was braless. Her nipples were way too distracting, and after what I'd just done in my room, it wasn't exactly how I wanted to get the rest of my day underway. "How are you feeling?" I asked. She'd taken last night hard, as anyone would, and despite what she'd tell you, I did care about her feelings. "Fine," she replied shortly, telling me that she was most definitely not fine. Thank God I wasn't stupid enough to question her use of the word fine. "You were talkative this morning?" Apparently I was a little stupid. "Do you want me to junk punch you?" she snapped. I turned, eyebrows raised. Jesus, can't I make conversation? She pursed her lips. Living together was going to be impossible. Look, we need to talk. She put her cup down and rested her hip against the side of the island. She reached up and tucked some of her dark hair behind her ear, then sighed. This is a bad Her phone buzzed on the counter, interrupting her. She snatched it up and groaned when she saw the screen, but she answered it anyway. Hey, she said. What's up? Yeah, he's here. Ava quickly tapped the screen and put the phone on speaker because Reagan's voice filled the kitchen. Hey, Reagan said. Noah just called me from work. He spoke to one of the nurses at the hospital. About that woman from last night? I asked. Yeah, she replied. It was an accidental drug overdose. They gave her some Narcan in the ambulance and saved her life. Was the nurse allowed to say that? No. He flirted it out of her, and yes, I am going to have his balls for that. Ava snorted. You've had them since the day you met. Not the point. I'm not happy. I don't imagine the almost dead woman is happy either, I said before they got too carried away. Thanks for letting us know. Don't mention it. Hey, Ava, I'm slammed at the store this morning and nobody can help me except Aunt Bethel. Can you come down for an hour and watch the register? Ava sighed. Are you going to pay me? I'll give you $10 and buy you lunch. 20, and I want real food, not a sandwich in a Tupperware box like last time. Fine. You've got a deal, only because I don't want any more doctor appointments in the book. The line crackled. Bye, Ethan. Bye, Reagan. I'll see you in 30 minutes, Ava. Reagan hung up. Ava sighed and put her phone down on the island. So much for my day off. I smirked. What did you want to talk about? She waved her hand. It'll have to wait. I need a shower and you need some clothes. I don't need clothes, I called after her. Yes, you do. Before I throw up. Just for that, I didn't go back into my room as I'd planned. Instead, I went over to the sofa and lay back, grabbing the remote to turn on the television. I watched 25 minutes of sports news before Ava came back out from her room. Her black hair was now in a braid that hung over one shoulder, still wet, and she had her phone clutched in her hand. You should know that I'm now the proud owner of a picture of your ballsack. I jerked, immediately covering myself. What? She shrugged. Leverage. Leverage for fucking what? The hedgehog. She smirked. Let the hedgehog run free, and I'll do some freeing of my own. There are laws against that kind of stuff, Ava. Not if my friends happen to accidentally see it and then tell people you severely lack in that department. That's not revenge porn. I glared at her. You want to play this game? All right, let's play. Just because the hedgehog will stay in its cage doesn't mean I can't mess with you in other ways. She pursed her lips. We'll see. With that, she spun around and stalked out of the apartment, kicking the door shut behind her. And I grinned. Messing with her was gonna be fun.
Chapter 5. Ava. Passive-aggressive bullshit. My candles were in the wrong places. I dropped my purse on the sofa and stormed over to the window. Yep, I was right. One of the candles had been moved an inch to the right, and another had been nudged backward. Fucking Ethan. I was going to kill him. All right, so I'd started this with the whole picture of his balls, which didn't exist. But this was just downright mean. Passive, aggressive bullshit. If that was how he wanted to do this, as he said, we'd play. I grew up with a brother. I was used to doing things to piss the other off. If he wanted to move my candles, I'd get back at him in my own way. I knew exactly where to start, too. But I didn't have much time. My hour at the right bouquet had turned into 4 when Preston's car broke down and he couldn't do the deliveries, so Reagan had to. I marched into the kitchen and grabbed hold of the sugar canister. The lid made a popping sound as I pulled it off to look inside. There wasn't a whole lot of sugar in there, so with a nod, I carried it over to the trash can and tipped every last granule into it. I set it on the counter and pulled the tub of salt down from the cupboard. It was fairly new, and I tipped it into the sugar canister until it was a third full like it had been before. I didn't take sugar in my coffee unless I was hungover and needed a kick. Since I had no plans to drink tonight, I knew it'd ruin Ethan's morning tomorrow. I was all about that. I mean, I could ask him to move out, or I could just ruin his life. Since he seemed hell-bent on ruining mine, it'd be rude not to return the favor. I put the lid back on the canister and put it in place between the coffee one and the tea one that was actually full of cookies. Speaking of cookies, I pulled 3 from the jar and replaced the lid. I needed a sugar hit after the day I'd had, and also needed to decide what to make for dinner. Did I have to cook for Ethan too? Or were we each responsible for our own food? I cooked too much food all the time. A bit like the people who cooked pasta for 2 but made enough to feed an entire classroom. I was like that, but with everything. It didn't really explain why I made 6 enchiladas for myself every time, but whatever. A perusal of the fridge turned up not a whole lot, but as far as enchiladas went, I had everything for those. I fetched my phone from my purse and pulled up Ethan's number. Me. What time do you finish work? Definitely 5? His response was swift. Ethan. Yeah, 5. Why? Me. I'm making enchiladas. Did you want some? Ethan. Are you going to poison me? Me. Even if I were, why would I tell you? Ethan. To be nice? Me. Murderers don't give advance notice. Me. Nor are they nice. Me. Can you answer the question? Ethan. I don't know if I trust you not to poison me. Me. To paraphrase the beast, then go ahead and fucking starve. Ethan. If you're talking about the Disney dude, I don't think he said fucking. Me. That's why I said paraphrase. Ethan. Right. Me. Look, I'm going to make a ton anyway because I make too much of everything, but I was asking to be nice. Ethan. I'd love enchiladas, as long as you don't poison me. Me. If you don't fucking shut up, I'll bludgeon you in your sleep. Ethan. That's fine. I have great dreams. I'll die happy. Me. Weirdo. I put my phone down and got to preparing dinner. Cooking was soothing to my soul, and I felt entirely at home in the kitchen. More than anywhere else, actually. It was my happy place. I diced the chicken and tossed it into the pan, then sliced the vegetables. By the time it was all done, and I had the sauce made, the front door opened, and Ethan walked in. He froze in the doorway. What? I asked, glancing at him over my shoulder. Nothing. It smells better than I thought. Yeah, well, they do say that most people can't smell cyanide. Funny, he drawled, dragging the word out. I might order in instead. I rolled my eyes and grabbed the tortillas, slicing the packaging open with a knife. God only knew I'd made enough fillings for all of them, so I was going to cook all of them. Ethan disappeared into his room, and I finished making the enchiladas. The oven was hot, so I put the dish inside it and closed the door. It already smelled amazing, and I was a little gutted that I had to put the dishes in the dishwasher. I wanted to lick the pan. Just a little. Hey, some people ate cake mix from the bowl. I wanted to lick enchilada sauce from the pan. We all had our vices. By the time Ethan rejoined me, the kitchen was clean and I'd wiped down all the counters. Wow. You got fairies who do that? I shook my head as he pulled a bottle of beer from the fridge. Yes, me. He held a bottle of beer out to me, but I shook my head. Did you help Reagan for the rest of the day? How did you? I stopped. Of course he'd know about Preston's car. He worked at the only garage in town. Since his uncle owned it, he had a standing job there whenever he came home. Never mind. Yeah, I got back just after 4. Did you fix his car? Ethan took a long drink from his beer, then shook his head. No. We had to order in a new exhaust pipe. A new exhaust pipe? How do you break an exhaust pipe? When it gets loaded with rocks and pizza crusts? I don't really know how to respond to that. Yeah, well, neither did we until Hallie hunted down the raccoons and found 3 empty pizza boxes hidden in a bush. I frowned. Let me guess. Boris? Ethan nodded. Fuck knows what happened, but that raccoon sounds like he should be in jail. He was not wrong about that. Hard time would probably do that animal some good. Readjust his priorities and all that. Probation at the very least. Why would he put pizza crusts in the exhaust pipe? I asked, pulling a bottle of wine from the fridge. That's the weirdest, most random thing I've ever heard in my life. He shrugged. I don't know. I don't speak raccoon. And apparently, he ran off when Hallie demanded answers. Does she know raccoons don't speak English? It's something we're working on, I replied vaguely. Seriously, she does, but that doesn't mean she's going to stop talking to them. Has anyone ever told her that she's really weird? Yes, every day. She couldn't give a shit. Fair enough. Ethan cough-laughed and rubbed his hand over his lips. But yeah, it looks like Boris has something against Preston and took revenge in his car. I don't buy it. I mean, Boris is a raging fucking asshole. But how would he even know to put stuff in the exhaust? I paused. Then again, this is Boris, and raccoons are crazy smart. Smarter than we give them credit for. This is vindictive ex-girlfriend shit, though. Ethan flattened his hands on the island and leaned forward. A guy I worked with a couple of years ago in Dallas broke up with his girlfriend when she caught him cheating on her. And shit, man. She went apeshit. I think there's a video of her defacing his car on the internet somewhere. I blinked at him. He broke her trust. Breaking his car seems like a perfectly reasonable revenge method to me. And remind me to warn every man ever away from you. Not all of them. Only the cheaters. But then you'd be doing me a favor. I shrugged and crossed to the oven to check on the food. Look, there are crazy bitches out there. I'm not one of them, luckily for everyone in my path. I gave him a pointed look. Don't you have a picture of my ball sack on your phone because I let the hedgehog out once? That's crazy bitch territory in my opinion. I shrugged. I wasn't going to tell him I didn't actually have it. I'm vindictive, not crazy. You say that like it's an upgrade. Sure it is. I won't key your car or smash your windows with a brick, but I will make sure everyone knows you and your 3-inch dick can only get off to the gay porn I found in your internet history. There is no gay porn in my internet history. Yet. You're a little scary, do you know that? I grinned, lifting my wine glass to my mouth. Just reminding you of what I'm capable of if you ever move my fucking candles again. He raised 2 fingers to his temple and saluted me. Your obsession with those candles is weird. I told you, I like them just so. They're symmetrical. I like symmetry. Well, that explains the cutlery drawer. I opened the oven again and side-eyed him. There's nothing wrong with an orderly cutlery drawer. Do you have OCD? What? Because I like things a certain way? I set a 3-minute timer on the oven and faced him. No, OCD is way too overused for people who just like things a certain way. I can enjoy organization and order without having a genuine disorder that shouldn't be thrown about as trivially as it is these days. Yes, I thrive on things being in the places they're supposed to be in. And I like to make sure everything has its place. But that's all it is. All right, Dr. Phil, calm down. Watch yourself, or I'll find you a place 6 feet under. Your death threats are getting more and more frequent. And they only happen after you say something stupid. Isn't it funny how that works? Living with you is a pleasure I didn't know I needed to experience in my life, Ava. Aw, that's sweet. Living with you is the nightmare I normally wake up from. The oven timer beeped, and I jabbed the button to make it stop. Then turned off the oven. I grabbed the oven mitts and removed the dish, setting it on top of the wooden cutting board. Ethan got up and set 2 plates down on the counter, and I thanked him with a smile before I put 2 enchiladas on each plate. Only 2? I peered over at him. You want another? Another 2, he replied. There are 4 in there, unless anyone else is coming for dinner. I told you when I texted you that I always make too much food. I put 2 more enchiladas on his plate. Are you really going to eat 4? Are you really going to eat only 2? Look, taking another one into my bedroom to eat at 11:30 in bed is my prerogative, and I'd like you to keep your judging to yourself. I poked my tongue out at him and took my plate over to the sofa. I grabbed hold of the remote and pointed it at the TV. Whoa, what are we watching? He sat on the floor in front of the sofa and put his plate on the coffee table. I'm not watching some girly shit. I'm not watching sports, I retorted. I was going to turn on Netflix. Yeah, but for what? I don't know. I haven't turned it on yet. Well, get on with it. I kicked him. Tell me what to do again and see where that gets you. Yes, Mom. I kicked him again. You know, because I could. I turned on Netflix and selected my profile. I see you wasted no time in setting up your own profile. Nope. I took one look at your girly shit and bounced right out of your profile, Ethan said around a mouthful of food. Damn, this is good. Thank you, for both the compliment and not sullying my profile with your bullshit shows. I scrolled to the section that had the shows I'd added to my list and rolled through them. I paused at Forensic Files, where I was halfway through season 6. What's that? Ethan asked. What it says on the screen, I replied. It's murder cases. Not girly shit? Does it look like it's fucking Mean Girls? No, but you do. I wish I'd poisoned your guacamole, I muttered, starting the show. He peered over and grinned, his cheeks puffed out like hamster cheeks with the food he still had shoved in his mouth. The man was attractive as fuck, but this was not a look he wanted on a dating site. Or anywhere. Hell, I didn't want it in my living room. Don't do that, I said, stabbing my enchilada with a fork. It's not a good look for you. He sighed. Always crushing my dreams. You have no idea. I mixed the cherry yogurt into the berry granola in my bowl, splattering yogurt everywhere. Honestly, it was no wonder I was single. The counter looked as though I'd given a 6-month-old baby a spoon and asked them to feed a goldfish. A dead goldfish. I grabbed a cloth to clean up my mess and yawned. It was Sunday, which meant there'd be football games back-to-back all day long, from the early afternoon at least. But it also meant I'd be in work early since yesterday was my day off. Not that it had mattered to Reagan, but she paid more per hour than Lucky's, so I digress. I just wanted Ethan to wake up before I went to work. I wanted to see the results of my sugar-salt switch for myself. I'd video it, but I didn't want to tip him off that I was up to something. I was fully aware that I was potentially starting a war here. The problem was, I didn't care. Not a damn bit. I knew he'd retaliate one way or another, and that it would be worse than just nudging my candles. Switching salt for sugar was pretty savage, after all. Especially since we had no sugar left, so he'd have to go out to get coffee. Poor baby. A door opened from down the hall, and I cradled my bowl against my chest as I ate. Ethan stepped into view, his hand covering his mouth as he yawned. His dark blonde hair was a mess, sticking up at all angles, and he was wearing nothing but a faded pair of sweatshorts. It was annoying. I didn't need to perv on him while I ate my breakfast. Biceps and a 6-pack weren't appropriate morning viewing, thank you very much. He reached his hand down his shorts and scratched his balls. I cleared my throat. He jerked around, bashing his elbow on the fridge. Shit. He rubbed at it. Good morning, I replied. Good morning. He hit the button on the coffee machine to turn it on. You appear to have lost your t-shirt. And your nipples appear to be trying to break out of yours. I adjusted so they were covered by my arms. Kinda. Why are you looking at my boobs? Why are you looking at my chest? I can hardly miss it. There you go, then. He pulled a mug down from the cupboard completely unbothered and put it under the spout and set the coffee to pour. It was happening. I dropped my gaze to my bowl and shoveled a huge spoonful into my mouth. It was too much, and I had to spit some out into the trash so I didn't choke to death. Discretion was not one of my great abilities, and a poker face was not something I possessed. Ethan side-eyed me, giving me a look that said he was wondering what the hell was wrong with me. I'd been asked many times. I still didn't know the answer. Ethan spooned sugar into his mug 3 times, added the cream, and stirred. He left the creamer on the side as he lifted the mug and took 2 huge mouthfuls. He coughed immediately, throwing the full mug into the sink where it clattered against the stainless steel, and hot coffee splashed all over the tiles. I put down my bowl. What's wrong? The look he gave me was murderous. Did you switch out the fucking sugar for salt? I have no idea what you're talking about, I replied, picking up my water to take a drink. He snatched the bottle from me before I had a chance and glugged down half the water. He slammed it onto the counter and stuck his tongue out, disgust etching into his expression. With a shudder, he stormed off toward the bathroom, and the tap in there roared to life. I laughed silently into my hand. Oh man, this was so worth whatever was coming my way as revenge. Famous last words, probably, but whatever. Fucking salt, Ethan said from the bathroom. Fucking Ava. I pressed both hands over my mouth to hide my laughter. Yep, he was pissed. He stomped back into the kitchen, eyes narrowed. You think you're funny, don't you? Generally, no, I replied, dropping my hands. But right now? Absolutely. This is the best morning I've had in a long time. He pinched the bridge of his nose and looked up at the ceiling. Then slowly, he walked over to me and stopped just inches in front of me. He was still shirtless, and I swore I could feel the anger just emanating off him. Ava, he said in a low voice, you just started a battle. You can't win. Jerking my chin up in defiance, I met his burning, blue gaze. I wouldn't be so sure about that. He held eye contact for the longest moment before he finally said, We'll see about that. Chapter 6. Ava. Sibling Rivalries. You actually put salt in the sugar jar? Reagan raised her voice to be heard over the sound of the entire bar roaring with delight as the Panthers scored a touchdown. I winced at the noise and waited until they'd stopped hollering like Neanderthals to respond. Yep, apparently we're now at war. Hallie wrinkled her nose. What are you going to do next? That's a pretty savage move. I don't know how else you can really get at him. You still have the ball sack card, right? Reagan asked, dipping her fries in ketchup. We were tucked away in the corner of the bar while I was on my break, and since it was 5:30, we'd all decided on a slightly early dinner. I do, I said, putting down my burger and wiping my mouth. I swallowed and continued. But that's only for use with the hedgehog. Otherwise, I need to come up with some ideas and fast. Steal the insoles from all his shoes while he sleeps, she said immediately. Hallie nodded. You can also go through the cookies and take one bite out of every single one. Works on just about anything. Have you done that? I asked, grinning. She dabbed the corner of her mouth with her napkin. It's the last time Preston touches my candy. Reagan smirked. I pulled my glasses off and used the bottom of my shirt to clean the lens. All right, so that's 2, but I really need more than just that. I get the feeling this is going to be painful for me. I need to return that in spades. My friends both nodded. We ate in silence for a few minutes before Reagan clapped her hands. Switch the toothpaste out for shaving cream. I screwed up my face. I think he'll notice that, though. The texture is completely different. Hallie nodded. That's a basic one. He'll be looking for that. You need something more discreet. Take all the batteries so we can't use anything? Reagan suggested. I shook my head. Far too risky that he'll retaliate in the same way. I don't think he knows about the vibrator yet, but I don't want to risk it. Hallie shook her head, her blonde bob brushing against her cheeks. File it away anyway. It's a last resort kind of passive-aggressive attack. Reagan nodded. So they're stealing insoles, biting one of every of his favorite snack, and maybe stealing all the batteries? You could also hide all his charge cords. What if they have the same cord? Hallie asked. I don't think we do, I replied. His phone is newer than mine. I think the adapter is different. Okay, so there's also that. That should get you through the week. He's not going to retaliate right away. Reagan picked up her Pepsi and sipped. He's going to lull you into a false sense of security and attack. I did used to do this with Leo. Yeah, but that's the problem. He's got your brother on his side. He's going to know all your tricks by the end of the day. Unless you call Angelica. I paused. I hadn't thought about calling Ethan's sister. We didn't speak that much, but I knew she'd gotten married last year and was about to have a baby. She was always nice when I saw her in passing. And as someone's sister myself, I knew how satisfying it was to piss off your brother. I don't have her number, and I'm pretty sure she's on maternity leave, I said. Either of you have any ideas? Hallie shook her head. Reagan pulled her straw from her glass and sucked air through it, making a bubbling noise. She tapped the end against her lips. Doesn't her husband come in here every week? I'm pretty sure Noah said something about them seeing him here on Friday. That doesn't help me, it's Sunday. No, I think he comes in to watch the games. He's from New York, so he's a Jets fan. But he also watches the Panthers. He's probably here right now. Isn't Angelica literally about to give birth? Hallie raised an eyebrow. I'd castrate your brother if he left me to watch football and I was going to have a baby. Have you discussed impregnating yourself with the lesser strain of the Wright family DNA? Reagan responded with an eyebrow raise of her own. The look my blonde best friend shot at my purple-haired one was withering. Not at this time, no. I think the raccoons are enough questionable DNA, thank you. One day we'd all stay on track of a conversation. Okay, I've never met her husband, so... Anyone? I asked, drawing the conversation back to the point at hand. Can you see him? They both craned their necks and looked around the bar until Reagan squeaked. He's by the bar! Which one is he? I sat up to see. The guy with the dark hair, black t-shirt laughing right now? I had him. I got him. Okay, I'm gonna go get her number. You're just gonna walk right up to him? Hallie's eyes widened. Yeah, I'm not a magician. I can't just pluck her number from his cell phone. Plus, I have to get back to work. I smiled and stood up, waving goodbye to them. I made my way through the people and back to the bar right before the husband disappeared, and I lost him for the night. Excuse me, I called, reaching for him. He turned, 2 beers in each hand. His eyes flitted across my face before recognition shone in his gaze. Hey, you're Ava, right? You live with Ethan. He lives with me, I muttered before I could stop myself. He laughed. Sorry, I grimaced. It's automatic. Yeah, I'm Ava. You're Angelica's husband, right? He nodded. Shane, I'd shake your hand, but... He held up the bottles. Don't worry. I was wondering, could I get her number? Shane's eyebrows shot up. Why do you need her number? Because Ethan and I appear to be in some kind of passive-aggressive roommate war, and I want to win. He hesitated for all of a second before he burst out laughing. I can't say that's what I was expecting you to say, but it's probably the best thing she'll hear all week. I grinned. So you don't mind? I can't give you her number, but why don't you give me yours? I'll give it to her later and tell her to text you. That would be awesome! I'm behind the bar and it looks like this quarter is starting, so do you just want to come get it at some point? I'm here until 8. He glanced up at the screen above the bar. Let me put these on the table and I'll write it down for you. I'm going to forget otherwise. He returned the smile and turned, disappearing into the crowd. I tucked myself back behind the bar and served a customer. It looked as if everyone was trying to get drinks before the game restarted, and I had to clear 5 people before I could slip to the end of the bar to where Shane was waiting. I held up 2 fingers and turned to the register where I pressed a button to make some of the receipt paper come out. Grabbing a pen, I wrote down my name and number and handed it to Shane. "Thanks," I said. "I really appreciate it." He grinned. "Not as much as she will. I swear she lives to piss him off." Ethan's best friend is my brother. I feel that. "Aw, shit. Leo. That's why you looked familiar to me." He paused when I wrinkled my face. "But you definitely got the better genes." I laughed. "Nice save. I'll put in a good word with Angelica." "Always appreciated." He winked, then held up the piece of paper. "I'll give it to her when I get home." "Thanks. I have to get back to work. Let me know if you all need anything." Shane did as he promised because I managed to slip out of the apartment the next day before Ethan had gotten out of the shower. Angelica had insisted we meet for breakfast. I was a little apprehensive, but she'd sent entirely too many laughing face emojis for me to be too nervous. I got the impression she was bored with maternity leave and needed something to amuse her, and if pissing off Ethan was that thing, well, who was I to deny a pregnant lady some enjoyment? I was no monster, let that be known. A salty, vengeful bitch? Yes. Monster? No. If Angelica really wanted to help, I had an obligation to let her. You know, it was like the sister code. Pissing off brothers was an art form, and it was our duty to pass that knowledge on to the next generation of sisters. It didn't matter that Angelica was older than Ethan. It was all fair game as far as I was concerned. I pushed open the door to my old workplace and stepped into the cooler air of the cafe. It was quiet for a Monday morning, mostly full of people who were there to grab a quick coffee and maybe a pastry to eat at work. I glanced around, but it didn't look like Angelica was there yet. I took a table by the front window and settled in, waiting for her to show up. It didn't take her long. She was instantly recognizable, by not only the baby bump, but because her hair was the exact shade of dark blonde that Ethan's was. Dark blue eyes, too similar to his, scanned the room and landed on me. Her face broke out into a huge grin, and she beelined for me. "Ava!" Her outstretched arm said she was coming in for a hug, so I stood and accepted the one she happily offered me. It was nice to know she wasn't the asshole that Ethan was. "What are we drinking?" she asked, taking a seat. "Will you judge me if I get a latte?" "You're here because I want to piss off your brother. You can drink what you like." She grinned. "Don't tell Shane. He doesn't like me drinking coffee, but 1 latte a week isn't going to kill me. It's basically a hot coffee milkshake. Do you mind if I eat? I haven't had anything yet and I'm dying for a cheese Danish." Oh my God, she was so alive. She was carrying a literal person around and she was still more likable than I was on a Monday morning. "Go ahead. I can go in to order it if you'd like." She blew out a long breath and rested a hand on her stomach. "Would you? God, you're so nice. And Ethan said you weren't." "He would," I murmured, making her laugh. The sound of her laughter carried me up to the counter. I ordered her latte and cheese Danish, adding a second pastry for me and a regular coffee. Paula, the girl who worked behind the counter, and my ex-manager, added the employee discount of 20% with a wink and told me she'd bring it over when it was all ready. Thanking her, I headed back to the table. "So, you're in a war with my brother." "About as close as 2 20-something millennials can get without throwing avocado toast at each other." Angelica snorted. "Oh, please, everyone knows we millennials can't afford avocados." "That. Totally that. They were expensive, man." "Well, yeah." I laughed and leaned forward on the table. "He brought the hedgehog to the apartment without telling me. Oh, Jesus. And I kind of have a thing about small animals that aren't cats or dogs." I gave her a brief explanation of the anti-hedgehog chat. "Anyway, on Saturday I found he'd moved my candles. I know it was deliberate because he's desperate to get under my skin because I banned Mr. Prick. Mr. Prickles. Oh, I know I did that deliberately." She laughed. "Go on." "So before he got home on Saturday, I switched the sugar out for salt." Angelica's grin was evil. pure evil and riddled with satisfaction. He takes 3 sugars in his coffee. And apparently 2 rounds of teeth brushing, a bottle of water, and numerous curse words. She nodded slowly, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Excellent! I'm here for that kind of brutality. So, what do you need my help with? Right then, our coffees and pastries were brought over. I took mine, and Angelica got started on her Danish, as if it was going to grow legs and jump off the table. I guess pregnancy made people crazy. Hell, I felt like that about food in general. So if she only felt like that because she was pregnant, then she had more self-control than I did. Okay, I know Ethan has to have a weakness somewhere. I can do all these silly things to him in response to what he's going to do to me, but I want to get under his skin. Angelica nodded, dabbing at her mouth with her napkin. I get that. He and I had some intense fights growing up, so he's not going to be easy to get at. If you want to really get at him, you're going to need to find his weak spot. Exactly! I feel like I've thought of everything with Hallie and Reagan's help. Toothpaste for shaving cream, shampoo for hair removal cream, biting into all his snacks, sugar for salt, stealing the insoles of his shoes. She choked on her latte. That's being saved for the next time my husband pisses me off. You're welcome, I replied. Stupid shit like that, you know? It's what he's going to do to me, little things that are just goddamn inconvenient. But if he replaces my shampoo with my hair removal cream, I'm going to chop off his balls with a butter knife and choke him on them. Totally reasonable, she nodded slowly. Okay, so other little things. If you don't use cable, you could cancel it. It will make him rage. I don't use it, I admitted. I usually watch Netflix and Prime Video, and I've been toying with getting a Hulu subscription. There you go. While you're there, delete his Netflix profile on your account so he has to start his list again. How do you know he has a Netflix profile on mine? Because he hasn't logged into my account for at least 4 days, so I figure he's using yours. Huh. Yeah. What a jerk. You're preaching to the choir, sister. Her lips pulled to one side. This way, he'll probably get a Hulu subscription and pay for it so you can use that. I like the way you think. She grinned. You'd feel the same about your brother. Probably. All right, so I have all these now, and I'm totally canceling my cable for what it's worth. I wiped the grease from my Danish off my fingers. There has to be something else, right? Angelica frowned. Like what? His big issue. I don't know, his crux, the thing that stymies him. His Achilles heel, I guess. His Achilles heel? Yeah, the one thing that really gets to him. There has to be something that really gets under his skin, isn't there? Angelica took a long drink of her latte and set it down. Slowly, she sat back and linked her fingers over her bump, her blue gaze firmly locked onto mine. You want to know? Yes! What is Ethan's Achilles heel? Her throat bobbed, and she said one word in response. You.
Chapter 7. Ethan. Salty as fuck. Literally. I wiped my face with the nearest cloth and quickly dropped it to the floor. It was covered in oil, and I knew it had done more damage than good to my face. Shit. I ducked into the staff bathroom and scrubbed at my face. I didn't know who the idiot was that made oil and water repel each other, but I wanted to have words with them right now. Yesterday it was salt in my coffee. Now it was oil on my face after cleaning up. Shit. It had been one of the longest Mondays in the history of the world, and I was so fucking glad it was over. I grabbed my stuff from the staff room, and after waving goodbye to my uncle and the other guys in the garage who were finishing up with an oil change for an elderly lady, I slipped out of the side door and headed toward my car. I needed to come up with a way to get back at Ava. I swore I could still taste the salt if I touched my tongue to the roof of my mouth. Yep, I could. No amount of scrubbing and mouthwash was going to get rid of it. It was going to haunt my fucking dreams, which was fitting since Ava was already doing that. I pulled out of the parking lot and turned in the direction of the store. There had to be something in the grocery store that would give me inspiration to pay her back for the salt. That, and I needed to buy more sugar. And a safe for my sugar, just in case. I pulled into an empty spot near the entrance and grabbed a cart on my way in. We'd never discussed how this would work. Did we split the bill? Did we buy our own food? What about shared meals? I stopped and pulled my phone out of my pocket to text her. Me. Do you need anything from the store? There, I was being a nice person even though she didn't deserve it. My phone rang almost immediately, Ava's name flashing on the screen. Why are you calling me? I asked as soon as I answered. Because I'm at work and it's quicker to argue this way, she replied without missing a beat. Yes, there are things we need. We're out of toilet paper, plus we need milk, eggs, bananas, and Lucky Charms cereal. Not a lot then, I said dryly. All right. Anything else? Yes. Sugar. Hold the phone, we've got a comedian on our hands. Ava sniggered. I have to get back to work. I'll give you some money later. Bye. The line went dead, and I put the phone back in my pocket. Everything except the cereal was pretty standard, and I wasn't going to take her money for it. It wasn't like she'd asked me to buy her shampoo or whatever lived down the lady aisle. That was an aisle I wasn't going to walk down. I loaded the cart with everything we needed, doubling back to get her cereal. By the time I was done at the register, I was more than $100 lighter and had adulted so hard that it was a shame I was driving and couldn't drink a beer in the car. I drove back to the apartment and pulled into an empty spot. I almost pulled into Ava's designated one, but knowing her, she'd take my car keys, move the car, then hide my keys. I had to pick my battles better than that. I grabbed all the bags and headed upstairs to the apartment. I almost dropped one, but good old-fashioned determination and the handles slicing into my fingers got me to the front door. After spending a good minute fumbling with the keys, I let myself into the apartment and dumped the bags on the floor. It took 15 minutes to put it all away, mostly because I still wasn't totally familiar with the kitchen. That was the last time I spent that much on food. I picked up the last item, the Lucky Charms, and put them on top of the fridge where she kept the other cereal. And froze. People ate Lucky Charms for one reason. The marshmallows. A grin spread across my face. Yeah, this was the appropriate fucking revenge, all right. She was gonna lose her shit and I was gonna laugh my fucking ass off. I grabbed the box back down and hunted the cupboards for a plastic mixing bowl. Locating one in one of the bottom cupboards, I put it on the island and emptied the entire box into the bowl. One by one, I picked out the marshmallows, putting them in a plastic Tupperware container until the mixing bowl was full of marshmallow-less cereal. She was going to kill me. I carefully put the cereal back into the box, closed it up, and put it on top of the fridge. It was the only box there, so I knew she'd open this one tomorrow. God, I hoped she woke up before I left for work. I'd be late if it meant I could see her face. It was, hands down, the most passive-aggressive thing I'd ever done in my life, right along with the gentle nudging of her candles. Man, that pissed her off. I laughed to myself as I went into my room. Mr. Prickles was asleep, so I refilled his water and left him alone. I still didn't know how I'd ended up the owner of a hedgehog. It was definitely my mom's fault, though. That much I did know. I checked my phone and, instead of cooking, ordered a pizza, happy with my payback. Why is the spiky pig sitting in my shoe? I looked up from the article I was reading on my phone and over at the door. Mr. Prickles was indeed sitting in one of her running shoes, and he was staring at her, almost taunting her. Maybe it's comfortable. I wouldn't run in shoes that weren't, she replied, putting her glasses on. But that's mine. So go and move him. I picked up my cup of coffee and sipped. I'm not touching it. They have fleas. Wild ones, sure. He gets flea treatment. Flea treatment? Dear God, Ethan. She pulled the Lucky Charms down from the top of the fridge. Did you open these? I nodded. I bought them. I told you I'd give you some money. I'm sure I can part with $2 or $3 for some cereal I'm going to eat, too. I peered up at her as she grabbed a bowl. Fine. She opened the box and tipped it. A yawn scrunched her face up. and she almost spilled the cereal all over the island, but she caught herself before that happened. She froze. What's wrong? Is there a spider in there or something? There are no marshmallows. She was looking down at the bowl as if it were an algebra textbook. It was fucking adorable. They're the best bit. Did yours have marshmallows? My lips twitched. I said I opened it. I never said I ate some. Her pink lips parted, and I swore I could see the moment realization dawned on her. You! Yes, sunshine? You took out all the marshmallows. Did I? You know damn well you did. She shook the box of Lucky Charms at me. What kind of fucking savage are you? A vengeful one. I lifted my mug to my lips. I told you this was war, Ava. It's not my fault if you didn't listen to me. She grabbed a handful of the cereal and let it fall through her fingers into the bowl. This is some passive-aggressive bullshit. I thought you meant, like, actual war, not this. Well, you should have thought about that before you put salt in the sugar jar. You should have thought about it before you moved my candles. Yeah, you're right. They're totally comparable. Ethan, she snapped, shoving the bowl in my direction. This is brutal. What did you do with the marshmallows? I grinned. I ate them. You ate all the marshmallows? Horror flashed across her features. What kind of a sick bastard are you? Again, a vengeful one. What am I supposed to eat for breakfast now? Something not aimed at getting kids addicted to sugar before they're fully capable of wiping their own asses, I suggested. Like fruit or granola or even toast. No, I wanted Lucky Charms. She huffed, and without another word, took her bowl and the now apparently ruined box of cereal and dumped it all in the trash. Literally all. Even the bowl. Did you mean to drop the bowl in there, too? I asked, raising an eyebrow. The pout her lips formed told me she did not. I laughed. You should probably get that back out. She made a noise that sounded a bit like an angry chicken before she reached into the trash can and pulled out her bowl. I'm going to get you back for this. You can try. I don't need to. I already know I can. I spoke to your sister. She smirked. And now it really is game on. My sister? Oh, shit. Angelica knew way too much, like how I had a very inappropriate attraction to Ava. I didn't think she was stupid enough to tell her that, but there was every chance she would. There was probably some shit from when we were younger that she still had to pay me back for. All right, then I'll talk to Leo, I countered. Do it. Ava grabbed an apple. He's got less imagination than this apple. She bit into it, the crunch filling the room, and swept past me to go to her room. I clicked my tongue and grabbed my phone. Me. Need to piss off your sister, help. He replied quickly. Leo. Isn't living with her already doing that? Me. We're in a passive-aggressive fight. Leo. Normally I'd suggest sleeping with her and running out before she wakes up, but you'd have to go home after. Me. You're suggesting I sleep with your sister? Leo. Not specifically, just a general thought. Me. Help me. I stole all the marshmallows out of the cereal and now she might be assembling an army in her room. Leo. That's cruel as fuck, dude. Me. Exactly why I think she's gathering an army. Leo. Steal one of all her socks so she can't find a pair. I did that when I was 15 and she fucking murdered me. Me. At least it'll mean I win. Leo. True. Leo. You could always leave the hedgehog in her room. Me. Then she'll kill the hedgehog. Leo. A worthy sacrifice. Me. No. Leo. Put empty bottles back in the fridge every time she takes them out. Me. That's cruel. I like it. Leo. Yeah. So. When are you going to admit you have feelings for her? Me. No feelings. Not that kind. Leo. Yeah, okay. Me. No feelings. Leo. The more you protest, the less I believe you. Me. I gotta go to work. Leo. Avoidance is a stage of denial. Me. I'll punch you in the nose, avoid that. Leo. I will, you punch like a fairy. Me. Thanks for the help. Leo. No problem. By the way, mission accomplished. She just texted me telling you what a fucking sadistic prick you are. Me. I'll sleep with one eye open tonight. Leo. My advice? Don't sleep.
Chapter 8. Ava. It's on, bitches. Marshmallows were such an irrational thing to be angry about. I knew that. Everyone knew that. I didn't even have the excuse that I was on my period anymore. Nope, the monthly notification of not having a human being forming in my uterus was over. The problem was, everyone knew you didn't buy Lucky Charms for the cereal. It was for the marshmallows. They literally sold just a box of those, which was what I was now eating as I sat at the table in the library. The little kids were all kind of staring at me. It was a little scary. No wonder people were genuinely afraid of them. I had, however, swiftly enacted my revenge in the form of a double hit. I was no longer paying for cable, and I'd not only deleted Ethan's profile from my Netflix account, but I'd changed the password too, and logged out. Everywhere. Everywhere. I chuckled to myself as I shoveled a handful of marshmallows into my mouth. You know, Hallie said, buttoning up her jacket as she approached me, it's really weird that you're just sitting there eating those from the box. Are you okay? Do you need an intervention? Nope. I threw a few more into my mouth, then explained the events of the morning and how I had retaliated. She nodded her head as she pushed open the door to the library. Seems fair. I think what he did was basically treason. Agreed. I hugged the box tight to my chest. Anyway, that's today's update. It's getting brutal. What else did Angelica tell you? Surely there's something you can do to really piss him off. I sighed. There is, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. She frowned. What do you mean? She said I'm his Achilles heel. What? Apparently he has an attraction to me that he keeps secret. Hallie stopped in the middle of the street. Well, that works, considering you're in love with him. I'm not in love with him, I lied. But I don't know what to do with this information. Use it to your advantage, obviously. She started walking again. Don't wear a bra at home. Wear little shorts. Drop something and pick it up in front of him. If he's really attracted to you that badly, he'll lose it. I frowned, pushing open the door to the diner. I don't know. That just seems like the easiest possible way I could make a fool out of myself. Ava, you were just sitting in the library in the middle of the day eating Lucky Charms marshmallows from the box. No offense, but you're not exactly the epitome of being a lady. Hallie gave me a pointed look as we sat at a table for two people. Also, it was really annoying that she was right. Okay, so you have a point, I started. Naturally. But it seems like a terrible idea. The marshmallows or the sexy thing? The sexy thing! The marshmallows are never a bad idea. I put the box on the table. I mean, it's not like I wear a bra all the time anyway, but I don't wear little shorts when he's around, and I certainly don't snap and bend to pick things up. Bend and snap. What? The move is bend and snap. I don't really care, I said honestly. I'm not going to do it. I'll probably fall and break my elbow or something. Hallie rolled her eyes. What then? If you have feelings for him, and he's attracted to you, the fact that you're roommates is seriously problematic. I put my elbows on the table and rested my chin in my hands. It's already problematic. I had to get hedgehog shit out of my sneakers this morning before I could run. You ran without me? Look at you getting fit and shit. I gave her a withering smile. That's what you took from that? She sighed and leaned forward. Look, you and Ethan living together was a terrible idea, Ava. You don't even need me to tell you that, but I don't get it. You've had feelings for him for years, and now you found out he's attracted to you. I shifted in the chair. Why don't you just mess with him and see if he breaks? If he doesn't, no harm done. If he does, you don't know what might happen. We're not you and Preston, I argued. Ethan and I don't get along for the most part, and I like it like that. Even though we live together now, we're not really nice to each other. We're just civil. We don't see each other half the time because of work. You're just making a long list of excuses. No. Yes. The point is, if I try and be all Jessica Rabbit, something is going to go wrong. Worse than a hedgehog using your shoe as a toilet? Worse than a hedgehog using my shoe as a toilet, I confirmed. Honestly, I don't want him to be attracted to me. Now I'm constantly going to be worrying about what he's thinking about me. He's probably terrified of what you're going to do next. I've already done it. He doesn't know that. I think you should have waited for a few days, built the suspense. I'm not writing a book, Hallie. I'm just trying to piss him off. I'm not even going to be passive about this one. Just aggressive. She put her menu down. Ava, you have the aggressive of a newborn kitten. I pursed my lips. You and Reagan are dreadful at being supportive friends. Yeah, pretty much. So what are we eating? We need to talk. Ethan slammed his hands down on the bar. I looked over at him. I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to wait until I've served these customers. They were here first. Anger flashed in his eyes. Ava. What can I get you, sir? I asked a balding, portly man who already had his wallet out. He gave me his order of 2 beers, and I took my sweet-ass time pouring them from the tap and serving them to him. I repeated this 4 times, making one of the women laugh when she realized what I was doing. I winked at her as I set the last gin and tonic down on the tray. After taking her money, I rang up the order on the register. Slowly. She laughed as I handed her the change. She shook her head and whispered, Ex-boyfriend? No, I whispered happily. My roommate who just found out I canceled my cable. Her laugh carried her over to the table. I put the tip in my jar, and after making a big show of wiping down the bar and taking so long someone else came up for a drink, I finally gave Ethan my attention. Would you like your usual, sir? I asked brightly, giving him my best customer service smile. He licked his lips. What happened to the TV? What do you mean? I frowned. It was fine when I left. You know exactly what I mean. If I knew, I wouldn't have asked, would I? He tightened his jaw. Cable, Ava. There's no fucking cable, and I can't get into Netflix. Oh. I dragged the word out as long as I could. Slowly, I nodded my head. That. Yes. Why isn't there any cable? That would be because I canceled it. He stilled. His entire body went rigid, and the muscles in his arms visibly tightened under his thin gray sweater. Why would you do that? It's quite simple, really. I didn't watch cable, so I canceled it. I shrugged and moved along the bar to the guy who was waiting. Yes, sir. Can I help you? Ethan's eyes followed me as I served the guy, narrowing when I rejoined him. I watch cable. Then by all means, call the cable company, I replied simply. He took a deep breath. And Netflix? I changed my password and logged out, I grinned. Whoopsie. Whoopsie? What kind of... Fuck. This is your revenge, isn't it? For this morning? Wow, you had to come all the way down here to figure it out? I shook my head and tutted. How have you survived this long? He glared at me. You're a fucking nightmare. I never claimed to be anything but. I wasn't bothered at all. In fact, this was great. Exactly what I'd hoped for. Fine. I'll call the cable company and pay for it myself. Did my sister put you up to this? Why? Did she change her Netflix password too? His lips twitched. Seriously, it's like $10 a month, you cheap bastard. He rubbed his hands down his face. Don't you think this is getting out of hand? No. I'm just getting started. I reached up and retied my ponytail. You're the one who started this, Ethan. You nudged my candles after I'd already told you it bugs me. Anything that happens to you is solely your responsibility. All right. I see how this is. He tapped both hands on the bar and straightened up. You really want to see how far this can go, don't you? I have a list. I smiled. So do I. Sleep with one eye open, sunshine. Be afraid. Yes, I deadpanned. You look terrifying. Ethan's dark blue eyes flared with something that told me that maybe a little fear wouldn't be a bad thing. Yeah? I'm going home. You're here until midnight. That's... He glanced at the watch on his wrist. 6 hours for me to do something. And you're going to be standing here the whole time wondering what I'm doing. Or maybe I won't do anything, but you won't know that either. You're childish. You're petty, he shot back. Says the one being petty. Your TV move was petty. This whole thing is petty, I said, grabbing my cloth. It's kind of the point. Ethan sighed. It's hard to argue with that. I nodded. That's because I'm right. He pushed off the bar and hit me with a dark look. I'll see you at home. Maybe. I folded my arms across my chest and gave him my best I don't care stare. I did care. A lot, actually. We were quickly moving into a real savagery stage of this passive-aggressive living arrangement. Maybe Hallie was right at lunch. Maybe I did have to use myself as a way to get at him. The problem was, I was 100% sure that Angelica was wrong. I didn't think for a second that Ethan was attracted to me. He'd never done anything to make me think that could be true. Or if he had, I simply hadn't noticed. That was a possibility, given that I kept him at arm's length so he didn't accidentally find out how I felt about him. I sighed and dropped my arms. I really wasn't sure I'd thought through my warmongering stance on this. I just wanted to win, but I wasn't even sure what exactly it was we were competing for. He was already showing signs of breaking. Taking away cable and Netflix was a good one. That really hit where it hurt, and I made a mental note to text Angelica to thank her for that one. Her changing her password was a nice touch. It really gave the move some oomph. Of course, Ethan had been right. I was stuck here at work for another 6-ish hours while he was back at the apartment. Maybe doing something. Maybe not doing anything at all. It was torture to think about. I had to be ready to fight back. A thin shirt with no bra and taking a bite out of every single cookie in the packet he'd just bought was a smart next move. Hell, the no bra one was easy. I'd get a head start on that tomorrow morning. You know, be proactive and all that. That was how I'd win this. I pulled my phone out from under the bar and, after glancing around to make sure nobody needed anything, tapped out a quick text. Me. He's mad. Next up, biting all the cookies and basically getting my boobs out. Hallie. Smart. When does the boob thing start? Reagan. Why are you getting your boobs out? Are you changing jobs again? Me. Tomorrow. At work, Hallie will explain. I tucked my phone back away to serve the woman at the other end of the bar. Going back to it when she'd gone, I shook my head at how their conversation had ended. Hallie. $50 says the boobs make him break. Reagan. Nah, he's gonna win. Deal. Me. You two need another hobby. Chapter 9. Ava. Will he? Won't he? Everything looked perfect. I was worried. It was like being a parent. They always said that they only worried what their kids were up to when it was silent. Obviously, I didn't have kids, but I imagined this was how they felt. Absolutely nothing in the apartment seemed to be out of place. Ethan was already at work, and that had allowed me to do a thorough walkthrough and check everything I could think of. None of my food had been eaten, nothing hidden. He hadn't hacked the Netflix account or anything. The hedgehog was safely in its cage. There was nothing. Nada. I was extremely uncomfortable with this. I'd been sure that he'd retaliate immediately, but obviously his talk last night had done its job. I was really fucking paranoid. I didn't like it. At all. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, even though I knew I was alone. He had to have done something. I shivered and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. I was too jittery even to drink coffee, so I drank some of the water, then went into my room to change into my running stuff. Running was the only way I'd be able to shift some of this nervous energy. I changed quickly and pulled my hair into a ponytail. After triple checking my shoes for spiky pig poop, I put them on and tied the laces tight. Then headed outside with my phone, money, and keys in the handy zip pockets in my pants. Yep, every item of clothing needed pockets. Pockets were so underrated. And as a woman, my clothes did not have enough pockets. Dresses with pockets were so delightful. Whenever anyone said they liked my dress, I was just like that internet meme that declares we women stick our hands in said pockets and perform some questionable ballet routine just to say, "Thanks, my dress has pockets." When I eventually rise to power, everyone will have pockets in all clothes. That was definitely a solid use of power. Ava, 2028. Make pockets great again. That's right. I was going to sweep votes based on that alone. We are women, and we demand pockets in all our clothing. It was a seriously underrated human right. I know. First world problems. But first world problems are still problems, and anyone who thinks pockets aren't a necessity has never pulled $20 out of their bra. Here, have some boob sweat for your troubles, said nobody ever. Actually, said thousands of women ever, but I digress. I picked up my running pace as I rounded the corner to the park. Despite all my complaints, I'd become pretty accustomed to this part of my day. Well, my week. Let's be honest, I wasn't running every day. More like every 3 days. Running was running. My mouth probably didn't count here, but I did that at least 10 times a day. My feet pounded against the asphalt path that wound its way through the Creek Falls Park. Thanks to the trees that stretched into the sky, I was pretty much sheltered from the sun as I ran. The lack of water I'd brought with me was already killing me, so I kept an eye open for where I could buy some. Jesus, I was going to die. Why hadn't I brought water? I'd opened a bottle literally 5 minutes before I left. Was this why Hallie ran with me? To remind me how to adult? To fitness? To human? No wonder I was the only single one out of the three of us. Reagan didn't run, but even she wouldn't forget this. Wheezing, I leaned against a tree. Sweet baby Jesus on horseback. This exercise shit was not for the weak-hearted. That was me. I was the weak-hearted. I doubled over, bracing my hands on my knees. My ponytail swung down the side of my face, and I had to adjust my glasses to stop them from falling off my face. The stitch in my side was going to make me pass out if I didn't get control of my breathing in the next, 0.5 of a second. Ava? I jerked my head up at the sound of my favorite firefighter. All right, the only firefighter I knew. Noah! I breathed. He raised one eyebrow, lips twitching, and looked me over. You all right there? No, I replied. Can you carry my body to the apartment and make sure someone tells my parents that I love them? He laughed and held out his water bottle. Why don't you try this? I basically snatched it out of his hand and glugged half the bottle down. I instantly felt better, sighing as I handed the bottle back. Noah grinned. Keep it. I'm done anyway. You're my hero. Perfect. Just Hallie to go, and I've officially saved the lives of all three of you. I burst out laughing. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. At least we know what to write on your gravestone now. He put his hands in his pockets and rocked on his heels. Noah Jacobs, lifesaver and all-around hero. I'll make sure to write that down so nobody forgets. Good thinking. After all, if you keep running without water, you're probably going to die first. Then nobody will agree that should be on my grave. You're so thoughtful. I know. He winked. I've got to get to work, so I'll see you later. I smiled. Thanks for the water. Go be a hero. His laughter followed him as he jogged in the direction of his house. I hadn't realized that I'd come this far into the park. I usually turned around before now. No wonder I was half dead. I finished the water and turned, heading back toward my apartment. The run hadn't worked out as much nervous energy as I'd hoped, and by the time I got back home, all it had done was give me a huge stitch and a thirst I couldn't quench. Ugh. I dropped onto the sofa and turned on the TV, turning on Netflix. It was logged out, of course, so I typed in my password and logged in. Or tried to. The password was wrong. Because I'd changed it, and I couldn't remember the new one. God damn it. I kicked the front door shut behind me and paused. Ethan was sprawled out on the sofa, legs wide open, scratching his balls, with the hedgehog on his bare chest. Honey, I'm home, I drawled. And what a welcoming sight. He leaned his head back. Hello, darling, how was work? I snorted and dumped my purse on the floor by the door as I kicked off my shoes. What are you watching? Some documentary about the Patriots. Did you get cable back? No, you left your Netflix account logged in. I paused with my hand stuck in the fridge. Crap! All that changing the password shit was really screwing with me. Aw, shit. I knew I'd forgotten to do something. You didn't delete my profile, did you? No. And stop shouting. Mr. Prickles is sleeping. He swung his leg down from the back of the sofa and sat up, cradling the hedgehog. This was way weirder than I'd ever imagined it being. What did you do then? I know you did something. Ethan got up and shrugged. I didn't do anything. Check if you don't believe me. I will. I pushed the fridge door shut and stalked over to the sofa as he disappeared into his room. I hit the back button on the remote, and it took me back to the main Netflix screen. I checked the profiles, and he was right. He hadn't messed with it. I frowned. This was unnerving. Why wouldn't he? If it were me, I'd have changed the password and the email address just to be cruel. Then again, we weren't being cruel. We were being passive-aggressive assholes. I scrolled through the options and paused at my list. There were 3 shows I hadn't added, and a flick through proved more. They were... Oh my God. He'd added his shows to my list. My recommendations were going to be all messed up. See? Told you I didn't do anything. Ethan grabbed a beer from the fridge and popped the cap with a hiss. I turned to look at him. You took over my account. He shrugged. What else was I supposed to do? If I made another profile for me, you'd have deleted it again. I figured putting my shows on your profile was safe. Do you know how long I've spent cultivating the perfect stream of recommendations on Netflix? Judging by how pissed you are right now, way too long. I wasn't going to argue with that. But still, that was the result of at least 3 years of procrastination and serious binging. All that hard work of being one lazy bitch was now for nothing. There was no justice in this world. My day just got worse and worse. Whatever. I threw the remote on the sofa and went to the fridge myself. He moved out of my way, and I pulled out a bottle of wine instead of the water I'd intended on getting before he'd goaded me into seeing the mess of my Netflix account. I poured a glass and put the bottle back in the fridge. Ethan was already back on the sofa, and when I joined him, he was getting ready to resume the Patriots documentary. No, I said firmly. Absolutely not. I've had sports on all evening at work, and it was absolute hell. Give me the remote. He looked at my outstretched hand and choked back a laugh. You're kidding, aren't you? You're on my Netflix account that I pay for. Ethan held up one finger and grabbed his wallet from the coffee table. He pulled a bill out of it and handed it to me. There you go. I glanced at the $5 bill. What? He dropped it on my lap. There. Now I've paid for half of it. Are you deliberately this annoying, or is it just a part of your general disposition? It's you, he replied without looking at me. You bring it out of me. I grunted, shoving the $5 in the pocket of my jeans. I'd find it again in a few days and forget where it came from, like a little surprise for myself. Surely there's something we both want to watch, I said after 1 minute of the most mind-numbing interview I'd ever watched. Come on. Nope. He played with the remote, tossing it up and down. Not really. Ethan. Ava. I clenched my jaw. You are impossible. I reached over to make a swipe for the remote. He was faster than me, though, and he threw his arm out, holding the remote as far away from me as he could. A little growly noise escaped my throat, and I clambered off the sofa to get it. Fighting a laugh, he switched hands when I got close to it. Even though I was standing up, he still had the advantage because he was so much taller than me. It sucked. I leaned over to reach for it, but he moved, jerking to the side. I did the same, going for it again, but my foot slipped on the hard floor, and I fell forward, and landed right on Ethan. I shrieked. A big oomph left him as he dropped the remote and grabbed hold of me instead. His hands gripped my waist, stopping me from ramming my knee into his stomach. Or his balls. His fingers dug right into me. I was frozen in position, half straddling him, with my hair forming a dark curtain between our faces. I couldn't move because if I did, I knew I'd have to look him in the eye, and I wasn't sure I could do that right now. If I did, there was every chance I'd do something I would most definitely regret. Like kiss him. God, I had to move. I cleared my throat and, with the help of his steady grip, pushed myself up to stand. My legs backed into the coffee table and I stumbled again, this time sending both my wine glass and Ethan's beer flying to the floor. Oh, shit! I gasped, jumping over the huge wet mess and broken wine glass that had shattered over the carpet. Jesus, Ava, were you drinking on the job tonight? Oh, fuck off! I grabbed damp cloths from the sink and tossed them over to him. He caught them easily and immediately dropped to his knees to get as much liquid as he could. I grabbed a bowl to squeeze them out in and handed it to him when I went to fetch some towels. I ducked into the bathroom. There were 3 hooks, and Ethan's towel was stretched across all 3, and my 2 were on the floor. I frowned, but I didn't have time to think about that right now. I rejoined him in the living room where he was muttering to himself with his finger in his mouth. Are you okay? Cut my finger, he murmured around it. He pulled it away to look, and it immediately started bleeding. Oh my God! If you get that on my sofa, I'm gonna kill you. Thanks. He put it back in his mouth. Come here. I tossed 2 towels on the sofa and kept the third. His, the darkest one. Ethan got up and walked around the coffee table, completely avoiding the mess on the floor. It's not that bad, he said, pulling it from his mouth again. More blood. I shoved the towel at him. Put pressure on it and I'll bandage it. If it doesn't slow down, I'll take you to the emergency room. He put the towel on the island counter and pressed his finger right into it. I know you want to win this little battle, but this is an extreme way of doing it. You're not worth the wine I wasted, I snapped back. It was an accident and you know it. I know, but you owe me a towel. I rolled my eyes and set the first aid kit next to his hand. You know there's a thing called a washing machine, right? Yeah, but bloodstains. It's hardly a white towel, you drama queen. I got the rubbing alcohol and bandages out of the kit and soaked a cotton pad in the alcohol. Give me your finger. He did as I said and flipped his hand so I could access the cut. It was bigger than I'd thought, but it didn't look like it needed stitches. Hopefully, it was one of those weird cuts that looked 10 times worse than it was. Gently, I pressed the cotton pad against the cut. A hiss escaped him, and his entire body went taut. "Sorry," I whispered, wincing a little. "Get on with it." His voice was a low grumble, and I spared a glance up at his face. His skin was a little paler than usual, and he had his eyes screwed tightly shut. Maybe the emergency room wasn't a bad idea. I dabbed it a few more times with the alcohol pad, then quickly put another on top of it. I waited for a second, but the blood didn't come through. "Hold that there," I instructed Ethan so I could get the tape. I got it and secured the pad to his finger, then stepped back and looked over my handiwork. Not bad. Actually, it looked a little bit like a 10-year-old wrapping the paw of a stuffed bear, but if it worked, it worked. "Well," Ethan said, admiring his finger, "it's not going to win any nursing awards anytime soon." Normal people say, "Thank you." Normal people don't throw themselves around like a clown for a TV remote. "Watch out," I said, rolling the dirty towel into a ball, "or you'll have a cut a lot bigger than that one to worry about." His lips tugged to one side. "Thank you." "You're welcome." I returned his smile, albeit slightly shyly. He stepped around the corner of the island and reached out, wrapping one arm around my shoulders. He pulled me against his body and hugged me tightly, and I swear all my nerve endings came alive in that second. His fingers were wrapped around my arm, and my front was pressed right against his. Taking a deep breath, I could smell coconut and papaya from where he'd obviously stolen my shampoo, but there was a lingering scent of motor oil, too. This was the first time we'd ever been this close. In fact, it was the first time he'd ever hugged me, and a part of me hated that he was doing it right now. Because my heart was pounding, and there was no way he couldn't feel it against his chest. "All right, get off, or I'm going to think you like me." I extracted myself from his arms and ducked my head so he wouldn't see the blush I knew was already warming my cheeks. The last thing he needed to know was that I was the one with some weirdo feelings. I busied myself putting the first aid kit away under the sink. "I'll get the broken glass, and you do the liquid." "Yeah, I'm not touching that glass." I went back over and carefully picked up all the glass, thankfully without slicing my own fingers open. Ethan worked to get up as much water as possible, and I grabbed a dustpan and brush to clean it up. It was too late to vacuum, and I didn't think my downstairs neighbor would appreciate the interruption. He was a grumpy old bastard as it was. I swept the whole area. If I'd missed any, it was going to really suck. "So, what have we learned here tonight?" Ethan asked, leaning against the door frame. "Don't hide the remote from the short girl?" I shot back. He shook his head. "No, the remote control is sacred in a man's hand." "You know what else is sacred? Your balls. The remote could cost you money if it doesn't stop bleeding. Don't let your attitude cost you your balls." "Feisty." He grinned, folding his arms over his chest. "Is that an after effect of the adrenaline?" "What adrenaline?" "The adrenaline from when I hugged you and your heart beat so hard it was practically punching me in the chest." I swallowed hard and jerked my chin into the air. "It was the blood." "Yeah, all right." His eyes flashed with something indiscernible, and I held his gaze for a moment before I pulled away and grabbed my purse from where I dumped it on the floor. "I'm gonna go to bed," I said, holding my purse in close to me. "Night." He followed me with his gaze when I walked past him, and he didn't say a word until I was about to shut my door. "Night, Ava."
Chapter 10. Ava. Free the nipples. Mornings were not my thing, especially not mornings that featured Ethan Hawkins. Especially not mornings that followed a night where I'd not only smashed a glass he'd cut his hand on, but he'd called me out for my stupid little heart beating crazy fast. I was mad at myself. Mad because I had no control over my feelings. I should have gotten over this by this point in my life. I'd had relationships and I'd had real feelings for all those guys, especially Butler. Sure, it had been toxic at times where it was so on-off, but I had loved him. I think. My feelings for him had made sense, at least. The ones for Ethan didn't. They never had. And I genuinely couldn't give an explanation for why I felt the way I did about him. I didn't want to feel this way. I wanted to reach inside and tear them out, throw them away, stamp on them, whatever. I just wanted to make it stop, at any cost. I really didn't care how that happened, in all honesty. The problem was that I didn't know how to make it happen. I'd literally tried everything. And it really wasn't true that getting under someone else will make you get over someone. It was a crock of shit. I flipped my head over and pulled my dark hair into a top knot. It was a total mess, but I wasn't going anywhere until I had to go to work tonight. God only knew that yesterday's run was enough for this week. I slipped my glasses onto my face and yawned. Getting up from the side of the bed where I'd been sitting while I woke up, I adjusted my tank top and let go of another yawn that was so intense I almost walked into the wall. See? Not a morning person. At all. I scratched my hip and stumbled into the kitchen. It was stupidly bright in there, which meant Ethan was up and already at work. Honestly, he worked 8 till 4, so I would be worried if he was still here. Another yawn forced its way out of me. Jesus Christ on a cracker. What was wrong with me this morning? I wriggled my finger in my ear, then shivered. Ugh. I hit the button on the coffee machine and washed my hands while it warmed up, then made my coffee. Awake juice. The best kind of juice, unless it was grape juice, with alcohol in it. Wine. Okay. Wine. I took a big sip of hot coffee. A bang sounded from somewhere in the apartment, and I froze, hands cupped around the mug. There were 3 options. There was a ghost, the hedgehog was loose, or Ethan was here. Last I knew, there wasn't a ghost. Not since Reagan's old neighbor who claimed to be Wiccan came and smudged the entire building for... Well, nobody knew. But since her old building had burned down, we gave the woman a pass. Even though she'd invaded my bedroom with her stinky burning hay bale. The second option was that Ethan was here, but I already knew he was at work. He was the only one of us who opened the curtains before the awake juice had been finished. The sun was a bright little thing. I was not a fan. The only other possible option was that the hedgehog was loose. That was problematic, to say the least. Not knowing would drive me crazy. But what would I do if I opened Ethan's bedroom door and it ran out? I didn't know how to touch it, or what to do with it, or if it would bite. Oh God, what if it bit me? Did hedgehogs carry rabies? Any other weird diseases I didn't know about? Who the fuck had a hedgehog as a pet? I had to know. I had to know if the spiky little prick had broken free. I put my coffee down and steeled myself. That's right. I, Ava Parker, was going to be brave. Braless, in a white tank top and pink panties with a coconut print, and yesterday's mascara on my eyelashes. Yes, that was how women should go into battle. Men would be too distracted by our braless boobs to shoot us. Win-win. I shook my head to refocus myself and got on with it. Noises were still coming from Ethan's room. Shuffling noises that closely resembled what I imagined a fugitive hedgehog would sound like while trying to find a hideout. So I did what any sane person would do. I opened the door. Right on a very naked Ethan, standing in the middle of the room, rifling through his dresser. I screamed. He yelled. I screamed some more. It was really ineffective at solving the problem at hand. I slammed the door shut and ran out into the kitchen. My heart was beating like a drum, and the mild panic I felt at seeing his bare ass had my hands shaking with adrenaline. Oh my God. Why hadn't I knocked? What the hell are you doing? Ethan asked, running out into the kitchen in his boxers. Ava! I thought you were at work, I blurted out. Like that explained everything. Jesus. Do you regularly go into my room when I'm not here? No, I heard a bang and some noises and I thought the hedgehog was free. He opened his mouth to say something, but stopped himself. He rubbed his fingertips against his temple for a moment and blew out a long breath. And what exactly did you intend to do if he was free? You can't even look at him, let alone touch him to put him back in his cage. I shuffled side to side. Maybe scoop him up in a pan and drop him back in? Scoop him up in fucking hell. You haven't had your coffee yet, have you? Why am I at fault here? Why aren't you at work? Why are you naked in your bedroom in the middle of the day? It's not the middle of the day, he replied, approaching the island and leaning against it. I was naked because I was changing my underwear, and that requires the removal of clothing. I'm not at work because someone broke a glass last night and cut my finger open. And my boss doesn't want me bleeding in someone's engine today. And to answer your last question, you're at fault because you stormed into my bedroom. That was tough logic to argue. And now you're extremely frustrating because you're standing here in your underwear, and you may as well be shirtless because that shirt is thinner than my grandpa's hair. I clamped my arm over my boobs. I didn't know you were here. Or I'd put on a bra. The coconut panties add a real something special to it. I don't see the problem here. That's because I'm hiding it behind this counter. He ground out, jaw tight. I paused, my gaze running over him until it hit his lower stomach. It was pressed right against the countertop on the island, and my lips slowly formed an O shape. Oh! It came out all squeaky. I see. I don't see, but I see. I cleared my throat, blushing. I get it. He gave me a tight smile. Now, I don't know how we handle this. Who leaves first? I'll close my eyes and you go. I think I'll close my eyes and you go. If this is part of your passive-aggressive shit, it's not funny. I'm not laughing, he said, deadly serious. Seriously, go. He closed his eyes and used his hand to cover them. I had no choice. It was on me. And apparently, Angelica was right. How about that? I ran to my room and pushed the door shut so hard it rattled on its hinges. My heart had reverted back to its crazy thud, thud, thud against my ribs, and I was inexplicably breathless. Not even I was such a bad runner that I should be out of breath from that quick escape. I dropped on the edge of my bed. I'd left my damn coffee out in the kitchen, so I'd have to get dressed to retrieve it. I grabbed a bra, shirt, and leggings from my dresser and moved to the underwear drawer. After getting a pair of panties that were not covered in any kind of fruit, I turned my attention to my socks. The drawer was a hot mess, as always. I rifled through the socks looking for a matching pair, even going so far as to take some out and lay them on top of the dresser just in case. It was useless. There were no pairs. Only a drawer full of odd socks. How was it even remotely possible that one of every single pair of socks had just upped and... Son of a bitch. I threw the socks in my hand into the drawer and turned on my heels. Ethan! I shouted, yanking my door open. Ethan! Where the fuck are my socks? I stormed back into the kitchen where I'd left him, but he wasn't there. He had to be back in his room, but I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Ethan! I pummeled my fist against his door. Open this damn door before I break it down. I'm naked. I don't care. Open this door so I can choke you until you talk. The door swung open, and he leaned against it, still in nothing but his boxers, and still with a relatively clear bulge in them. Ahem. If you choke me, I can't answer a thing. His lips curved into an infuriating smirk. What's this about your socks? My socks! I put my hands on my hips. Half of my socks are missing. Are they in the laundry basket? I mean 1/2 of each pair, smartass. I have an entire drawer full of odd socks. Where are they? Oh, that. He nodded slowly. God, that's gotta be annoying. Ethan! I threw my hands out. I agreed not to change the Netflix password again. Give me my socks. He took a step back and pointed at the hedgehog cage. I don't have all of them right now. But Mr. Prickles is enjoying sleeping in a few. I'm not sure if you're going to get those back. My jaw dropped. I shoved past him into the room and toward the cage on top of his dresser. Yep, sure as shit, there they were. 3 of my socks being used as a bed for a spiky pig. Great. I took a step back. Just great. I'm going to kill you. You already are, he said dryly, because you still aren't wearing a bra. I spun on the balls of my feet. Oh, does that bug you? Me not wearing a bra? He stared at me. I grabbed my boobs and pushed them up and together. This kills you? He worked his jaw, his nostrils flaring. Good, because if you think it was bad before, it's now all-out roommate warfare, Ethan. And this shirt just became my new favorite shirt, so I hope you get your little friend under control before it gets too awkward. I dropped my boobs and stormed out of his room with what I hoped was a strut with a dramatic flair, but was probably just an awkward hobble with a hint of annoyance. Ava! What? I demanded, spinning around to face him. He stalked up to me, wasting no time at all. His hands were rough as he grabbed me and pulled me against him, his lips slamming down on mine. What was happening? He softened after a second, but only slightly. My body reacted before my mind did, and through the spinning in my brain, I was vaguely aware of the fact that my braless boobs were pressed against his naked chest with only a very thin layer of cotton. There was also the issue of his hand wrapped around the back of my neck. Oh, and his tongue moving against mine. He was kissing me. Ethan was kissing me. I was kissing him. Kissing Ethan. And neither of us were stopping it. But, oh, Jesus, it was something else. His grip on me was unwavering, and the ferocity he kissed me with duplicated itself in shivers that tingled across my skin, leaving all the hairs on my arms standing on end. It was the most stomach-fluttering, heart-pounding, desire-churning kiss I'd ever had in my life. And it was with Ethan. The best kiss of my life would go down in history as being with him. This would be the benchmark for which all other kisses would be held against. That was it then. I was already ruined for all other men. Wonderful. Ethan flexed his fingers against the back of my neck, slowly pulling away from the kiss. He lingered for a moment, his lips hovering barely a breath away from mine. I breathed, needing to break the silence. He pulled back just enough to meet my gaze. For the love of fucking God, put a bra on, Ava. Then with those words, he released me and headed straight for the bathroom. He pulled the door shut behind him, and the lock clicked. Less than a minute later, I was still standing in the hall, almost paralyzed. I couldn't move. How was I supposed to move now? The sound of the shower being turned on shook me out of whatever post-kiss haze I was in. I touched my fingers to my lips, my eyes widening and jerked to life. Ethan had just kissed me. And now he was in the shower with a hard-on that had just been pressed up against my stomach. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck was going on? Kissed you? Reagan leaned across the table, her eyebrows shooting up. Kissed you? Hallie echoed, doing the same. What? Why? How? All excellent questions. I fiddled with the rim of my wine glass. I wasn't in the habit of drinking before work, but I was hungry and I was stressed, and I needed something to take the edge off my constant thinking. What happened? Reagan asked, looking a little too much like the old ladies at the church who thrived on gossip. I ran through the whole story, starting with the remote thing last night. It was the only way to get the full context, but even I knew the answer as to why he'd kissed me before I'd finished telling the story. "It was the boob grab," Hallie said immediately. Reagan nodded. "You brought this on yourself." Groaning, I dropped my forehead to the table. "I can't do this, guys. I can't. It's too much. This is a disaster." "Yep," she said brightly. "A complete and utter shit show, and it's all your fault." I fake sobbed into my arms. Hallie snorted. "It's simple. Just end the roomy war and be done with it. You're only interacting the way you are because you're actively trying to piss the other person off." "And let him win?" I sat up so fast that my head spun. "No way! He's not winning." "He's not," Reagan said, smirking. "I mean, the fact he had to pamper himself in the shower after tells you all you need to know." Pampered himself? That was an interesting way to put it. I'd never heard a guy jerking himself off be referred to like that before. Look, I don't even know if that was definitely what he was doing. It's not like I could see through the door, is it? I pushed my hair behind my ear. I just assumed because, well, it was the obvious thing to do. Hallie propped her chin up on her hand. "It fits. What are you going to do now?" "What did you do after Preston kissed you?" "I'm pretty sure I ran away, actually." Reagan smirked. "Ethan already did that." I sighed. This was going nowhere fast. "We have to talk about it. We live together. He's my brother's best friend. We have to set boundaries and stuff like that." "You know what's a good boundary? A bra." "Shut up." "Ladies," Hallie held up her hands and turned to me. "You have to talk. You're right. But I also think you owe it to yourself to not brush it under the carpet like it never happened. Clearly, he feels something for you, even if it's just attraction." "She's right," Reagan grimaced. I hate it when she's right. I did too. You both need to get to the bottom of your actual feelings about one another. You clearly don't hate each other, at least not the way you claim to, so deal with it. God, when you make sense, I know the apocalypse is coming, I muttered to Reagan. All right, fine. Even if nothing happens, at least we can draw a line under it and move on. I slid my phone over in front of me and picked it up, ready to text Ethan. I had a new message flashing on the screen, and when I looked at it, it was from him. Oh, he texted already. What does it say? Hallie craned her neck. I opened it. It says we need to talk. Reagan jerked her head, looking around Lucky's. What are you doing? I asked. Seeing if he's here, she replied. Because that's weird, dude. Hardly, Hallie drawled, playing with her straw. He's obviously thinking about it. He's older than us. He's mature enough to know it has to be discussed. Mature? The man stole one sock from every pair I own. That's not mature. I hit the reply box on my screen. No, but it's brilliant. Like, that must be really fucking annoying, Reagan mused. And so random. Why would you do that to someone? To passively aggressively piss them off, Hallie said slowly. Do you listen to a word anyone says? Not when they come out of you. Hallie elbowed her. It's like putting cats in a bath, I muttered, turning my attention to my phone. Me. Guess so. I'm at work till 2, but I'm off tomorrow. Ethan. I have to work. We can talk at lunch. Me. That works. I can get food ready. Ethan. Do you think it's a smart conversation to have in the apartment? Me. Us having lunch in public would be weird. We're not exactly best friends. Ethan. Good point. Okay, I'll see you just after 12 tomorrow then. Me. 'Kay, see you tomorrow. We're going to talk on his lunch hour tomorrow, I relayed to the girls. His lunch hour? Reagan frowned. What are you, allergic to mornings? Yes, Hallie muttered. This was impossible. Yes, I said, echoing Hallie's answer. But I'm here until 2 tonight, and he has to start work at 8. He'll be gone before I'm awake, and since tomorrow is Friday, he'll be here watching the game with the guys. Crap, yeah. It's Friday tomorrow. Ugh. That means I have to put together the world's biggest anniversary bouquet for some guy who forgot his wife's birthday last week. Reagan paused. Well, he said he did, but I think he cheated on her. How do you know that? Roses. She said it as if everyone should know that. Nobody buys roses unless it's Valentine's. They're proposing, or they screwed up real bad. This guy ordered 3 dozen long-stemmed red roses to be delivered to his wife's work. Hallie blew out a breath. Yeah, he banged his secretary. You know, for someone who worked in a bar, I was not all that good at the whole reading people thing. Drunk people? Could spot them a mile off. The girls who needed cutting off from tequila shots? Nailed it. Grandma who spikes her lemonades with gin from a hidden flask in her purse? Well, that was Hallie's grandma, so maybe that one was pretty obvious. Hallie's phone beeped, and she checked it. Oh God, she's terrorizing the village again. There was only one person that could be about. Her grandma. Had I summoned her? And she's with Bethel. Fuck me. Reagan frowned. They went to the movies. I literally dropped them at the doors and watched them go in. What trouble could they have gotten into at the movies? That question has so many possible answers, I replied, finishing my wine. My shift started in 10 minutes. Those 2 could get in trouble in a church. Honestly, I don't know how they're able to make it past the doors without sweating. They flashed the concessions guy to get free popcorn. Hallie looked up. Can't we just let the police arrest them at this point? Does Noah have any favors he can call in? This isn't a mob movie, Hallie, Reagan snorted. Did they really flash him? Yeah. Hallie's eyebrows drew together as she frowned. Then they ran away and were last spotted near the liquor store. The liquor store? I asked. What the hell are you still doing here? The last time they got drunk, they hung their underwear from the telephone poles. Yeah, still not sure how they got them up there, she mused. All right, come on. Let's go save the villagers before they start flashing their knees or something. Reagan snorted. I'm not going. I saved her the last time. It's Preston's turn. Hallie sighed, already dialing on her phone as she left. I knew I shouldn't have come back after college. I laughed, and so did Reagan. She'd hated not being in South Carolina and had complained about it the entire time she was studying for her degree. There wasn't a chance in hell it was going to happen, so she could run that line all she liked, but no. So, you're really going to talk to Ethan then? Reagan asked. Talk to Ethan about what? Leo appeared from behind me. I jumped out of my skin. How long have you been there? Just walked in with a few guys from work. Why? He took Hallie's recently vacated seat and motioned to some guys by the door. What are you talking to him about? Her socks, Reagan said without missing a beat. Your socks? Leo raised an eyebrow. Why your socks? He stole them. You know we're fighting. It's a long story. I have to start my shift. Reagan can explain. I got up. Is he coming in here tonight? Leo shook his head. Said he'd see us tomorrow. You piss him off that much? He knows I'm here until close. He's probably going to mess up my Netflix some more, I said dryly, getting up. I have no idea what he's doing, but as long as the hedgehog isn't in my room, I don't care. You and that fucking hedgehog.
Chapter 11. Ethan. Guys don't kiss and tell. I waited in my car for a good 2 minutes before I was ready to get out. There was no way I was ready for this conversation. I had absolutely no fucking idea what I was supposed to say to Ava. Having all this time between yesterday morning and now where we hadn't seen each other at all should have given me some perspective. Nope. All it had given me was another morning hard-on, another too long shower, and now the urge to move to Cuba so I didn't accidentally give in to my dick and do it all again. I didn't know what to tell her. I had nothing to tell her despite being the one who said we needed to talk. We did. Fuck, we needed to talk. But it was so much easier to say that than to actually do the talking. She was my best friend's little sister. How the fuck was I supposed to explain myself? How could I explain my actions? I couldn't tell her that I'd wanted to do that for years, that the desire to kiss her had only increased since I'd moved into the apartment, that we couldn't tell anyone because Leo was going to kill me, that I had no idea why I'd finally given in and kissed her. She'd want answers, I knew that. Ava would demand to know why the hell I'd kissed her, and I couldn't give her a reason. I knew moving in with her was a bad idea. That was the problem with being a bit of a nomad. I never knew how long I'd be in one place. Luckily, being a mechanic meant my skills were always in demand, and I was able to move around cities. I hadn't signed a lease in Creek Falls like Leo. He planned to stay for a year and figure out his life, but I hadn't wanted to commit to that. I'd planned on staying for a few months until after the new year, then I'd make a choice. I was only stuck in this apartment for 6 months if Ava decided to leave, and she wasn't going to do that. I rubbed my hand down my face. The way I felt about her was complicating everything. It made me want to stay, but on the other hand, it made me want to pack my shit and leave. The truth was that Ava Parker fucking terrified me. I wanted her as badly as she annoyed me. I couldn't decide if the way I was feeling was an itch I needed to scratch or if it was a precursor to something more. Kissing her had been damn stupid, but she taunted me with a fire in her eyes. It was a fire I'd wanted to taste. I still wanted to taste it. I wanted to wind her up again so she'd yell at me. When she yelled, her eyes shone, and her cheeks flushed with pink. There was something weirdly sexy about it. Mostly because I knew I deserved the yelling. Stealing one sock out of every pair was probably the pettiest thing I could do to her. But maybe it was only hot when she was mad because I found it so fucking funny. Yeah, that was probably it. Either way, we had to fix something. The smartest thing to do would be to end this little war we had going on. It was bringing us closer together, and after yesterday, getting too close would take us over the line, to a place we'd never be able to come back from. I dragged myself out of the car. The lights flashed when I hit the fob to lock it, and I forced myself up the flights of stairs to the apartment. The elevator was busted, and I made a note to call the landlord and get it fixed. Stairs were for the birds. I reached our apartment and let myself in. Ava was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with her hair in what I was now realizing was her at-home hairstyle, aka styled by Hallie's raccoons and tied up on top of her head by someone with no fingers. She looked over from the TV and dug her hand into the bowl she had rested on her lap. "Hey, did you get lost coming up the stairs?" "Why?" "I opened the window 10 minutes ago and saw you pull in." "Shit. I got a phone call," I lied. "Did you get lunch?" She shoved popcorn in her mouth and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. "Thanks." I shut the door behind me and went to get it. I didn't know what she'd grabbed me, but I didn't care because I was so damn hungry I'd eat just about anything right now. I unwrapped the sandwich. It was a BLT, and I wolfed it down quickly. With my stomach full but still twisting with the conversation that was to come, I grabbed a water from the fridge and joined her on the sofa. "What are you watching?" I asked, sitting down. "Some documentary on the British royal family," she answered, her hand back in the popcorn bowl. "But you don't care about that." "If I didn't care, I wouldn't have asked." I rubbed the back of my neck. "But you're not entirely wrong. I don't have long." "Because you wasted half this time sitting in your car pretending to be on the phone?" "Wow. Call me out, why don't you?" "I did." She grinned and put the bowl on the coffee table. She wiped her fingers on her yoga pants, and I had to admit that I was glad to see she was wearing a bra. That was the last thing I needed, to be distracted by her. "Fine." I turned, my lips tugging to one side. Ava adjusted her glasses, briefly pulling them off to clean them even though they didn't look dirty at all. She was stalling, just like I'd been in the car. "You kissed me." It wasn't a question. It was a statement, and it was a true one at that. "Yeah," I replied. "I kissed you." She met my eyes. "Why?" I blew out a long breath. I guess there's only one answer to that. I wanted to. Her lips parted, shock flashing in her eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she dipped her chin in an attempt to hide it. Okay. Again? Why? At that, I shrugged. I can't answer that. I wish I could, but all I know is that I wanted to kiss you, so I did. Do you regret it? Do I regret kissing you? I'm not asking if you regret stealing my socks, Ethan. She peered back up at me, something dark in her eyes. Do you regret kissing me? I don't know, I said honestly. A part of me does because of the situation it puts us in. It makes this living arrangement uncomfortable, doesn't it? Not to mention fucking awkward, and that's before you even consider that your brother is my best friend. She nodded slowly, reaching up and pushing a wayward lock of hair behind her ear. What about the rest of you? That's the selfish part of me that doesn't regret it. I rubbed my fingers against my chin. I wanted to kiss you, Ava, and I don't regret following through with what I wanted to do. Okay. I mean, that's what I wanted to know, I guess. At least I know Angelica wasn't lying. What do you mean, she wasn't lying? She played with a bit of string on the bottom of her yoga pants. I asked her what your Achilles heel was, the thing I could use to really piss you off. She said it was me. I was going to fucking kill my sister. She was the only person who knew exactly how I warred with my feelings about Ava, and she'd sold me out. Jesus fucking Christ. I got up and dragged my hand down my face. Turning back to face her, I said, Listen, I'll be honest with you. I've been attracted to you for a fucking long time, all right? But you're Leo's sister, you're off limits, and she's the only person who ever knew that. Until she told me. Until she told you. Evidently, you're attracted to me too, or you wouldn't have kissed me back. Evidently. She finally looked up at me, her eyes shining. It can't happen again, she said quietly. You're right. It's awkward, and I have no desire to do anything that would ruin your friendship with my brother. I know. I wouldn't do it either. I put my hands in my pockets. The awkwardness will pass, but you're right. Not again. Right. She stood and walked past me into the kitchen. I'm glad we cleared that up. Me too. She pulled a carton of juice from the fridge and set it on the island, but she didn't move to get a glass. Instead, she stared at the carton, fiddling with the plastic lid, twisting it back and forth. I opened my mouth with every intention of asking if she was okay, but nothing came out. Something was bothering her, and there was nothing I could say that would make her feel better. I didn't want to make her feel worse. God only knew that I felt like shit. That conversation had been horrible, and she obviously felt the same. Upsetting her wasn't something I wanted to do. Ever. She laughed. Out of nowhere, she laughed, shaking her head. What? I asked. It's weird, isn't it? She caught my gaze. We've spent years fighting with each other, hating each other, and one kiss and we can barely talk to each other at all. Crap. I never hated you, I admitted. It's just easier to keep you at arm's length if I'm pissing you off. Yeah, but that didn't work out too well in the end, did it? She snorted. All it's done is lead to one mistake, a mistake we can't ever go back from. Are we supposed to wake up tomorrow and carry on this irritating fight we're in the middle of? Or are we going to avoid each other for the next week? Seriously, it's fucking dumb. She grabbed a glass and slammed it down onto the counter. Careful, we don't need another broken glass. I waved my finger as a reminder of what had happened a couple of nights ago. And I'm not going to call it a mistake. Kissing you wasn't a mistake. If it wasn't a mistake, why did you say you regret it? I regret what's happening now. I don't regret doing it. That's not what you said a minute ago. What do you want from me, Ava? I slammed my hands on the island counter. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I've fought my attraction to you for fucking years, and a decision I made in a split second has changed all of that. I don't want anything from you. She mimicked my position, flattening her hands on the countertop. I don't know how to live with you now, Ethan. I don't know how I'm supposed to be your roommate and do normal shit like watch TV with you when every single time we're alone I know I'm going to think about what it was like to kiss you." Her voice trailed off at the end of her admission, and something inside me clenched. Was there a chance that I wasn't the only one hiding some feelings? "You're not the only one who's aware of my brother, okay?" She took a deep breath and looked away. "You're not the only person who's kept things secret because of him." Shit. Fuck. Shit. This wasn't information I needed. It wasn't information I fucking wanted. What was I supposed to do now? I think I'm gonna call Reagan. I'll stay at her place tonight." Ava stepped away from the island, unable to look at me. "No." I took my own step away. "This is your apartment first. I'll stay with my mom. I'll come back after work to get the hedgehog so you don't have to feed it, all right?" "I can do it once," she said softly. "As long as you swear it won't bite me." "I swear he won't bite you." My lips twitched into a smile. Not that she could see it. "I'm gonna head back to work." She nodded, still looking at an unknown spot on the floor. I wanted to go over there and wrap my arms around her. I wanted to hold her against me and press her face into my chest, to reach down and cup her chin and lift her face to mine, to whisper against her lips that I was sorry. So fucking sorry for making it awkward, for making her feel this way for even a second. I didn't. I clenched my fist, grabbed my keys, and left. And you know what? For a few seconds I really fucking hated myself. I hated that kissing her had made me feel like that. I hated that it had been my choice to kiss her, that in reality I hadn't given her a choice about it. I was going to kiss her, and if she'd kicked me in the balls, I would have taken it. I'd changed our relationship. Any idea that we could brush it under the rug was now shattered. We were irrevocably changed. And it was all my fucking fault. I had no idea what was going on in this game. I was finishing my third beer, and even though I'd been watching the game for an hour, I couldn't even tell you with any certainty who was playing. I'd almost been sent home from work. My finger was still sore, and I'd blamed my lack of concentration on that, because it wasn't like I could discuss this with anyone. The person I'd talked to about relationships, the person I trusted with my life, was the one person I couldn't mention this to. Leo. He'd fucked with me before about Ava. I think he knew that I was attracted to her, but that was it. It wasn't groundbreaking information. Ava was absolutely beautiful, and I wasn't the only man in the world. Even Preston and Noah admitted she was hot. Just like Hallie and Reagan were. I could appreciate good-looking women and be attracted to them without wanting to kiss them. I still couldn't tell Leo I'd kissed his little sister. Being attracted to her was one thing. Sticking my tongue down her throat and upsetting her afterward was something entirely different. I was ready for the black eye I knew I'd get if he ever found out. "I'm gonna get another beer. Anyone want one?" I looked around the table and was rewarded with 3 resounding yeses. I got up and headed for the bar, thankful for a bit of breathing space. I needed to take a moment by myself to get my shit together before the guys questioned what the fuck was wrong with me. I placed the order for the beers and leaned against the bar. I didn't know what I was doing here tonight. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to be anywhere but here. I wanted to find a time machine and go back to a time before I kissed Ava. Before I lived with her, before I knew what it felt like to have her sighing into my mouth and my cock pressed against her stomach. Jesus, I had to stop thinking like that. I paid for the beer and grabbed all 4 bottles. Only Noah and Preston were sitting at the table, and the bar erupted in an angry shout. A glance at the screen told me they didn't agree with the penalty. The story of every football fan's life. I set the beers down and sat down. "Where's Leo?" "Stepped out to take a phone call," Noah answered. "So, how did your chat with Ava go?" "What do you mean?" "After you kissed her," Preston answered. I froze. What the fuck? How the fuck do you 2 know that? Noah smirked at me. "Have you met our girlfriends? Ava's best friends? The 3 musketeers? The 3 women who will take the place of their elders and terrorize this town when we're all dead and gone and there's nobody to control them?" "I like how you think we control them now," Preston drawled before turning to me. His point, however convoluted, is correct. Ava told Hallie and Reagan, and I can't speak for Noah, but I was going to move out last night if she didn't finally fall asleep. Noah snorted. I stayed at Reagan's last night and had to give her Benadryl pills. She thought it was Tylenol. Shit. I put my elbows on the table and buried my face in my hands briefly. Does Leo know? Nah, it's not our place to tell him. That's between you and Ava. Preston nodded in agreement. We figure you can't talk to him about this, so while he's on the phone, talk to us. Plus, we're dating her best friends. It's the ultimate inside track to a woman's brain. Women don't even know their own brains, I replied. But your hearts are in the right place. They both chuckled. It went shit, I admitted, wrapping my hands around the beer. I told her I'd been attracted to her for years, and she all but admitted that she has feelings for me. We both hid it because of Leo. I'm staying on my mom's sofa tonight. Noah shook his head. Reagan has an early start for a wedding tomorrow. You can take my spare room. You don't need to sleep on your mom's sofa. Thanks, but you're staying at mine. Just keep your underwear away from my dog. I wasn't going to ask. What are you going to do now? Preston asked. You going to do anything about it? I shrugged, lifting my beer to my lips. I downed 2 mouthfuls and let it clink back against the table. Another roar filled the bar, but the guys were both focused on me. Nothing, I answered after a minute. We both agreed it can't happen again. It's awkward as fuck, though, and I'm probably going to have to find an apartment to lease while I decide if I'm staying or not. You should tell him. Preston drank from his bottle. You've been best friends since you were kids. Noah tipped his bottle in his direction. Reagan's told me everything, and then some at this point. I don't know about Leo, but if I were him and Ava was my sister, I wanted to date someone I trusted. I rolled my shoulders back and sagged in the chair. I don't think it's a good idea. Not right now while it's all so fucked up. Man, grow a pair. Preston pointed at me. I live with my sister's best friend. Doesn't matter that Reagan knew about the feelings Hallie and I had. There isn't a single situation where having feelings for your best friend's sibling is going to be easy. Noah nodded in agreement. Or you could just talk to Hallie, Preston continued. She was where you are. She might have some advice. Or you could just tell Leo, Noah added. It's the fucking easiest way to clear it all up. Ava doesn't want him to know. I ran my hand through my hair. Doesn't matter what I want. I've fucked up enough already. Noah held his hands up. We've got your back, man. We won't say a word. Preston agreed, and they both held their bottles in the middle of the table. I clinked mine against theirs. And that was the end of the conversation. I had a feeling it was only for tonight.
Chapter 12. Ava. Making friends is hard. Let it be said that Ava Parker was not good at making friends. It didn't matter if those friends were human or animals. It was not my forte. It was why I didn't get along with Hallie's raccoons, even though they took a liking to everyone who, well, wasn't me. I just wasn't good at it. I was more than a little socially awkward where being personal came into it. I could stand behind a bar for 8 hours and serve 11 billion beers, but if even one of those people flirted with me, I was a goopy mess. A goopy, awkward, flailing mess. Apparently, that also extended to hedgehogs. I'd said it 1,000 times, and I was going to say it again. My fear of rodents and rodent-like creatures was not irrational. It was a genuine thing. And given some of the fears that were out there, mine was pretty normal. It probably wasn't phobia level, as I like to dramatize. I saved that for the inability to be in deep water, and that shit was actually no joke at all. But it was strong enough that seeing a rat was enough to render me catatonic. All right, there was the drama. I screamed like a little bitch. I wasn't going to do it now, though. I was going to be brave. I was going to rule the hedgehog world with cat food and mineral water. Take that, tiny spiky pigs. Hi-ya! Cue ninja stance. I was no ninja. I definitely identified as more of an upside-down turtle. I pulled the ring on the cat food Ethan insisted on buying for Mr. Prickles. I wasn't sure what a spiky pig was doing eating cat food, but it wasn't my pet, so I would do as I was told. Holding the can tightly, I carried it into Ethan's room. It felt weird to be here knowing he wasn't. His bed was made, which was more than I could say for mine, and his room was perfectly tidy. It was a bit annoying, actually. Mine wasn't tidy. There was a bra here, a questionable pair of shorts there, and at least 3 hair ties, 20 bobby pins, and a long-lost phone charger under the bed. That was before you counted all the rogue hairs that had escaped my head and my hairbrush, and inevitably got sucked up by the vacuum. I needed to vacuum today. I stilled in front of the cage. Mr. Prickles was on top of a small log house, and he froze when he noticed me. If this were a TV show, a whoosh noise would accompany a lightning bolt across the screen to signal a stare-down. His beady black eyes followed me. Maybe. It could have been the reflection from the sun streaming through Mr. Morning Lover's window, but there was something unnerving about the way the hedgehog watched me. I couldn't believe I was having a staring contest with a hedgehog. I needed a new hobby. Any hobby. I wasn't fussy. I blinked, ending the one-sided contest, and reached for the opening to the cage. Mr. Prickles was still staring at me. I got the feeling he didn't trust me any more than I trusted him, and I was okay with it. Slowly, I opened the door to the cage. He jumped down from the top of the log house, and there was a moment's stillness from the both of us. We were feeling each other out. Why had I agreed to this? Because I was in love with my roommate and he wanted me and I was weak as fuck? Ding, ding, ding! We have a winner! Ugh. I put the can of food in my right hand and tucked it into the cage. Mr. Prickles' nose twitched, and no sooner had I dumped half the meat into his bowl than he was making his way over the cage to where my hand was. Where my hand was. I froze. Legit froze. Mild panic streaked through my veins, the adrenaline holding my body hostage. What had I been thinking when I offered to feed this animal? Was it my heart? I bet it was my heart. My stupid ass heart was overriding my brain as it so often did. I didn't sign up for this, okay? I didn't sign up for having a roommate who I was in love with who had a spiky pig for a pet. I didn't sign up for being in love with my brother's best friend who apparently had feelings for me. The only obstacle was my brother. You know what? If he wasn't that good of a person, I'd probably remove him from the equation. I could. I'd read enough serial killer Wikipedia articles to know how to dispose of a body without getting caught. But was anyone worth murder? If you wronged my best friends, yes. If you were my blood brother with a lifetime of memories that included a few unsavory ones? Tough question. I tapped the rest of the food into the bowl and quickly withdrew my hand from the cage. Mr. Prickles sauntered up to his food, his fat, prickly ass waddling as he reached it. His wet little nose was a quarter the size of a cat's, and he wriggled it as if he were testing his food, like a human sniffing wine. But I didn't sniff wine. I just drank it. I was no connoisseur. Mr. Prickles shoved his face into the food. His furry little ears twitched as he munched his way through the stinky mess in the bowl. It was no lie. Cat food smelled like shit. I stepped back and perched on the edge of Ethan's made bed. The cover was soft beneath my underwear-clad ass, and I gripped the fabric as I watched Mr. Prickles. He ate, and ate, and ate. A bit like the hungry caterpillar in that book. The little munching noises he made were adorable. Tiny little nibbles that were not at all like humans chewing with their mouths open. Little clicking tish-tish noises that were too cute for their own good. Crap. Did I like this animal? It wasn't bad enough that I was already in love with its owner, but now I liked his animal too? This roommate situation was going to shit. I still needed to fill the water bowl, so I quickly took it out, secured the cage, and headed to the kitchen. I filled it quickly and returned it to Mr. Prickles. Huh. He was kinda cute. Damn it. Ethan was right. All it took was spending a little time with him, and I liked him. I sat back on the bed and shuffled back to the wall, drawing my legs up to my chest. I could see Mr. Prickles doing whatever it was that hedgehogs did to amuse themselves, and the gentle, snuffy noises that came from him were weirdly comforting. I wrapped my arms around my legs and watched him for a while. He alternated between playing with a small plastic ball that had some kind of bell inside it and running in and out of a wooden tunnel. I didn't know hedgehogs played with toys. You really did learn something new every day. I'd learned a lot this week, and I was about maxed out on education now, thank you very much. Sitting in Ethan's room was weird, but it was comforting to watch Mr. Prickles. I'd get out before he came back from work, but then what did I do? Did I hide in my room? There was no way I could see him. I didn't know how to talk to him now. It was easier when I thought he hated me. Knowing it wasn't true complicated everything. I'd been as honest with him as I could have been, in the end. There was no way I was going to tell him the true extent of my feelings. If I had, it would have just made it worse than it already was. How were we supposed to live together? Everything had changed. Were we destined to avoid each other like the plague until he ultimately decided he was leaving town again? That was what would happen. Ethan wasn't made to settle down in one place. After all, he'd only moved in with me so he wasn't tied to an actual lease. Talk about commitment issues. I blew out a long breath and leaned my head back against the wall. How could we normalize our relationship again? I'd meant what I'd said when I'd told him that there was no way we'd be the same. There was absolutely no chance I'd be able to sit on a sofa with him without wanting to curl myself into his side. We had to communicate, though. We still lived together, and that meant we had to be civil to one another. We had to get along. Rolling my head, I looked around his room. Despite the stuff he'd moved in, there was little to no personality in here. It reflected him perfectly. Not because he had no personality, but because it made sense that he didn't settle in anywhere. My feelings didn't matter, because he was never going to stay in Creek Falls. Not like my brother. Leo wasn't leaving again. He'd said as much to Mom, but Ethan hadn't. He would leave, just like he always did. If I didn't get a handle on my feelings, I'd end up in a worse place than I was right now. Another sigh escaped me. Damn it. No, I needed to do something. As much as I didn't want to live with him right now, I didn't have a choice. He couldn't move out overnight, and neither would I make him leave. My gaze fell on his shoes. One of my passive-aggressive moves was going to be to steal all the insoles of his shoes. Sure, he had one pair that he was wearing, but if it was half as irritating as it was when he stole my socks, which I still didn't have back for what it was worth, I shuffled off the bed. Mr. Prickles tilted his little head to the side, almost as if he was asking me what I was doing. I pressed a finger to my lips, as if he could talk, and quickly and carefully poked through Ethan's closet. He had 3 pairs of shoes in here, a pair of sneakers, a second pair that were running shoes, and smart shoes. I took the insoles from all of them. I had to laugh at myself. This was a completely ridiculous way to make this work. But if it worked, well, then my life went back to normal, where I was in love with someone I could never be with, and the only happy ending I was getting was provided by 7 inches of plastic and 2 AA batteries. At least it wouldn't argue with me. I tossed the sliced pepper into the pan with the chicken and the sliced onion. I had, once again, made enough food to feed a football team, but I figured I'd be a nice person and leave the fajita fixings covered in the fridge for Ethan whenever he decided to come back. Food was the great equalizer, after all. Nothing said, "I'm sorry, let's be friends," like good food. Food said a lot of things, actually, but it was my love language, that was for sure. I added the spice mix and stirred, blending it all together, and let it cook on low heat. My eyes darted to the time on my lock screen. I was hyper aware of it, and I knew Ethan would be coming back at some point this evening. As it was already 6:30, and he should have finished work an hour and a half ago. I was on borrowed time. I was avoiding him, and I was already taking a risk by being in the kitchen right now. He could walk in at any time. A key turned in the lock. Like, now. Right now. Crap on a cracker. Swallowing, I quickly let my hair down out of its loose bun. It was dark enough and thick enough that it would hide me from him if I wanted it to. It was totally a defense mechanism for me, and I wasn't ashamed to admit it. Hey. I stirred the fajita mix. Hey. I brought pizza. Turning, I looked at him for the first time since he'd left over 24 hours ago. His hair was in its usual messy style. The stubble that coated his jaw was a little longer than usual, and there was hesitance in his eyes, an unasked question. There was also an oil smudge on his cheek. I'm making fajitas. I shuffled side to side. I was going to save some of the chicken for you. I made too much. Oh. No worries. I just thought... Never mind. He smiled tightly and put the box down on the coffee table so he could shrug off his backpack. I guess you thought the same as me. That I was hungry? No, that food makes everything better. He tugged his lips to the side. Something like that. If I knew you were cooking... No, it's fine. You can always reheat it for lunch. I glanced down at the pizza box. God, it smelled good. Or I can box it all up and we can eat it tomorrow instead. He tilted his head to the side. You're gonna eat the pizza? It smells good. I bit the side of my bottom lip and dragged it through my teeth. It's not like I made grilled cheese that can't be reheated. Or we could have cold pizza for breakfast. We could. What do you want to do? I don't know. You decide. If I could, I'd have told you already. Why don't we have both? What? His eyes sparkled with laughter. A fajita and pizza. That way both our olive branches are extended and we both win. It was the weirdest icebreaker I'd ever heard in my life. That was probably why it was going to work. All right, then. I nodded and reached for the tortillas. Give me 2 minutes. I need to change anyway. He pushed off from the island. This shirt is Noah's and I need to wash it. I have a load I need to do. You can put it with mine. Thanks. Don't mention it. Also, your cheek has oil on it. I cradled the lettuce close to me and tapped my finger against my right cheek. Just there. He rubbed his cheek and checked his fingers. Shit. No wonder they looked at me weird in the pizza place. I bit back a laugh as he disappeared. Okay. This wasn't as awkward as it could have been. We were clearly both trying to make amends and make this as normal as it possibly could be. Whether we'd succeed was another matter. It was a good start, though. I diced the lettuce and grabbed the shredded cheese from the fridge. I made 2 fajitas and set them on different plates, and by the time I put both plates down on the coffee table next to the pizza, Ethan came back through. Thanks for feeding Mr. Prickles. He sat down. You didn't have to. Don't worry about it. There was no need to take him to your mom's. He paused. I actually stayed at Noah's last night. Apparently your best friends have big mouths, so he offered me a spare room when I said I wasn't staying here. I met his eyes and froze. Wasn't Leo there last night? He doesn't know, Ethan said quickly, and I sagged in relief. We talked when he was on the phone outside. Thank God. Yeah. An awkward silence filled the apartment. We'd gone into uncharted territory with that direction in conversation, and now that I knew he'd spoken to Noah and Preston about the kiss, I was dying to know what he'd said. Sucked to be me. I grabbed a napkin from the stack on top of the pizza box and dabbed at my mouth. I didn't know what to say next. Was I an idiot to think our relationship could go back to before we kissed? Ethan reached for the pizza box at the exact same time I did. Our fingers touched, and a shiver darted up my arm in response. Sorry, we both said at the same time. Here. He pushed the box toward me. You go. Thanks. I opened the box, revealing the cheesy goodness of a pepperoni pizza. I peered over at Ethan. You hate pepperoni. He leaned forward, pulling a slice out, and picked off all the bits of pepperoni. Problem solved, he said with a small smile. I glanced down at the pizza and back at him. Did you buy this because it's my favorite? You know they'll do half and half there, right? I know. He was looking at the slice he'd just put on his plate. By the time I remembered, it was too late. But why didn't you get a pizza you like? Because I didn't buy it for me, you donut. I bought it to, I don't know, say sorry. I knew I could just pick the pepperoni off. It's just pizza, Ava. It's not the end of the world to pick off a topping I don't like if it means we can go back to pissing each other off like normal. Oh my God. And therein lay the problem. This was the kind of guy you married, ladies. The guy who brought your favorite even if he hated it, just to make your day a little better. I pulled a slice away. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. Just eat it. He smirked. Evidently, talking isn't our forte today. Or any day, I added. But I do have good news. Oh, yeah? Yeah. I think me and Mr. Prickles might be friends. Fuck off, he replied. You're friends with him now? You've hated him ever since I brought him in. Yes, I said slowly. But I had to feed him today, and since he didn't bite me, we're on good terms. Ethan laughed, wiping his fingers on a napkin. Interjection. I'm getting a beer. You want one? No. I'll take some wine, though. Do you have any plastic cups? I don't want you cutting the entire finger off this time. I pursed my lips. Laughing again, he quickly made his way to the kitchen. Is that all it takes? A promise not to bite you and your friends? I shrugged. It's a good basis for a friendship if you ask me. Mm-hmm. You're the first person the vampires will come for if they ever rise up, you know that? He shot me a look seconds before he poured me a glass of wine. And I'll happily go. I've watched the Twilight movies. I've seen vampires in bed. Ethan choked on thin air. This conversation took an interesting turn. My cheeks heated. I watched Mr. Prickles for a bit today after I fed him. He's kinda cute. And now I have whiplash. He handed me my glass of wine and sat down, taking a drink from his beer. So does that mean the restrictions on him are lifted? I hesitated before I answered. Did I want to stumble upon him while making toast in the morning? Not particularly. Maybe a little, I said after a moment. But I didn't actually touch him, and if he appears from the shower while I'm using the toilet, I'm going to be pissed. Ethan held his hands up. He won't be free range anytime soon. Maybe we should mediate sessions with you both. Mediate sessions? Do I have to pay for that, Dr. Hawkins? He smirked. No, but it won't kill you to touch him. It might. Those spikes are sharp. How do you know? You've never touched them. I opened my mouth, then closed it. Damn it. He was right again. This was an awful thing that kept happening. I didn't like it when he was right. Whatever, I said, grabbing another slice of pizza. Shut up. He laughed, plucking the pepperoni off a slice of his own. Instead of dropping it in the box, he leaned over and put 2 extra pieces on my slice. Then he winked. And I'm not gonna lie, my heart sighed a little. It was a thing, okay? Hearts could sigh. Or maybe it was my soul. I didn't know, but this was going from bad to worse where my emotions were concerned. Never mind cooking. Sharing pepperoni was my love language. So was sleep. I loved sleep. Sleep and food. I was basically a guy. I finished my slice and picked up my napkin. 1 fajita and 2 slices of pizza, and I was full. It was the weirdest dinner I'd ever had, but it appeared to have done its job. It wasn't totally awkward anymore. Maybe we could make this work. I got up and went to the kitchen where I transferred the now cold fajita fillings into a plastic tub to put in the fridge. I tucked it onto the shelf next to the eggs. When did we get eggs? And turned around. I walked right into Ethan. I squealed and he grabbed hold of my upper arms to stop me from stumbling backward. Sorry, I thought you knew I was there. I shook my head and jerked back, away from his touch. The last thing either of us needed was to be that close. Sorry, I was just wondering where the eggs came from. The grocery store, he drawled. I bought them the other day. Oh, well, clearly I need to pay more attention. I smiled tightly and darted out of his reach. Thanks for the pizza. I'm gonna go to bed and watch some Netflix, so... Oh, sure. Night, Ava. Night. I ducked into the bathroom to brush my teeth, then locked myself away in my room where my laptop was still open from this afternoon. I positioned it on my nightstand so I could see and got ready for bed. Once my hair was tied back up, and I'd removed the death trap that was my bra, I climbed under the covers and hit play on the documentary I hadn't finished watching yet. My phone buzzed 2 minutes in. Ethan. Sorry if everything is awkward. Chapter 13. Ava. Texting, sexting. I paused. I didn't have to reply, and I knew that. But I wanted to. Maybe we'd be able to fully clear stuff up through text. It was easier than talking in person, right? Me. It'll work out. It was only once, right? It's not like it went any further. Ethan. Right. I was able to think a lot last night at Noah's, that's all. Me. About what? Ethan. About things I shouldn't tell you. Me. Then why bring it up? Ethan. I don't know, I think a part of me wants to tell you. Me. Well, make up your mind. You're interrupting my show with your lollygagging. Ethan. WTF is lollygagging? Me. I saw it on Twitter. It's a great word. Ethan. Doesn't explain what it means. Me. Fucking around, dawdling. Ethan. Oh. Right. Me. Well? Are you going to tell me, or can I get back to the royal scandals? Ethan. I think I need to move out, Ava. Well, fuck. Me. Okay, if you think that's best. Ethan. I don't want to, but I realized last night that I can't just turn off my attraction to you. I don't want to do something we'll both end up regretting. Me. Like I said, if you think that's best, do it. I understand. Ethan. It's not you. It's me. Me. That's what you say when it's the other person's fault. Ethan. Except it is me. Ethan. You're not the one at fault here. I am. I fully admit that if we stay living together for much longer, I'm going to want to do more than just kiss you. I drew in a sharp breath. That wasn't what I'd wanted to hear. Or was it? I don't know. Did I need a full idea of how he felt about me? It wouldn't validate me in any way. It wouldn't change who I was as a person. Yet here I was, desperate to know. Desperate to ask. Me. Why? Ethan. Because I can't stop thinking about you, Ava. And the more I think about you, the more I want you. Holy shit. Whatever I was expecting him to say, it wasn't that. Me. It's sexual. That's all it is. It's just a physical attraction. Me. Nobody has to know. What if something happening gets it out of your system? Oh my God, what am I doing? Ethan. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Ethan. You're essentially asking me to walk into your bedroom right now and fuck you. Me. It's all hypothetical. Ethan. No, it's not, and you know it. Me. Fine, whatever. There's clearly something unsaid between us. You can't tell me it's the worst idea. Ethan. It's not the best one either. What do you propose we do? Take this too far? Sleep together until I ultimately leave town again? Ethan, you're not a one-night stand, Ava. You're not the girl you fucking leave. Me. What does that even mean? Ethan, it means you're the girl, however infuriating you can be, that you take home to your parents knowing you're gonna marry her. What was happening right now? Was he drunk? A carb high? Did someone slip weed into that pizza? What was going on? This was weird. Weird shit. Yet I couldn't breathe. My heart was thumping and my mouth was dry, and I couldn't give a shit about the scandal that was unfolding on my laptop screen. All I cared about was hearing more, listening to all the things he shouldn't be saying, savoring every last word that never should have reached my ears. Or my eyes. Feeding my stupid addiction to this man. Feeding my stupid, stupid heart that was reckless enough to love him. Ethan, and I can't do that to you. You're worth more than a quick roll in the hay. Me. What if I said I didn't care? Ethan, you do care. Me. How do you know? You can't tell me how to feel. Ethan, I can't, and I never would, but I saw how you looked at me yesterday after we talked. Me. I didn't look at you. Ethan. Exactly. You didn't. You couldn't. Doesn't matter if you think it's all sexual. That's what people say when they don't have any other reason for the way they feel. Me. Fine. Whatever. Ethan. Now you're mad. Me. No, I'm fine. Ethan. No woman has ever used the word fine when she's actually been fine. Me. Look, it's simple. If you want to move out, move out. I'm not going to try and stop you. It's your decision. You have every right to do whatever you want. Me. I'm single because this world is filled with guys who tell girls shit they think they want to hear, then backtrack. I'm not single because I'm unaware of my worth. Me. Don't tell me I'm the kind of girl worth marrying. I already know that. I don't need you to validate it. I'm also woman enough to know that having sex with a guy without any promise of a relationship doesn't make me any less of a person. Even if I did choose to live my life with one-night stands, it doesn't mean I'm not worth marrying. Everyone is worth marrying. Even serial killers get married, and they're straight-up psychotic sociopaths who are way worse than women who decide to take control of their sexuality. Me. But if you're going to live here still, cut this shit out right now. Keep whatever feelings you have to yourself if you're not going to do anything about it. Me. Because you're right. There is something here that goes deeper than just a physical attraction. But I'm not going to lie in bed and dig myself a hole of denial in the hopes I'll get to China and get over it, like you apparently are. Me. So if you're not going to do anything about this, if you're going to put me on this marry, don't fuck pedestal, when I'm perfectly capable of knowing what I want and making an informed decision, do me a favor. Just be my roommate. Do your laundry and wash your dishes and contribute to everything fairly. And for God's sake, shut the fuck up, okay? Just shut up. Because I don't want to hear it. My eyes stung with frustration, and I slammed my phone on the bed next to me with the screen down. I wasn't interested in what he had to say anymore. How dare he? How dare he tell me what I was worth? How dare he insinuate the things he had? I could have had 20 one-night stands opposed to the grand total of 0 I had to my name, and it wouldn't have made me any less of a woman, any less of a person. My worth was not defined by my sexual history. My worth was not defined by anyone but me. I got to decide that, not some asshole with a dick between his legs. The only time an asshole with a dick between their legs got to decide a woman's worth was when he was the asshole with an actual dick between her legs. Spoiler alert, her worth was through the roof. So why the fuck did I have tears in my eyes? Was it the subtle rejection? The knowledge that this was it? This was really, really it? This was absolutely, categorically it. There was no way that Ethan and I would be together. Ever. It was stupid, I knew that. I'd known it for years. Why did he have to go and text me tonight? We'd left on good terms. Awkward ones, but good. We'd eaten together. There was cold pizza for breakfast and enough fajita fillings that we could both eat them for lunch. Why did he have to go and fuck it all up? Why did he have to kiss me in the first place? Why hadn't I pushed him away? I was over it. I was so over all of this. All I wanted was to curl into a ball and scream my frustrations out into a pillow, cry into my sheets, get rid of the anger in the easiest way I knew how. But I couldn't. Because he was out there. He'd hear me. He'd know he got to me. He'd know he hurt me. And I was never, ever going to give him that power. As far as Ethan Hawkins was concerned, it was the only power I had left. I got out of bed, knocking my phone to the floor, and grabbed my makeup wipes from the top of my dresser. I scrubbed furiously at my eyes, removing the remnants of the light coat I'd put on before I went to meet the girls for lunch today. My skin was red and blotchy thanks to the anger I held in the knots of my stomach. Bags under my eyes gave away my tiredness, and there was a distinct sadness in my eyes themselves. I needed a good, long sleep. Ava? Ethan's voice was muffled by my door. Are you still awake? No, I shot back. This is my voicemail. Leave a message after the beep. Beep! Jesus Christ, he muttered. Maybe. I had no idea. The door was a pretty good muffler. Can you open the door? We need to talk. We've talked enough. I tossed the used wipe into the small trash can I kept next to my dresser. You made sure of that. God damn it. He knocked his fist against my door. 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes, that's all I need. You've got it. I folded my arms across my chest and stared at the door. Doesn't mean I'm gonna open the door for you. Fine, look. I think that just about everything I said then came across wrong. I didn't mean it the way you took it. You're my best friend's sister, Ava. If anything happens between us, I know I'm gonna feel like I've betrayed Leo. You will too. And more than anything, I'm gonna feel like I've betrayed you. You don't need someone who doesn't even know if they're still gonna be in town past the holidays. You deserve better than that. My eyes stung again. I didn't know if it was because of his words or because I was just so emotionally exhausted from pulling myself from pillar to post. We've never gotten along. You're right about that, and I stand by what I said. It's easier to fight with you than be friends with you. Until the other day, I was sure you did genuinely hate me, and I could live with that. Obviously not. I could, and I did. Until I moved in, it was only physical. But listen to me. There's something else there, Ava. Something that scares the fucking shit out of me. Something I can't deal with because of who you are. My heart. It was going insane. I'm obsessed with the idea of you, he said, this time a lot softer. At least I think I am. I can't focus on anything else right now. But I don't know what it means. I just know that I don't want to hurt you in any way, and my decision to kiss you has done that. Also, on a totally unrelated note, I'd very much like you to return the insoles of my shoes that you stole today. I bit my lower lip, fighting a momentary smile. I'll swap them for my socks. Shit, I thought I gave those back. Nope, you stole them right around the time you royally pissed me off, remember? I unlocked my bedroom door and pulled it open. Ethan looked down at me, his dark blue eyes shining with warring emotions. If the eyes were the windows to someone's soul, his soul was messed the hell up right now. Noah said this morning that I'm welcome to stay at his place until I find an apartment, he said softly, putting his hands in his pockets. I won't be offended or pissed off if you want me to go, Ava. I fucked up a lot here with you, and I honestly wish we could go back to hating each other. I wrapped my arms around my waist, thanking God that I'd thrown on a black tank top tonight. As for my underwear, they were plain blue. Boring. I'm not going to throw you out. I held his gaze with mine. If you leave, it's of your own volition. But I mean what I said. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear any of it. If you're not going to act on the way you feel, don't say anything at all. Darkness clouded his eyes. I can't, he said in a low voice, reaching out. He cupped my cheek for a second before he dropped his hand again. I can't do it to your brother. I raised one shoulder in a shrug before dropping it again. His words stung more than I ever wanted to admit. Then don't do it. Ava. I shut the door in his face. Slowly I fell against it, resting my cheek against the cool wood as emotion barreled through me. Days ago we'd hated each other. We actively tried to piss each other off. And now? Now I had no idea. Except for one thing. There was one thing I was absolutely, positively, 100% certain about. Ethan Hawkins could never, ever know exactly how I felt about him. And that was the end of that. I am obsessed with the idea of you. That was it. The idea. Not me. Just the idea. Was it because I was his best friend's sister? That the way we felt about each other was forbidden? Was forbidden even the right word? No, it wasn't forbidden. I knew my brother. If I told him how I felt, he wouldn't be angry. He might think I was stupid, but that was about it. I didn't necessarily think he'd stop anything from happening either. He just wasn't that kind of person. As much as I ribbed on him, he was a good brother. He was a good person. He'd never do anything to get in the way of my happiness. But it wasn't just me. It was Ethan's life, too. And I knew he didn't want Leo to find out we'd kissed. It didn't matter. It was blatantly obvious that nothing was going to happen, and that was exactly why Reagan and Hallie were leaning over the island in Reagan's new kitchen, mouths agape. Are you fucking serious? Reagan demanded, slapping her hand against the counter. You've lost your mind. Hallie shook her head so vigorously she almost dislodged her glasses. Ava, think this through. I have. I ran my fingers through my hair. I have, okay? Nothing will happen with Ethan. I've said that all along and nobody listened to me. I'm telling you right now that I'm making the right choice. Butler made you miserable. She's right. Reagan pushed her purple hair behind her ear. You were so on and off that I had to pay for whiplash treatment at one point. I pursed my lips. No, you didn't. You're right. I didn't. But I may as well have. Hallie held up her hands, compassion in her eyes. Ava, think about this. You're only doing this because of what happened with Ethan. You don't actually want to go out with Butler again. She was right. I didn't. Maybe it made me a bitch for going to dinner with my ex. But I was long past caring. I needed a distraction from Ethan, and while Butler was a shit boyfriend, he was pretty great in bed. You know as well as we do that you're not going to sleep with him. And what if you do? What's going to happen? You'll date again, and in 2 months, you'll break up. If it lasts that long, Reagan added, ever the beacon of positivity. This is a bad idea, Ava. You need to think this through. I have. I just need a distraction, and me and Butler never said we'd never get back together. Hallie groaned. Ava, I love you. We both love you. But he made you miserable. What do you think you'll actually achieve by having dinner with him? I opened my mouth to answer, but nothing came out. I didn't know. They were right as far as it went, but I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't perfect. I wasn't going to pretend I was, or that what I was doing was a good decision. I just wanted to not think about Ethan for one night. If going out with Butler did that, well, it's not going to happen, all right? It's easy for you guys. You're both in relationships. You're not living with the guy you've been in love with for years but can't have. I pushed off the counter and grabbed my stuff. I know going out with Butler is a bad idea, but so is just about everything else in my life right now. Don't pretend you know how I feel because you have no idea. Ava, wait! Hallie jumped up, but I was already shutting the door behind me. I knew they meant well, but sometimes I didn't want them to mean well. I didn't want them to tell me all the things I was doing wrong. Sometimes I just wanted someone to go along with a bad idea. This was one of those times. My emotions were everywhere, and I knew this was a terrible decision. But that didn't change the one I'd made. And the truth was that Hallie and Reagan had no idea how this felt. They had no idea what it was like to be in my position. If they did, they'd probably make a shit choice too.
Chapter 14. Ethan. Green isn't everyone's color. I tapped my fingers against the side of my beer bottle. I hadn't seen Ava all day, and the messy handwritten note attached to the side of the fridge with this week's date on it said she was working until 10:30 tonight. I had 4 more hours to sit and feel fucking sorry for myself. Texting her last night was stupid. We'd almost fixed things, we'd almost gotten back to normal, and then I'd texted her. From the other room. And I'd upset her even more. I was a fucking idiot. A prize fucking idiot. There was no way to make this better. She'd made her position clearer. I wasn't the only one who had some feelings that needed to be worked out. She had feelings for me. I didn't know what they were or how deep they ran, but they existed. They were real. And she wasn't interested. She'd told me to fuck off. She had every right to. She didn't owe me anything. I was the one who'd fucked up and made it all awkward for us. I was the one who'd been unable to keep my hands to myself. My words, too. If she wanted me to never speak of it, I wouldn't. I tossed my phone up and caught it again. Everyone was at Lucky's tonight, but since Ava was working, it wasn't exactly a place I could go. It was pretty much off limits. Not that something being off limits had stopped me once this week. Fuck. I scrubbed at my scalp, rubbing my fingers through my hair. Being stuck in the apartment wasn't doing me any good. All it was doing was making my brain go crazy. I shot a quick text off to Noah to see if he was still at Lucky's, and if not, where he was. Noah. Lucky's with the guys, Hallie and Reagan. You coming down? I sighed, staring at it. Everyone was there. It was Sunday, the football games were on, and even being in the same bar as Ava had to be a better situation than sitting here moping like a fucking lovesick idiot. Especially since I'd put myself in that position. Me. Yeah, be there in 10. I changed out of my sweatpants into some jeans and grabbed a clean t-shirt. A quick check of Mr. Prickles resulted in his water being refilled courtesy of the bottle on my nightstand. I took a minute to throw his ball across his cage before I tickled him beneath his little chin and made my way out of the apartment. I ran down the stairs and outside. The cool fall air was a welcome drop in temperature. God knew how long it would last, but I appreciated it anyway. It made the walk across town to the bar much more enjoyable than it would have been otherwise. Not that it was entirely enjoyable. I was all too aware of the fact that I was willingly putting myself in Ava's path, something I didn't think she'd be too pleased about. I also had to contend with Hallie and Reagan. Not that I had anything against them. No, I'd known them as long as I'd known Ava, thanks to growing up here, but I knew they were loyal to a fault, even if they did run their mouths to their boyfriends. Problem was, I had a feeling they'd done that because they knew Noah and Preston would talk to me. After all, if anyone knew exactly how Ava felt about me, it was those two. They probably knew better than Ava herself. I took a deep breath as I turned onto the street where Lucky's was. The lights from the bar lit up the area, and cars filled the parking lot off to the side. A roar escaped the building as I got close, and I rolled my shoulders as I made my way toward the door. Warmth enveloped me the second I stepped inside. It was a mixture of the building's own heat and that of all the people. Barely any chairs were left empty. The bar was rammed, and people were standing up everywhere. I slipped inside, scanning the heads for my friends. I pushed through 3 big groups of people before I spotted the beacon that was Reagan with her purple hair, and headed right for them. "Ethan!" Allie raised her hand and waved. "Hey." I stepped up to the table and side-hugged both her and Reagan. "Where is everyone?" "At the bar," Reagan answered. "Hold on." She clambered up onto her chair, tugged up her jeans, and waved her hands above her head. I frowned, but it obviously worked because she motioned for one more beer to be brought over. "Thanks," I said when she sat down. "It's busy tonight." Hallie nodded. "There was apparently a bachelor party nearby last night. Their flight got cancelled, so they came here and took over half the place." I looked around. It was easy to see them. They took up 4 tables, and as people on bachelor parties usually did, they looked like absolute pricks. "What's up?" Reagan asked, pulling a rogue empty chair up to the table for me. "I was surprised you weren't here earlier." "Ava's working," I answered. "You probably already know we're not talking." They both nodded. Hallie said. "What's I asked.
"Nothing."
She cradled her wine glass.
"It's not directed at you, for what it's worth."
"Who is it directed at?" "This prick of a referee," Preston said, sliding into the seat next to me and putting a beer in front of me. "She's been complaining about him all night." He winked when Leo took his seat on the other side of the table. "You're confusing me with yourself," Hallie said, snorting at her boyfriend. "You're the one whining like a little bitch." "I will second that." Reagan touched her wine glass to Hallie's. I smirked. "Thought you weren't coming," Leo said as Noah took his seat. "Got bored," I replied, keeping my answer as vague as I could. "What's going on?" Preston tilted his head to the side and rested his arm over the back of Hallie's chair. "Pats are winning as always. Nobody cares about the other games." "Standard Sunday night, then." "Was that the shout I heard coming in?" "Yeah," Noah answered. "They should have had a penalty for a false start, but the touchdown stood without review. Bullshit refereeing." "Standard weekly operation, then." Leo swigged his beer. "Is that Butler at the bar?" Everyone's head turned toward the bar. Ava was standing behind it, smiling. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she was dressed all in black with her V-neck t-shirt cutting low when she bent over. "I think so," Hallie said slowly. "But there are so many guys in here," Reagan added, kicking my foot. "Ow. Why did you kick me?" I asked, frowning at her. Her eyes widened. "Sorry. Accident." I smelled bullshit. I let it go. Leo didn't. He narrowed his eyes. "It is. It's Butler." Noah's gaze flashed in my direction. "It's Sunday night. He comes in here, right?" "Yeah, but he's not leaving the bar. I thought they broke up." "They did." Hallie squirmed in her seat. "Maybe he's trying to get her back." My stomach clenched. I knew all about Ava's unhealthy on-off relationship with Butler Ferris. It spanned a long-ass fucking time before she'd finally called it off earlier this year. The idea that he was interested again, and she was allowing it, made me feel sick. "Nah," Preston interjected. "She wouldn't go out with him again." Reagan cleared her throat, and Hallie shot her a look that could kill. Leo watched it all happen. "She's dating him again?" He turned his eyes on me. "She mentioned it to you?" "Why the fuck would I know?" I replied. "Because you live with her." "She doesn't tell me shit." I rocked my head side to side to stretch out my neck. "I don't know what she does in her free time." Leo grunted. "He's a dick. Why is she entertaining his bullshit?" That was a great fucking question, wasn't it? I finished my beer. "I'm gonna get another beer. Anyone want one?" "Bring a bucket," Leo said, eyes firmly fixed on the bar. Hallie moved her hand over her throat in an axing motion, but a bucket sounded good to me. I pushed my way through to the bar, stopping a few feet away from where Butler was grinning at Ava. My nostrils flared. What the fuck was he doing here? As far as I knew, she wasn't interested in him anymore. Yet as she moved across the bar to serve someone who'd gotten here before me, she returned his smile. Anger shot through me. What the fuck was I watching? Was I really standing here watching my roommate and the woman I had feelings for getting back with her ex? I wasn't going to watch it. Not for a second. The stomach twisting that was happening in my gut was almost unbearably painful, a continuous tightening of cramps that demanded I fix this situation. I never should have come here. Ava. She jerked her head around, her eyes widening with shock as she parted her pink lips. Butler turned his head and glared at me. I motioned for her to come over. She had no idea that I was here, and even less idea that I was going to bullshit my way through this conversation. Ava apologized to a customer and came to me. What? I left my key in the apartment. Can I use yours? Her eyebrows shot up. Really? Yeah. I shrugged. I realized when I was going to drive here. Can I use yours? She sagged. It's on my keys in the back room. When are you leaving? I checked my watch. An hour? I haven't been here long. I finished not long after that. Can't you just wait? And see you say goodbye to your boyfriend? No thanks. She glanced at Butler. He's not my boyfriend and you know it. No, I said, my gaze trained on hers. I don't. Do you need anything, or are you just here to annoy me? Bucket of beer, please. If Leo has a tab, put it on his. She made an agreeable noise and turned away. Butler was still staring at me, but I made a point of pulling my phone from my pocket and scrolling on it until Ava put the ice-filled bucket in front of me. No tab. $30, please. She held her hand out, her bright eyes focused on me. Slowly, I pulled out my wallet and handed her the money. I made sure to let my hand linger on hers as I handed the money over. Her fingers all but wrapped themselves around mine as she took the money from my hand. I have a 10-minute break in 5 minutes, she said, slipping the bills away from me with a flourish. Come back then and I'll get you my key. Thanks. I half smiled and grabbed the bucket. As long as I don't interrupt your conversation with your boyfriend. Rage flashed in her eyes. Go. Now. I carried it back over to the table after weaving in and out of people. Hallie shot me a look and Reagan smirked, but it was Leo who questioned me. Did she talk about Butler? He asked, plucking a bottle out of the bucket. No, I left my keys at home. I lied. She said she has a break in 5 minutes, so I'm going to go get her key. I peered over my shoulder at the bar. She was now completely ignoring Butler and serving a large group of guys. I grabbed a beer and settled into my chair. I didn't know what I was going to say to her in 5 minutes while I got the key I didn't need. The only thing I knew was that I was not fucking comfortable with the dick that was her ex-boyfriend being so close to her, while she fucking smiled at him. Nah, not happy. Not at all. Not that it mattered. I had no right to feel how I did either way. All I was allowed to feel was the annoyance that she hadn't yet returned the insoles to my shoes and I was wearing the world's most uncomfortable sneakers. At least you could mix and match socks. I hadn't taken all the left ones after all, I'd taken them at random. That didn't apply to insoles. The damn insoles were fitted to each shoe specifically. Both Reagan and Hallie sent questioning glances my way. I ignored them both and focused on the game. I had no fucking idea what was going on, and I really didn't care. I just needed the clock to time down the next 5 minutes. Not that I had any idea what I was going to do, if I'd even do anything at all. You know they had dinner earlier, right? Reagan said, looking at Leo. On her break. Leo's expression tightened. Why? They broke up ages ago. Reagan shrugged. We tried to tell her it was a bad idea, but she didn't listen to us. She's got a stick up her ass about something and she's digging her heels in. Hallie wrinkled her nose up. She's being stubborn as hell. My jaw clenched. I knew what Ava was doing. She was trying to make some kind of stupid point. I knew she didn't want to date Butler. I knew she had feelings for me because she told me. But then again, was it my business? I was the one who said nothing could happen. I was the one who'd made that decision. I answered my own question. I had no right to feel the way I did. But that was the problem with feelings. They didn't fucking care about your rights. I'm gonna go get the key, I said, standing up. I pushed my way back to the bar where Ava was serving someone. She finished up and caught my eye, motioning for me to follow her. She slipped out from behind the bar and guided me to the back, where she pushed open a door marked with staff only. I followed her inside and to a smaller room that was empty. There was a table and chairs and a sofa, and Ava's purse was on the floor next to it with 2 others. "How did you forget your keys?" she asked, picking hers up. "Wasn't thinking," I lied. "Reagan said you had dinner with Butler." She froze, but quickly shook it off. "What of it?" "Really? That's how you're playing this?" Ava looked up from searching inside the suitcase she called a purse and gave me a dark look. "Who I have dinner with is none of your business. Never has been, never will be. You made that abundantly clear." I sighed, looking away from her. "Is that what this is?" She put the purse on the table. "You want to interrogate me about what I'm doing? You don't want me, but nobody else can have me, is that it?" "Jesus Christ, have you listened to yourself? You had dinner with the guy to make some kind of stupid point. You don't want to date him." She yanked her keys out of her purse with a jingle. "Have you heard yourself, Ethan? You sound like an idiot. You can't make up your mind about what you want. You can't say what you said to me last night, then come in here like a fucking jealous ex. That's not how it works. You don't want to act on your feelings for me, then fine. But I told you last night, shut up." She pulled the key from the ring and slapped it against my chest. "There's the key you probably made up needing so you could have this stupid conversation with me." I grabbed her wrist, stopping her pulling away from me. There was a fire in her eyes, one I'd seen so many times, and I stepped closer to her even though the chance of me getting burned was high. "You're right," I said in a low voice. "It's not fair of me to do this, but I don't know what else to do. If you're honest with yourself, you don't know what to do either." Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. "You don't want to tell your brother how you feel about me any more than I want to tell him how I feel about you." "It doesn't matter anyway," she replied, her voice a touch softer than before. "I'm not going to go back and forth with you, Ethan. Not anymore. I don't think you know how much it hurts. Make a decision and stick to it, for God's sake." She looked at me for a lingering moment before she tugged her hand out of my grip. I let her go, and the key clattered to the floor between us. "Maybe you should find somewhere else to live." Ava tucked her hair behind her ear. "Stay at Noah's like he said. This isn't going to work anymore." Her words twisted my gut. She was right. There was too much push and pull, too much endless back and forth. "I mean it," she said, backing up to the door. She reached for the handle behind her back. "It's not me being a dick. I can't live with you if it's like this." "Ava." "You're right. I don't want to be with Butler. I asked him to get dinner because I thought it would make me feel better." She looked away for a second before she brought her eyes back to mine. "But all it did was make me realize that he's not you. And as long as you sleep in the room next to mine, I'll never be able to get over you." I took a step toward her. "No." She shook her head. "No, don't. Don't kiss me when you don't mean it." I covered my eyes with my hand and dragged it down my face. When I looked back up again, she was gone, and I was alone in the staff room. I bent down and retrieved the key from the floor, staring at it. This stupid fucking key. My own was in my pocket, but this shiny gold one in my hand symbolized so much. If I gave Ava mine, that was it. There would be no going back. Any chance of anything with her? It was gone. Was I a fool for not telling Leo how I felt? Ava terrified me. The way I felt about her was fucking scary, because I knew it would be too easy to fall completely in love with her. Leo was the safety blanket. He was an excuse. It was easy to use him as the reason why I was holding back from her. He was my best friend, her brother, Betrayal, right? In theory. In reality, I was a fucking wimp. I was hiding behind a friendship. I tucked the key in my pocket and walked back into the bar. Ava was back in place behind it, and she looked up as I passed. Something crossed her face, and she turned away from me, showing me the back of her head instead. "Are you all right?" Reagan asked when I got back to the table. "What? Yeah, I'm fine." I sat down and grabbed my beer. "What's the score?" Preston shot me a questioning look. 21-3 to the Pats. I nodded and settled back. "Did you ask her about Butler?" Leo asked. "Huh?" "Ava, did you ask her about Butler? Are they dating again?" "No, they're not." I tapped my fingers against the table, frowning. "Are you all right?" Leo leaned forward. "You're acting weird." "Really weird." Hallie tilted her head to the side, and her eyes widened like she could read my mind. Fuck it. I was going to tell him. Right now. "I need to tell you something." I looked at Leo. "Oh no," Reagan muttered. Leo sent a weird look her way before turning back to me. "What's up?" "I kissed your sister." Everyone at the table froze. "A few days ago," I continued. "I stole one of every sock she owns, like you suggested. We had a fight. We kissed. That's it." I shrugged, holding out my hands. Leo stared at me for a long moment. I had no idea what he was thinking, and I was ready for the fist to my nose. It didn't come. Instead, he snorted. "Well, it's about fucking time, ain't it?" It was my turn to still, where the girls both jerked in shock. "What?" "It's about fucking time," Leo repeated. "God knows she's mooned over you for years for some godforsaken reason. It's about time you realized you felt the same." "I didn't say anything about feelings." "You don't have to. It's written all over your face." He smirked, glancing toward the bar. "Is that why she keeps looking over here like she's plotting your murder?" "As a rule, that's how she looks at him anyway," Reagan piped up. "But she still doesn't have her socks back." Jesus, she wears odd socks anyway. She hasn't looked that hard for them because they're in her fucking closet. I finished my beer. Unlike the insoles of my shoes, which appear to have grown legs. "They're in the trunk of her car," Preston answered. "I ran into her in the grocery store parking lot and saw them." "Son of a bitch," I sighed. Leo laughed, sitting back. "What are you going to do now?" "Grovel?" Hallie suggested brightly. "Because he's on her shit list?" "Thank you for that," I muttered. "You're welcome." "What did you do?" Leo asked, still smiling. "Told her we couldn't be together because of you," I answered. "Nothing major." He rubbed his hand down his face. "You both thought I'd be pissed off?" "I was expecting you to punch me." I scratched the side of my neck. "Still waiting." "I'll punch you if you want me to." "Don't get carried away." Noah chuckled. "Let me guess, we're now on a group mission to get Ethan back in Ava's good books." "No," Leo shook his head. "But Reagan and Hallie are going to tell her I know without me even asking them, so that helps." "Hey," Reagan knocked her fist against the table. "We can keep a secret. We didn't tell you they made out like a couple of horny teens." "Thanks, Reagan," I said dryly. "You're welcome." She gave me the same bright smile Hallie had. "What are friends for?"
Chapter 15. Ava. Cat amongst the hedgehogs. Leo knows you kissed Ethan. The glass in my hand slipped from my grip and shattered on the floor. "What?" Reagan nodded, backing up Hallie's words. "Ethan just told him." "What? Why would he do that?" "What?" I paused and took a deep breath. This is not how I'd expected the end of my shift to go. I grabbed a dustpan and brush and swept up the mess I'd made. "Start from the beginning," I demanded. "Did you force him into it?" "I take offense at that." Reagan swept her hair around one side of her neck. We are totally innocent. For once. Yeah, right. It's true, Hallie said. He came back from getting his key. Did he even need it? Probably not, I answered. Right. Well, he came back and he was in a weird mood, spaced out. Reagan nodded. Leo asked if he'd asked you about Butler. Ugh. Indeed, she mused. And when he said that you weren't seeing him again, he suddenly told Leo he had something to tell him. Okay, and he just said it? Pretty much. Hallie leaned over the bar. Oh, God. I buried my face in my hands. Why did he do that? He spent the last few days telling me that nothing can happen because we can never tell Leo. Why would he do that if only to tell him? I think you seeing Butler made him shit his pants. Reagan grinned. Nice move. I didn't... Whatever. I shook my head. What did Leo say? Ooh, this is the good bit. She clapped her hands together. He said it was about fucking time. Come again? What? Say that again? He said it was about fucking time, Hallie repeated. Looks like he knew you had feelings for Ethan, and that Ethan was slow on the uptake. But how? Reagan shrugged. You just know this time. It was me who figured out both Hallie and Preston had feelings for each other before they told me. I'm close to them both, so it's not that crazy that I'd notice it. That's probably what happened with Leo. You said Angelica knew that Ethan had feelings for you. Siblings know stuff. Hallie grimaced. Yeah, that was fun when you told me. I remembered that conversation. It was fun. So what now? Leo's okay with it? Ethan's suddenly going to change his mind? I shook my head. It's not going to happen. He only told him because I was with Butler. I was right. He doesn't want me, but nobody else can have me either. They shared a look. Actually, Hallie said slowly, I think he does want to be with you. His loyalty to Leo meant that he thought he was doing what was right. It was weird for me at first, too. And Reagan knew how I felt about Preston. Like, what if we break up? How that would affect our friendship was a huge thing for me. I didn't want to put her in a position that meant she'd have to choose. Right, Reagan agreed. But it doesn't matter because if they break up, it's going to be Preston's fault anyway. Well, that was probably true. How does that relate to me and Ethan? I looked between them. It's more than just that. I don't even know if he's going to stay in town. He never stays anywhere for long. He did what he thought was right by his best friend. Ultimately, his first loyalty lay with Leo. They've lived and traveled together for years, Hallie said. Whatever you said to him earlier obviously made him realize that he can either keep that loyalty to Leo and be miserable, or he can take the risk of breaking it to potentially be happy with you. My lips were dry, and I ran my tongue over them a few times. It didn't need to take this long. Devil's advocate, Reagan started. You didn't tell Leo either. It's not all on him no matter how much easier it is for you to believe. I went to respond, but couldn't. She was right. As easy as it was to blame Ethan for it, I hadn't told Leo how I felt. Maybe if I'd outright admitted it, none of this would have happened. I sighed, sagging against the bar. You're right. Wow, I didn't think you'd admit it. Hallie elbowed her. Neither of you have handled it well. He's played it safe and you've let your temper get the best of you. Leo wants to talk to you after work, but Ethan just went home. I rubbed my hands down my face. Okay, I guess we have to figure it out at some point. Yep. Oh, and your socks are in your closet. Son of a bitch. Want a ride home? I jingled my keys. Leo grinned. I was hoping you'd ask. Come on. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders and hugged me. We need to talk, huh? So I've been told. We stepped out into the darkness. I scanned the parking lot for signs of anyone slumped over, but thankfully, that woman appeared to have been an isolated incident. Thank God. I don't care, you know, Leo said, stopping under one of the street lights. I've known for ages that you had feelings for him. It was the only explanation for why you hated him so much. I swallowed, looking down at my feet. It was easier to fight him than anything else. I know. I just wish you would have been honest with me, Aves. All this shit could have been prevented if you'd just told me. I didn't know what to say, I said softly. He was adamant that you couldn't know we'd kissed and that it couldn't happen again, but you kept on coming back to it. Yeah, I guess. And tonight it broke down because you went out with Butler. We had a huge fight last night. I tucked hair behind my ear and shrugged. He stayed at Noah's 2 nights ago, and we kind of made up yesterday over food. Leo's lips twitched. Then he texted me, and we had a huge argument, and I just gave up, I admitted sadly. I knew it would never happen because of you. Leo laughed, shaking his head. Jesus, you two are fucking idiots. More than I thought. What do you mean? Ava, I lied. I don't have a 1-bedroom apartment. His eyes twinkled. I have a 2-bedroom place. I knew Ethan had feelings for you. I knew you needed a roommate. I deliberately said I only had 1 bedroom to see if you'd finally get over yourselves. My jaw dropped. What the hell? I shoved at him. This is all your fault. Yeah, he grinned. Don't look so happy about it, asshole. He put his hands in his pockets and rocked on his heels. I didn't think I'd be such a big issue. I figured you at least would tell me what had happened. Obviously, I underestimated Ethan. All of this could have been avoided. Oh my God! I ran my hand through my hair and unlocked the car. I can't believe this. Leo shrugged as he got in. I didn't expect you both to be so stubborn about it. I definitely didn't expect you to start a war where you steal each other's shit. That made 2 of us. I put the car in gear and pulled out of the parking bay, then turned in the direction of his apartment. What am I supposed to do now? Go home, Ava. Go back to the apartment and talk to him. It's not too late for you two to fix this. If I wasn't involved, you'd already be dating. Does he know you basically orchestrated this? No. Tell him I'm going to the gym in the morning if he wants to spar with me there. But I've got a date tomorrow night, so no black eyes. Leo grinned across the car. I sighed. That poor woman. He laughed. A few minutes later, I pulled up alongside the front of his building and put the car into park. Know what you're gonna say to him? Leo asked. I shook my head. I have no idea. I'll figure it out, I think. He leaned over and kissed the side of my head. For what it's worth, I can't think of anyone I'd rather see you be with. I smiled. Night, Leo. See you later, Aves. He got out of the car and waved, then disappeared inside the building. I pulled away from the side of the road and did an illegal U-turn to go back toward the bar. Nobody was around since it was late, and even if they were, well, we'd all done it. My mind whirred as I drove. This whole situation was all kinds of fucked up. I was still struggling to see how my relationship with Ethan had changed so drastically, and now knowing that my brother was a part of it, I was angry. That was it. I was angry. I was angry that Leo had tricked us into living together. I was angry that he knew we had feelings for each other. I was angry that both of us had made the decision not to tell Leo. I was angry that it had caused all this upheaval. One little misunderstanding. Miscommunications. My brother thinking he's a smartass. If everyone involved had just been a little more honest, me included, this would have been a much smoother ride. Now, I didn't know what would happen. The only good thing to really come out of this was that I knew where my socks were. It really was the little things. I pulled into my parking space and shut off the engine. It was completely silent now, and I closed my eyes for a second to savor it. I had no idea what I would be walking into when I went upstairs. I couldn't get upstairs. It was now past 11, which meant the door was locked, and Ethan had taken my key. God freaking damn it! I pulled my phone out of my purse and texted him. Me. Are you awake? Thankfully, he replied quickly. Ethan. Yes. Me. The door is locked. I need you to buzz me in. Ethan. Now? Me. Like 1 minute. Ethan. Okay, I'll unlock the apartment door. Me. Thanks. I got out of the car, dragging my purse after me. I locked it and headed for the door, which thankfully he had unlocked. It didn't take me long to walk up the stairs to the apartment. He'd kept his word there, too. The door was unlocked, and I let myself in. My key was in the door, so after locking it behind me, I took a moment to reattach it to my keychain. That was better. The apartment was empty. A gentle humming noise, like a muffled TV show, was coming from Ethan's room. He was awake. In his room. I hesitated. We had to talk. There were no two ways about it, and honestly, I wanted to talk to him. I was tired of the misunderstandings. I was tired of the miscommunication. We owed it to each other and to ourselves to get the situation all cleared up. I kicked off my shoes before I padded across the apartment to his room. Squeezing my eyes shut, I knocked lightly 3 times and waited. It's open, Ethan said after a second. I pushed it open and poked my head in. He was lying on his bed, shirtless, wearing nothing but his boxers, and his laptop was resting on his nightstand. Can we talk? My voice was soft. He shut the laptop and nodded. Want me to put some clothes on? No, not really. It's fine. If I feel too dressed up, I'll just take my pants off too. I'd be okay with that. I dragged my lower lip between my teeth, fighting a smile. He didn't bother fighting his. He sat up and patted the bed for me to take a seat. We have to talk, so let's get it over with. I perched on the edge of his bed. You told Leo? Yep. Why? Good question. He clicked his tongue on the roof of his mouth. The idea of you getting back together with Butler, even that you considered it, made me realize I had to take that chance. The worst thing that could have happened was that he'd be fucking furious, and I'd promised not to date you. And it's not like you and I are in a good place right now anyway, so it couldn't get much worse. Slowly I nodded. I didn't go out with Butler to get at you. You know that, right? No, Ethan admitted. I thought that's exactly what you did. No. He and I didn't have a great relationship. It was up and down all the time, and it was a comfortable thing to do. Go right back to him. I looked down at the floor. I shouldn't have done it. Even though nothing happened between us, we just ate, then he left. Everything happens for a reason. If I didn't know you'd called him, I might not have ever told Leo. I know. I pushed hair behind my ear and peered over at him. Did you know that he knew? Knew what? That we had feelings for each other. Ethan frowned. What? I told him everything Leo had told me before I dropped him at his house. So the last few days were all for nothing. I'm going to the gym tomorrow, Ethan snorted. I didn't know any of that. But I'm not surprised. It's exactly the kind of shit he'd pull without thinking of the consequences. You don't need to tell me that. I rolled my eyes. What do we do now? I know. You do? He nodded, moving closer to me. Without another word, Ethan cupped my face and kissed me. It was gentler than the last one, and I leaned into it, savoring the sweetness of the moment. It wasn't how I'd expected this day to end, that was for sure. That's not really an answer, I muttered. He grinned, his eyes shining. We figure it out. Naturally. The way it should be. It's hardly going to be normal given that we already live together. Great. At least nobody has to move if it works out. And if it doesn't work out? I raised my eyebrows. We blame your brother. I paused. Well, everything is already his fault. Exactly my point. One more thing isn't going to hurt. He sat back. There is one thing we need to discuss immediately. I paused. Okay? What? Mr. Prickles. A solemn look crossed Ethan's face. You're gonna have to make an effort, or this isn't going to work. That was not really that surprising. We're friends. I don't think we're going to snuggle to watch Netflix at any point, but I suppose I can try. Try now. Touch him now? I glanced at the cage. Maybe tomorrow. You've had a rough day, but tomorrow, you're going to see he's not all that prickly. Ironic, given that he's covered in spikes. He laughed. Slowly it petered out, but he didn't take his eyes off me. Not even when they narrowed as if he was considering something. What? I said when he didn't speak. Why are you looking at me like that? He shook his head gently. I just wish I'd grown a pair and told your brother how I felt about you before, that's all. To be fair, I didn't tell him either. We both share the blame. I paused. And you haven't really told me how you feel. I've told you a lot. His eyes never left mine. You're the one who insisted it was all physical until today. I shrugged. I was hardly going to admit to anything else when you were determined that we couldn't date. I wasn't determined. You were so determined. I folded my arms across my chest and gave him the look. You know, the one that says, shut up, you're fucking wrong. Come here. What? Come here. I looked between us. There was like a foot of space. I'm already here. Any closer and I'll be on top of you. His smile was wolfish. What do you think I was trying to do? I pursed my lips. Good night, Ethan. I'm going to bed. Not yet, you're not. He moved faster than I did, grabbing me and pulling me back. I squealed as I found myself falling back onto the bed with his almost naked body covering me. I didn't have a chance to protest. He was between my legs and kissing me before I knew it. Tingles danced across my skin, and I wrapped my arms around his neck to kiss him back. He flicked his tongue against the seam of my lips, and I parted them, meeting his kiss with the same ferocity. Blood pumped through my body, making the desire burn red hot with every second that passed. His cock hardened and pressed against my clit. The thin cotton of my leggings wasn't really a barrier, and I moved my legs so they were around his waist. I was holding on to him like a little limpet, but his hand was cupping the back of my head and tangled in my hair. His skin was hot to the touch, and I ran my hands over his shoulders, exploring the muscles that shaped his body. I wanted to keep going, to brush my fingers over every single one, but it wasn't to be. Ethan kissed me once more, then sat up, extracting himself from my double grip. I said, flustered. My cheeks were hot, and I probably looked like a bit of a mess. You can go to bed now. He grinned smugly, standing up. Mr. Prickles doesn't need a show before bed. I sat up and my jaw dropped. Are you serious? I told you already. You're not the kind of girl you have a quick fumble in the sack with. You're the marrying kind of girl. I'm not rushing into anything with you, Ava. I got up with a huff and stopped right in front of him. Then you're not getting laid until we get married. Ha! Wait, it's not that extreme. I paused in my bedroom door. Have fun with your problem. I have a solution to mine. To what, being turned on? Yep, it's called a vibrator. Enjoy your right hand. It won't be the first time it's fixed that problem. Are you saying you make it a habit to jerk off to the thought of me? Habit is an exaggeration. It's happened a few times. He smirked. And if I hear you using a vibrator, I won't be responsible for my actions. I will be, I retorted smartly. That thing is hard. I'll knock you out with it if you interrupt me. His nostrils flared. I changed my mind. Come back in here. Nope. Good night. I spun and stepped into my room, pushing the lock just in case. Did I win that? I feel like I won. If you ignored the annoying throbbing between my legs, oh well. I might not be able to use the vibrator, but that's what fingers were for. Chapter 16. Ava. Back to basics. I didn't hear any buzzing from your room last night. I peered over my shoulder at a still half-asleep Ethan. I can't imagine why you would have. I don't keep bees in there. You're funny. Is there any coffee? In the machine, yes. That was a not-so-subtle way of asking if you'd make me one. I turned, sipping from my own cup. I didn't hear a please, but I'm grateful to be reunited with my socks. You and those fucking socks. He scrubbed his hand through his dark blonde hair. I'd like my insoles back this morning, please. I stepped to the side so he could get a coffee. They're in my trunk. You can have them. Thank you. He hit the button on the machine and it whirred to life. So, are you working today? 12 till 7. You want to get dinner together? I raised my eyebrows. As opposed to me cooking something and you bringing in pizza? Exactly that. He grinned, pulling the cup out from the machine. We could go out. Like a date? Not like a date. A date. Where there are other people? Don't tell me that after all this you're ashamed to be seen with me. I choked on my coffee. No, I squeaked. I stopped when I saw the shit-eating smile on his face. Oh, go away. He laughed way too hard for so early in the morning. Ugh, go be a morning person somewhere else. I sipped the coffee again. I have no idea how this is going to work. I was determined to date a night owl like me. I can't be a night owl. I start work at 8. Why are you awake now anyway? I sighed, sitting on one of the stools. I woke up to pee and couldn't get back to sleep. Well, that's more information than I was going for. You asked? I answered. Another sip. Besides, if you think that's bad, wait until I'm on my period and run out of tampons. That's your job now. My job? To buy tampons? If I'm desperate, I'm desperate. You're the new first port of call. Ethan gripped the edge of the island. Can I take some time to reconsider my options? No. I put the mug down, meeting his eyes. Sorry. You should have thought about that before you decided you wanted to tell my brother you stuck your tongue down my throat. You have such a beautiful way with words. Really, poetic. Thank you. I happen to agree. I had a feeling you might. His eyes sparkled as he lifted his mug to drink from it. Well, dinner? Do I have to wear pants? 1000% not. I pretended to think about it. Do I have to wear a bra? Ava, you can show up naked if you want. That's a dinner date I can get on board with. I grinned and rested my chin on my hand. Am I cooking or are you going to bring food? He leaned right over the table. Are you cooking naked? That's a hazard. I'd like my nipples to not get burned off by wayward sauce splashes, thank you. That would be uncomfortable. No shit. I rolled my eyes, glancing at my phone right after. You know you're running late, don't you? Ethan leaned over and pulled my phone toward him. Oh, shit. He drank the coffee really fast, then put the mug down, flapping his hand in front of his face. I watched, amused, as he ran into his room. There was a clatter that was followed by a loud, fuck! And it took everything I had not to burst out laughing, especially when a second, quieter one followed it, and a creak of the bed. All right in there? I called, in my most innocent voice. Shut up, he shouted back. I stubbed my fucking toe. Wake up earlier then, I returned. Says the person who hates mornings. I laughed into my hands, desperately trying not to let it escape. If I gave into it too much, I'd never stop. I'm going. Ethan swerved to grab his keys. I'll see you later. So I'm cooking then. I can cook. I'll get something after work. He raised his hand in goodbye at the front door, stopped, and changed course. He rushed over to me and grabbed my chin, kissing me firmly, then spun back and ran out of the apartment, leaving the door wide open. Rolling my eyes, I got up and closed it behind him. Then I went back to bed. Mornings were for the birds, and I was not a bird. At all. So you're going for it? I nodded, passing Reagan the string she'd motioned for. I think so. After Leo's interference, everything makes sense. Hallie wrinkled her nose up. I can't believe he did that. Did he think that you and Ethan wouldn't care that he was your link? I honestly don't think he thought at all. He obviously thought he was helping, and I guess he was because it's worked out in the end. I just wish we didn't have to fight quite so much to get here. That was a little rough, Reagan agreed. Think of it this way, though. It's not like you were deliberately trying to hurt each other. It was all done out of good intentions. Good intentions don't heal broken hearts, though. Hallie tapped her fingers against her chin. Well, they do, but not if you're breaking your own hearts in the process. I shrugged a shoulder and picked at the remaining chips on the counter. I guess. It's fixed now, though. It's not going to be the same because we live together, but we're going to take it slow and see how it goes. Is it weird to say it might be easier? Yes, Reagan said. No, listen. Hallie waved her hands. You already know each other's bad habits, like, holy shit, when Preston moved in with me, it was hell. We argued for like a week straight, and it was because we never had any time apart. Even though we spent almost every night together, we still had a place to go before he moved in. After that, she shuddered. Splitting chores was hell. He was useless at just about everything. Well, Ethan isn't that bad. He already does stuff in the apartment. There you go, then. You're already off to a better start, Reagan smirked. You don't need to be worried about anything, Ava. The biggest hurdle in your relationship was Leo, and he was the instigator in it all. Now you can just focus on being two people who are dating. Right, but we didn't really get along before. Is that supposed to just flip now? Are we going to go from not bitching at each other to getting along perfectly? No, Hallie said honestly. You won't. But that's just like any relationship. You're still going to bicker, and knowing you two, you're still going to do that passive-aggressive shit just because you found it more fun than anything else. But you'll be okay, Reagan added, tying off the bouquet she was working on. I promise. I smelled spaghetti. My nose twitched as I paused outside the apartment door. Had Ethan actually cooked? Not gonna lie, I was expecting him to not do it. I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The rich scent of the sauce wrapped itself around me and I inhaled deeply. Hey! Ethan was standing over a huge pot of sauce, shirtless, and grinning at me. Hey! You actually cooked. I put down my purse and kicked my shoes into the corner. I didn't think you would. I'm not a chef like you. But my grandma taught me to make spaghetti when I was younger. She told me that if I can cook a good spaghetti, I'll make a woman very happy one day. He winked at me and used a teaspoon to taste test it. I do like spaghetti, I smiled. I need to change really quick. I'll be right back. I went into my room and changed into my home uniform of a tank top and underwear. I could wear pants, but something told me it would be useless. It was, after all, just one more item of clothing Ethan would have to take off me. That's right. My shift today had been quiet, and I'd been able to think everything over. Too many times, one might say. But whatever. If Ethan and I were going to go for this and make it work, we were going to go for it. We didn't need to get to know each other because we already knew one another. We'd known each other for as long as I could remember. Essentially my entire life, and maybe it was just me, but I didn't feel like going slow. Emotionally, I'd been in this relationship for a while now. I snorted at myself. I was ridiculous. I changed my underwear before I went back out, shirking the comfortable cotton panties for some that were a little lacier and a whole lot sexier. I even took off my bra, too. Hey, it worked last time. I pulled my hair into a bun on the top of my head and cleaned my glasses, then went back to the kitchen. I hadn't noticed before, but Ethan was wearing gray sweatpants. It looked like I wasn't the only one who'd dressed for the occasion. You sit down and... He stopped when he saw me. That's unfair. I looked pointedly at his sweats. says the guy in gray sweats. All right, it looks like dinner is a battle of wills. I grinned, sitting at the island. So, how was your day? Long, dirty, full of handiwork? He picked up a glass of water. Exactly what I'm hoping this evening will be then. He choked on his water, almost dropping the glass to the floor. Jesus, I wasn't expecting to hear you say that. I caught my tongue between my teeth and smiled playfully, propping my chin up on my hand. I'm full of surprises. Are you now? He peered over at me. Can you do magic, though? I don't know. Does turning you on in 2 seconds count as magic? It's an impressive feat, but no. He dug his hand into his pocket and pulled out a shiny silver square. Voila! It'd be more interesting if you'd pulled it out from behind my ear. I can't do that. I don't know how to. He shrugged, tossing the condom on the island near me. Also, it wasn't that corny in my head. Wrinkling my face, I nodded. It was pretty corny. Worth a shot. He shrugged, sending a small half-smile my way. I guess my bad corny lines are going to be as normal as you sending me to the store for lady bits. Damn. I know I said you couldn't rethink this, but can I? Nope. No refunds. Sorry. You can't just send a dick back because you don't like the mouth that comes with it, Ava. I dropped my forehead to the counter and laughed, my entire body shaking. Where the hell do you think these things up? Same place you think up the shit that comes out of your mouth, honey. I sat back up, still laughing my ass off. You talk out your ass, Hawkins. From you, that's quite the compliment. I don't think you've spoken out of anything but your ass for at least 5 years. He grabbed the handle of the saucepan that had the spaghetti. Why are you laughing like that? Because, I sputtered, holding up my hand so I could get a hold of myself. I wondered earlier if everything would change now. I'm so used to bitching at you. Are you glad that we just bitched at each other? Ethan's eyebrows shot up and he looked at me over his shoulder as he drained the spaghetti. Yeah, it means not everything has changed. Change isn't a bad thing. I know that, but I don't want it to change too much. I kinda like bitching at you. It's comfortable. A bit like the fact your insoles are still in my trunk. Ethan paused. Huh. Shit. So they are. I smiled. See? It's fun. He returned my smile and got to mixing the spaghetti with the sauce. 2 minutes later, he put the plate in front of me with a flourish. Dinner is served. It looks great. Reserve judgment until you've tasted it. There's every chance I messed it up. He laughed and sat on the other stool with his own plate. I twisted the fork in the spaghetti and took my first bite of Ethan's cooking. I groaned as flavor exploded in my mouth, a rich mixture of basil and garlic and, oh my God, all the things. Please don't do that, Ethan muttered. I choked, clapping my hand over my mouth. Sorry, I whispered, taking the water he offered me. My bad. Thank you. He side-eyed me and got back to eating, and I did the same, without moaning. It was delicious, and we ate without talking. It was simultaneously comfortable and awkward, but if this was a new normal, it wouldn't be the worst. In fact, it would be pretty damn good. I finished first. Ethan cleared his plate quickly after I did, and he took both of our empty plates over to the sink. Netflix and chill? He asked, wriggling his eyebrows. I bit the inside of my cheek. We're not going to fight over the remote again, are we? Yes, because if you fall on top of me again, you're staying there. His eyes flashed with heat, and my cheeks flushed at what he was saying. Okay, then. I sat on the sofa, tucking my feet beneath my butt. I was there first, so I was the one who had control of the remote. Mwahahaha, I cackled, turning on the TV before Ethan had even sat down. He made an annoyed noise and sat down next to me. What are we watching? I don't know. I paused as Netflix loaded. Why don't you pick? Hand over the remote, then. As if. I'm not falling for that. Why, because you don't want to be on top of me? I can climb on top of you if I want. But no, I'm not falling for it because I'm not going to get roped into watching some shit TV and not be able to change it. At least this way I'm in control of the shows. Fuck. Okay, fine. Did you finish that royal show you were? Ethan grabbed me and yanked me over the sofa. Screaming, I fell on top of him. Not all elegantly or sexily. Nope, like a big pile of bricks clattering to the ground. Ethan! That didn't work, did it? No. I sat back up, pausing only to retrieve the remote from the floor. I knelt next to Ethan, focused on the TV screen. I flicked through a few shows, but nothing jumped out at me. So I did the smart thing. I jumped Ethan instead. Chapter 17. Ava. A dick a day keeps stress away. I moved, swinging my leg over his thighs so I was straddling him. He laughed, almost as if he was expecting me to do it. I grinned, circling his neck with my arms. It's the sweatpants. I'll keep it in mind. He ran his hands up my thighs, sliding them over the curve of my ass. He pulled my hips against him so that my pussy was pressed against his cock that was already getting hard. It's the panties, for what it's worth. I leaned down, bringing my nose close to his. I know. That's why I put them on. Ethan slid his hand up my back until his fingers brushed the nape of my neck. He moved his arm so his fingers curled around my neck, and he pulled my lips against his. It was a slow kiss, one that I felt all through my body. My toes curled in the best way, and I slipped my fingers into his hair. The pounding of my heart was insane, and I gasped when Ethan's grip on my hip tightened. His fingertips dug into my skin, sending shoots of pleasure through me. I rocked my hips against him, pushing myself right against his hard cock. I wanted him, and if he was going to blow me off like he did last night, I was going to kill him. End of. His body was solid beneath my touch, and I explored his shoulders and stomach with my hands. He was doing the same, running his hands up and down my thighs, beneath my shirt, cupping my ass. Every touch sent fire sparking across my skin, and I just wanted more. More touching, more feeling, more of whatever this consuming, addictive sensation was. Ethan slid both his hands up my sides, pulling my shirt up. The fabric rolled up over my breasts, and we broke the kiss long enough for it to go over my head and onto the floor. His movements were swift. First, his hands cupped my breasts, then his mouth lowered to my nipple, his tongue toying with it. I gasped, moving my hips, desperate to feel more from him. He explored me, this time with his mouth. He went from nipple to nipple, across my collarbones, my neck, kisses dotted along my skin, all desperate, needy, forceful touches. I responded by gripping his arms tightly, by offering myself to him entirely. But it wasn't enough. Somehow, it just wasn't enough. More. 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 I adjusted myself so my mouth found his. I kissed him greedily like I was drowning, and he was the oxygen I craved. He groaned into my mouth, and it was so good I could barely breathe. Together we moved, switching places. He kissed me one more time, a long, deep kiss that had my thighs clenching. He pulled away, chuckling. He knew because he was between them. He was exactly where I wanted, but he was wearing 2 items of clothing too many. Ethan stood up and took a few steps toward the island. He grabbed the condom from the counter, shooting me a quick grin. I bit the inside of my cheek. I couldn't focus on anything other than his slick movements. He pulled down his sweats, revealing his hard cock. No underwear. I shouldn't have been surprised because it was the kind of shit he'd pull, but I was too focused on his long, thick shaft to say anything. My eyes are up here, Ava, he muttered in a husky voice. My cheeks flushed, but I doubt he noticed. I was hot from head to toe, so my cheeks were already perpetually blushing tonight. He tore open the condom packet and reached down, rolling it over the thick head of his cock. I squirmed on the sofa. There was something so inexplicably sexy watching him roll it onto himself. He approached me just as quickly as he'd left, and he slipped between my legs without saying a word. He took my mouth in a hungry, desperate kiss that had his tongue battling against mine. His fingers probed my skin, eliciting a shiver that I felt all over my body. Jesus, I didn't want this to stop. Ethan guided me onto my back on the sofa. Our bodies came together easily, like they were meant to move together. They were perfectly in tune, and he fit between my legs like he'd been there 1,000 times. He broke the kiss only to move back. He hooked his fingers in the waistband of my panties and tugged, sliding them down my legs until I was completely bare in front of him. Bare, exposed, needy. That summed me up in that exact second. I yanked him back to me, sending our mouths crashing together. I nipped his bottom lip by accident, but he groaned, shoving one hand under my ass. He used it to lift my hips and sat back, looking down between us. His cock twitched, but he didn't rush. No, he was painfully, frustratingly slow. He moved his hand down the inside of my thigh, his thumb coming dangerously close to my clit. No, not dangerously close. It was on my clit. He moved it through the slick wetness of my pussy until I gasped. Then, with a wicked smile on his face, he found my clit once more. 1, 2, 3 times he rubbed it, circling the tender bundle of nerves and playing it like a piano. Expertly, he teased me until my legs clenched and my back arched. He watched the entire time, a greedy, needy look in his eyes, one that made the orgasm hit even harder when it came. I bucked against his hand, begging for more when I wasn't sure I could take it. He gave it, though. He gave it until I dropped my hips, exhausted and panting from the pleasure he'd just given me. He chuckled, then lifted his thumb to his mouth. He sucked it, tasting me before he leaned down and kissed me. The taste of me lingered on his tongue. He dragged my lower lip between his teeth. He reached down and rubbed his cock against my wetness before finding the sweet spot where I'd take him. I did so easily. He slipped right inside me, my muscles constricting around his hard cock. He rocked inside of me. My entire body tensed when he covered my body with his, tilting my hips to take him deeper. Sweet baby Jesus. I gasped, but he swallowed it with one kiss. His groan went the same way my gasp did, swallowed by the kiss we shared. Fuck, he murmured against my lips. You feel good. Stop talking then, I breathed, tilting my head back and exposing my neck to him. He pressed firm kisses to my neck and moved his hips against mine. His cock slid in and out of me, each thrust a dangerous summoning of the orgasm I knew was going to take me again. My nails dug into his shoulders. It was like an anchor for me as he fucked me and threatened to send me soaring. His body inside of mine was everything I wanted, everything I needed, and everything I craved in that second. It was like he was made for me. Our synchronicity was terrifying, but it was hard to focus on that when you were being fucked to kingdom come, which was, actually, what I was about to do. Come. His name left my lips in a high-pitched cry as the pleasure reached a crescendo inside me. The orgasm was a blurring mess that made my back arch and my body tighten. The hairs on my arms all stood on end, and I dug my nails so far into Ethan's shoulders that there was every chance I broke the skin. His release was a low yet tight rumble of my name that skated across my consciousness as I fought to come back to reality. He sagged on top of me, his body hot and heavy, both of us totally spent from the whole thing. Jesus, he breathed into my ear after a moment of us both panting heavily into each other's shoulder. His lip brushed across my neck, but it was the heat of his exhale that sent yet another shiver down my spine. Why didn't we do that sooner? I laughed, wrapping my arms around him in a proper hug. Because you made excuses, then kicked me out last night. That's not on me. Shit. I knew I should have gone against all my principles and fucked you sooner. I patted his shoulder, rolling my head to the side. My gaze landed on a very, very unexpected voyeur. Ethan? He kissed my shoulder again and again. Remember how you kicked me out last night because you didn't want to corrupt Mr. Prickles? Ava, my dick is still inside you. Are we going to have this conversation right now? We corrupted your hedgehog. He pulled back, meeting my eyes. What? I pointed toward the spiky pig who was watching us from my shoe. What was the obsession with my shoes? He escaped. He's corrupted. Ethan contorted his body so he could see where I was pointing. God damn it, he's like fucking Houdini. You wouldn't believe the number of times I found him running amok in my bedroom when you weren't here. I'm sorry, what? Nothing. He dropped back down and kissed me again. Another one of those long, lingering kisses that sent my entire body into overdrive. He's already corrupted. Let's do it again.
Epilogue. Ethan. Always and hedgehogs. 1 year later. I don't know how this happened. Ava stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the cage. Well, I said, peering into it over her shoulder. I'm going to say it's because we put a mommy and daddy hedgehog together and didn't give them any condoms. She shoved her elbow into my gut, and I hissed out a breath. To be fair, I deserved that. Babies. 8 of them. Ethan, I'm not even sure I like Mr. Prickles. You're so full of shit. You've been all over Barbie since we rescued her. You rescued her, she corrected me. And Barbie is a stupid name for a hedgehog. All names are stupid for hedgehogs. Literally none of them make sense. I slung my arm over her shoulder. I feel like a proud dad. Why, did you make them? It's validating to see Mr. Prickles as a father. I raised him well. She raised one eyebrow as she looked at me. He's a randy hedgehog who watched us have sex one too many times. Get over yourself. I loved it when she kept my ego in check. Still, that's a lot of kids. You're not getting any ideas, are you? Why, don't you want 8 kids? I was hoping for 11. 11? To have my own soccer team. Ava stepped away from me and pressed one finger against my chest. Okay, no. Unless science discovers how to put a uterus in your colon and make you birth a child out of your ass, it's not happening. 1 is bad enough. I slid one hand down her body and pressed it against her still flat stomach. When she'd screamed at me 6 weeks ago that her period was late and that she was gonna fucking murder me if I'd gotten her knocked up, I genuinely feared for my life. Since I was still here 6 weeks later and had indeed knocked her up by accident, I was feeling a little better about my safety. All right, so it wasn't planned. I cupped her cheek. But you're not mad at me. Not really. If looks could kill, maybe I shouldn't be too cocky about my safety. You didn't spend 2 hours alternating between throwing up and peeing this morning, she shot back. One time I threw up into my pee, Ethan. This isn't glamorous. Well, at least I missed that at work. Ugh. She smacked me and walked out into the kitchen. Boxes littered the apartment. Some stacks were 5 high, and others were only 1 or 2, but it was a little like a maze trying to get around. Ava reached out to move one and got tape stuck to her hand. She flailed with it for a moment before I darted to her rescue and freed her from her sticky prison. Probably something I should have done a few weeks ago, to be honest. How many more days? She asked, pulling apple juice from the fridge. How many days until I no longer have to fear death by cardboard box? 3. I kept my distance on the other side of the island. 3 days. I suppose I can handle that. She scanned the room as the front door opened. Unless I throw up on them all. Ugh, are you still throwing up everywhere? Leo strolled in and took one look at her and stepped back. Man, being pregnant gives you one hell of a stomach bug, huh? Ava blinked. How did you... You've been throwing up for 3 or 4 weeks. That's one persistent bug. Leo smacked me on the shoulder. I can't decide if I want a niece or a nephew. I think fun Uncle Leo is fucked either way with you two as their parents. I smiled over at Ava. She was looking anything other than happy, but that was her hormones. She was only happy if I came back with pizza. Ironically, she now couldn't stand pepperoni. It was like all my Christmases had come at once. I wasn't telling her that, though. She sighed, sitting on a stool. Oh, I'm too tired to argue with you. 8 baby hedgehogs and 1 human one are too exhausting for words. Barbie gave birth then. Leo opened the Doritos and stuck his hand in. Stupid name for a hedgehog. Thank you, Ava muttered. I don't even like them and now I have 10. It could be worse. You could be Hallie, I offered. Is she throwing up into her hair every day? She shot back. Unless she's part of your experiment, Leo started. No, but she does have Boris Jr. living on a cat tower in her utility room, remember? Ah, of course. Boris had, once again, knocked up Betty, and earlier this year one of the babies had almost died. Hallie had taken the runt of the litter in and nursed him through until he was healthy enough to go back to Betty, but he'd refused. Then he'd humped Preston's shoe. Thus the name Boris Jr. It now refused to live outside and had his very own cat tower, where he fought for dominance with the actual cat they'd adopted a few months ago. They were this close to opening their own Facebook profile. I kind of wanted them to. Ava snatched the chips away from her brother. Get the fuck off my Doritos. Leo shot me a look. I nodded, eyes wide. Listen to her, man. They're stashed everywhere. She froze. Actually, no. I ate them all. I need more. Weren't you throwing up 2 hours ago? Weren't you just telling me how much you love me and you're going to get me Doritos whenever I want since this is your fault? Technically, you're 50% responsible. Technically, Leo is the one who made us live together and we agreed that everything that happened was his fault. She wasn't wrong there. Leo motioned toward the door. Yeah, I got a date, so... Ava grinned, orange Dorito coating her lips. That's what I thought. Love you, sis. Leo blew an awkward kiss in her direction, and she responded by shoving her middle finger in his direction. He laughed and left as quickly as he'd arrived. I waited for a second before I said, So, I should get you more Doritos now. She looked up at me, her bright eyes shining wide, and shook her head. Candy? Chocolate? Ice cream? Pickles? I paused. Don't pregnant people like pickles dipped in random shit? Her bottom lip stuck out. Can I have a cuddle? My heart squeezed tightly. I didn't even answer her. I just crossed the room and wrapped my arms around her, pulling her into me. I'll cuddle you for however long you want, whenever you want. Even if your hair smells a bit like vomit and you're covered in Dorito dust. I kissed the top of her head. She shook silently. Are you crying? No. She was laughing. She was fucking laughing. This is just weird, don't you think? The fact you threw up in your hair and didn't shower, more gross than weird. Oh my God, you dick. My dick got us into this situation, sunshine. It ain't getting us out of it. She squeezed my waist hard. No, like everything. We just bought a house and we're having a baby. Reagan and Hallie are both engaged, and Hallie's getting married in 3 weeks. Reagan is eloping, if you believe what she says. Only because Bethel keeps crashing Hallie's fittings and she's shitting herself. She paused. I'm going to be too fat for a bridesmaid dress soon. Okay, listen to me. I pulled back and leaned down, framing her face with my hands. Reagan and Noah are getting married in 18 months. The baby will be here and you will be beautiful. You will be beautiful every single day between now and then, you hear me? Even when you're 9 months pregnant, or you think you're horrible, or your hair has someone else's vomit in it instead of your own, I will not think you are anything less than absolutely beautiful. Her eyes filled with tears.
Keep talking. I like that.
I smiled, perching on the stool next to her so I was on her level. I love you, Ava. I've loved you for so long, and I will love you in another 20 years, okay? And in 20 years, when we have a soccer team and 50 hedgehogs living in the corner of our garage, I'll love you even more than I do right now. All right?
All right,
She sobbed.
I'll hold you to that.
I laughed, pulling her into my body once more. You're so silly.
I know.
She sniffed, wiping her nose on my shirt and leaving a trail of boogers there. Thanks.
Get used to it,
she muttered.
It'll be a trail of urine before you know it.
Not yours, I hope.
Cannot guarantee it.
She wiped at her cheeks.
I love you, Ethan.
I know you do, sunshine. I kissed her temple.
Good. Now please, buy me some fucking Doritos.
This recording of Kiss Me Again was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2019 by Emma Hart. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.